What's up? Ghost Fictions is here, and we're back again. This is a story where Issei was betrayed and was the son of Sparda. But before we start, please consider subscribe to the channel and give this video a like. Don't forget to check the description for more informations. Also, this is a translate version, you may find some mistakes, specifically in the character's gender. Issei of course is a male, this time no changes in the gender. Well, with that out, let's get into the finale. Soon we will arrive at the judgment chamber, said Arkham, who was standing at two huge heavy doors. Team Nigru will be fully operational again and will take us to the devil world, where Sparda's power has been locked away. Making strange movements of his right hand in front of the doors while reading the red-covered book he held in his free hand. It is ironic that it is his own son who is going to undo his seal, said Arkham. But the doors slowly began to open. Arkham stepped aside and let Vergil, who was a bit further back, enter the next chamber first. Vergil stopped at the entrance as even though he wasn't looking, he knew Arkham was looking back as the special guest had once again entered the tower. "Are you so worried about that woman?" asked Vergil without bothering to turn around. "What are you talking about?" asked Arkham seriously. "Why didn't you kill her? Because she's your daughter? Did paternal love override your lust for power?" Arkham quickly approached the boy to face him, but in doing so he made a serious mistake. "My reasons are mine alone." Pam. The red book fell to the ground. A few drops of blood stained its worn cover. The reason? Vergil had pierced Arkham's stomach with Yamato. "To advance in your study of black magic, you sacrificed your beloved wife and became a demon," said Vergil as he watched Arkham try his best to endure the pain. "That's why I thought you would be useful to me, but I was wrong." Pushing the blade of his katana further into Arkham's body. "No wonder you haven't reached your goal." "And what about you?" Arkham asked with blood dripping from the corner of his lips. "You are also an incomplete being. The demonic blood fights against the human blood in your veins." "Shut up," was what Vergil said as he withdrew the blade of his weapon somewhat roughly, starting to sheathe Yamato. When he finished doing so, Arkham fell to the ground. "Now that the last door is open, I don't need you anymore." Vergil continued on his way, leaving Arkham abandoned to his fate. Issei and Ristia had found a strange object. It was about the size of a soccer ball and was light blue in color. Ristia told him that the object was called Dimensional Generator, which was a generator of unlimited magical energy and was used to operate the bridge that was found along the path through which the white-haired man had arrived at the place where he found Spiral. They both resumed their way in the direction of their destination, but then Ristia remembered something she wanted to ask Issei, since when they formed their contract, she felt a somewhat peculiar essence inside the body of her elementalist. "Issei, is something wrong?" asked the white-haired man as they slowly made their way through the corridors of the tower. "Can you use the devil trigger?" "Devil what?" asked the white-haired man rather confused. The spirit girl showed him through a magical hologram the silhouette of a man whose appearance changed to a much more sinister and intimidating one. After that she explained to him what this transformation consisted of, explaining that this kind of transformation was exclusive to the Sparda lineage. Upon hearing this, the white-haired man knew that the transformation sequence that Ristia had shown him belonged to his father's transformation. He also remembered Balverk's words. He had found the answer to that question he had after the battle with his father's pupil. The final form the skeleton was talking about was the transformation known as Devil Trigger. "As far as I can see, you still do not control it at will," said Ristia, seeing that Issei knew nothing about this transformation. "But how do I access it?" asked the white-haired man, curious and a bit anxious. "As I remember, it's by channeling the power of a devil." "Power of a devil?" "Devils, being an exception, your caste, feed on negative emotions, so you must remember what has made you angry, hate, cry, feel helpless, terrified, desire revenge, what you loathe and despise. Also remember your ecstasy in battle. The feeling of shattering the enemy, the crunching of bones and the slaughter you leave behind when you swing your sword. That sensation of a being that was created for war and slaughter, but also not to lose. You think of that which makes you feel warmth, peace." Ristia explained, somewhat worried about the result that the channeling of all those emotions and sensations could have on Issei, but she knew that it was necessary to help him to be able to control his devil trigger, since seeing the memories of his fight with Vergil, she saw that he was superior in many aspects to Issei, and it would not be strange if he could control his devil trigger at will. The white-haired man began to remember everything that had happened throughout his life. The death of his biological mother. The death of his biological father. Being tricked by Rainer and pierced by a spear of light. Losing his life. The taunts of the fall. The encounter with Razor. Being beaten by the Pawn Phoenix without being able to defend himself. The training for the raiding game where no one held back with him and feeling useless. How he was almost killed by Razor in the raiding game. Losing for the second time against the Phoenix's son. The scorn of the Redeed and seeing how he lost her while she was happy with Razor's arrogance and even hearing how he made fun of him. Knowing that Rias used him. The Grimoire's punishments. Losing her adoptive parents. Being able to return some of the punishments he suffered to the Grimoires. Riddling Kakabiel. The fight against Razor where he avenged the High Odo and killed the aforementioned son of Phoenix. Rias Grimoire's cynicism and seeking his forgiveness. The audacity of the Phoenix to attack him. How Ravel Phoenix and his companions dared to touch him. The Cerberus group's attack on Lilith. The attack of the wizards to the Royal Academy Bible. The fear of losing Yui. Causing Selena to get hurt. Provoking Liis to use the last crest. Francis's attack. Rebecca getting hurt and the girls getting hurt. Their fight against Vali. Serzich's making decisions about himself, his girls and his possessions without consulting her. His fight against Oka. His fight against Balverk. His fight against Akiko. Seeing Kyoko and Suzuka die. His fight against the Kimono Ikki in the Palace of the Seven Sages. Anger against Sahaku. The ecstasy of the battles he has had since awakening as Sparda's son. His raid on the tower. How Lady shot him twice. Losing to Vergil. Jester. The nagging Motohama and Mitsuda as well as his classmates and students at the academy who were deeply jealous of him for having so many beautiful girls by his side. His fans who drove him crazy every day because of so many letters and so much harassment. His thirst for revenge against Rias, Akeno, Kaneko, Asia and Kiba. They would pay with pain and agony for what they did to him. He was going to tear them to pieces when the time was right. Meanwhile Ristia had taken her sword form and had entered the contract seal that Issei had on the back of his hand. In doing so she saw all the memories of the white-haired man. She never imagined that he harbored so much hatred, rage, anger, frustration, resentment, fear, worry, anguish, thirst for revenge and shame, as he always looked relaxed and carefree, but she also noticed how he was a bloodthirsty, ruthless, cruel and sadistic. His addiction to violence was something natural in him. Just like all of his race. At that moment the white-haired man's body began to change, and due to the amount of energy accumulated, the image that the spectators saw in Devil May Cry was lost. Devil May Cry. Everyone saw how a red aura covered the white-haired man before the signal was lost again. What's wrong? Seraphil asked worriedly as Ryu got an idea about what was going on, so he got worried but tried to stay calm, because if the others noticed his uneasiness, they would come in to worry as well. I leave everything in your hands, Ristia. Thought the Bluebell while he clenched his fists feeling helpless for not being able to be by Issei's side in this great trial he was going through at the moment. Ristia saw how the white-haired man was expelling that red aura in large quantities, but she saw how his eyes were red as he exhaled with strength, as if he was a bloodthirsty beast. Inside Issei Sparda's soul. Issei was surrounded by darkness. A darkness much deeper than what Ristia could produce. He could feel his thirst for blood slowly increasing, giving him the desire to destroy anything in his path. To erase everything that existed so that he could never again suffer as he had had to do during all this time. When he felt that he was about to be completely consumed by the thirst for blood, he could feel as if someone was touching his right shoulder, but when he looked in that direction he saw no one, but suddenly the sad and painful memories were replaced by the happier memories he had gained in this last time. Good morning, Issei-chan said the brunette on her bed with a smile to give her a kiss. Sarah-chan. Issei, here's your coffee, the red-haired girl would say as she gave her a smile. Lilith. Issei, is there any mission? Right. Then let's go have fun, said the older Sherlock as she takes the white-haired one to her room. Please. Issei, could you help me pick out a swimsuit? Said the Redeed while showing her some rather suggestive outfits. Rebecca. It's fun to come shopping with you, said the red-eyed brunette with a cute smile. Became. Thanks for joining me to develop my photos, Issei said the younger Sherlock with a smile. Selena. Relax Ani-san, my music will make you feel better, said the lowly Sparda as she started playing her violin. Yui. Wait a bit Issei, breakfast will be ready soon, I hope you like it, said the Trinity 7 of Gluttony with a smile. Akio. I see you're learning magic fast. You have a great talent, Issei Trinity 7 of Pride said with a smile. Look. I hope someday to reach your level of speed. I'm glad you train with me, the Spartan ninja said with a warm smile. Levi. Issei, relax. Said the Trinity 7 of Wrath with a slight smile as she had the white-haired man's head on her legs. Barin. The view of the sunset from the terrace is beautiful, said the new pawn. Chris. My love. Ristia. We must train some more. Ryu. At that moment the darkness around him disappeared, letting him see his biological parents, his adoptive parents, his girls and his teacher in front of him. They are waiting for him with a smile. The white-haired man began to shed tears while he saw how his family shined, and then he heard a voice. It is that which fills the emptiness of your soul, it is the source of energy that exists in any living being. One that overcomes hatred and that gave me the necessary power to fight against my race. It is the only thing you need to strengthen yourself and stand firm even against your inner demons. By releasing this power and letting yourself be consumed by negative feelings, you lose many things and even yourself, but in that enormous darkness, you can see what you don't want to lose shining through. That energy fort is as bright and warm as the sun, so with that energy source, you will be able to dominate the devil essence you inherited from me. Your girls, Ryu, your brother, the Hyodo, your mother and me. We are your light. Never forget that, son. After saying that, the voice disappeared, but the white-haired man knew, thanks to the fact that he had recovered the memories of his real childhood, which was the identity behind that voice, and because of this, he started to shed a few tears while smiling, as it was a voice he hadn't heard for more than 10 years. My name is Issei Sparda, one of the sons of the Dark Knight Sparda, son of the human Eva, adopted son of the Hyodo, fiancé of Serafal Citri, fiancé of Lilith Asami, elementalist of Ristia Ashdal, prince of the underworld and leader of the Sparda clan. I will make you proud. Mom. Dad. Real world. Ristia had resumed her human form, watching as the white-haired man was locked in a dome of dark red energy. She felt guilty for telling her elementalist about the devil trigger, as she thought he was ready, but she was wrong. If anything happened to him, it would be something she would never forgive herself, and she would not be able to see Serafal as the others in the face when it was time for them to meet. At that moment the dome dispersed, releasing a great amount of energy, revealing the demonic appearance of the white-furred one. Ristia was trembling, but the white-haired man looked at her to give her a smile, causing a blush on the girl's face, who rushed to embrace the red demon. Ice, you made it. Yes, thanks to your words I was able to know my light, said Issei with a slight smile as he returned to his human form. Ristia joined her forehead with his, observing the memories of her elementalist, blushing to see how despite having just met he was part of the light that illuminated the path of the white-haired man's life. She felt very happy. Taking advantage of the closeness with Issei, Ristia kissed for a long and intense 40 seconds, forcibly separating when the air began to be short of them. Devil May Cry. They all looked attentively at the screen as little by little the image began to return, seeing how the white-haired man was fine, but there was something that had changed in him. None of them could describe it, but it was a radical change. However, a certain blue-haired man knew what it was and let out a calming sigh as he smiled faintly. You did it, Issei. Thanks for helping him, Ristia. The bluebell thought happily. At that moment Serafal approached Ryu as she wanted to talk to the white-haired man because she couldn't bear to wait any longer to get in touch with him. Ryu-chan. Can you communicate with Ristia-chan? Asked Serafal. Yes, but it will take a few moments. I don't know if she remembers this spell. Answered Ryu while he made a magic circle appear on the table, but as a side effect the TV where they were watching what was happening in the tower turned off. The Blu-ray dances in. Said the blue-haired man, confusing everyone, but suddenly from the magic circle they heard. The night sky, kingdom of the princess of darkness. Long time no see, Ryu-senpai. Replied Ristia while a holographic image of the aforementioned appeared in the magic circle. Same here. I thank you for helping Issei to get it under control. Said Ryu happily. It was nothing. But for a moment I was worried. But now I see that Issei is able to control it without fear of getting lost, and I'm glad because this way I won't have to be separated from him ever again. Ristia, there is someone who wants to talk to you. Said the blue-haired man as Serafal entered the projection range of the magic circle, managing to be seen by Ristia. You must be Serafal Citri-san, Ice's fiancé. Yes, but how do you know who I am? Asked Serafal. Ristia quickly explained that she had seen Issei's memories at the time of making the contract. I see. Ristia-chan, I want to ask you a favor. Syria. What is that favor? Ristia asked curiously. On behalf of all the Sparda handmaids I ask you. Please protect Issei-chan. Don't let anything bad happen to him. Guide him and take care of him. Said Serafal, letting everyone see how she was shedding tears while she had a look of calm and peace, as well as the other girls of the white-haired one. Serafal-sama. Said Rias, surprised to see the girls of the white-haired man's entourage who always looked strong and firm. So fragile. Wani-sama and the other girls were quite worried about Issei-kun, but they had to stand firm in order to fight against those devils, keeping hope that their king would return. But now that Ashdal-san are with Issei-kun, they can be calmer as well as convey their feelings and wishes to her. Explained Sona. Really, Issei-kun's girls love him. Said Venelana, seeing how Rias looked down, biting her lower lip while shedding tears and clenching her fists, but due to the force applied they started to bleed, letting the blood flow through her hands until slowly that blood fell to the ground. In the same way was Akeno, who let his tears and blood fall to the ground. Seeing this, the Gremory matriarch felt her heart tearing. To her, Akeno was like her second daughter. she took care of her and raised her. Just seeing them made her feel even more guilty for not stopping her husband and not taking care of her daughter as she should. So even with the great burden of her guilt, the chestnut hugged the 2-1 Isama of Kuo while crying silently. Forgive me, Rias. Akeno. Forgive me for being the worst mother ever and for being so weak as not to stop my husband. Forgive me for destroying your happiness. Thought Venelana, emotionally shattered when she saw her 2 daughters in such a sad state. Alright, I promise to take care of I, said Ristia. I hope that after we leave here we can get along well, she expressed with a smile. Ristia-chan, can we see Issei-chan? Yes, my love, come, said the spirit, making the Sparda a little jealous, while the Grimoire burned with jealousy, because even though she hadn't even met the white-haired man for 3 hours, she was already taking such confidences. The white-haired man appeared in the hologram, and it could be seen that he was quite happy. Hello, how are things going over there? Asked the white-haired boy. Well, we've already eliminated almost all the devils. But most of all, we miss you, said Seraphol cheerfully. It's true, Issei, it's not the same without you, said the white-haired man's handmaids. I see. Try to eliminate as many as you can and don't overexert yourselves. I'll finish as soon as I can to come back to you, said the white-haired man while he waved goodbye and ended the communication. After finishing the communication, the television showed again the image of the white-haired man and the spirit girl, now that they had resumed their march. After a few minor fights, Issei and Ristia had arrived at the bridge, through which Issei had entered the tower again. Let's see. Where should the dimensional generator go? Said the white-haired man, looking around, observing what seemed to be another bridge, but according to the disposition between the bridge he was standing on and the one that was farther away, he implied that somehow they could be connected. Looking more closely, he located on one end of the other bridge a bear's head made of stone, and curiously, the bear's mouth was open just enough for the dimensional generator to fall in that place. Throwing the dimensional generator upwards, the white-haired man waited a few seconds for it to fall down. Picking the object with his right leg, he sent the dimensional generator straight into the bear's mouth, perfectly fitting it in. I think I might be a soccer player too, said Issei as he watched the bridges connect and give him access to a new wing of the tower. Pulling out his pistols, the white-haired man continued his way next to Ristia, entering what seemed to be a room made of marble. At the end of the room, there was a man lying with a slight trail of blood behind him, implying that he had crawled to this place before he died. Bang. Cocking his head slightly, he felt a bullet whiz past near his left ear. Giving Ristia a brief glance, she made the girl understand that whatever happened, she was not to interfere. Wow, what speed, said the white-haired man as he turned around, meeting Lady, who was looking at him with a face that didn't exactly reflect joy. Pointing at the white-haired man, the girl approached, keeping her eyes fixed on the fallen man. Did you kill that man? So what if I did? Said the white-haired man with a shrug. Tilting his head a little, he evaded another shot from the girl, who began to shoot him without contemplation. On his side, the white-haired man simply deflected the girl's arms, extremely amused, because no matter how much Lady wanted, he couldn't compare to her in strength, agility and speed. Keeping the girl's weapons pointed towards the ground, Issei gave a statement. Wow, I love trigger-happy women. Shut your mouth. Lady roared as she broke free from the white-haired man's hold, trying to let her bullets hit him, but the boy was evading them as if nothing. He was obsessed with transforming himself into a great demon. So much so that he horribly killed his own wife and many innocent people. With one blow, Issei sent her into a wall, bouncing her off as the girl shot him in the process. The white-haired man jumped, staying horizontal as he spun on himself, evading the girl's bullets. As he fell to the ground, he noticed that Lady's bullets had pierced part of his trench coat. Looking at him for a few seconds, she threw herself against him, shooting as fast as she could, watching in surprise as Issei jumped over her, firing with his pistols, making the bullets they both fired collide with each other. But worst of all, this scum was my father, said Lady, standing up after her failed attempts to harm the white-haired man. Well, it seems we have something in common, said the white-haired man, amused. I also grew up in a family out of the ordinary, being immediately shanked by Lady. And what do you know about families? You're a demon. This was my father. My family. I was the one who was supposed to put an end to this. Lowering her gun, turning to look at her father. You're not going to shoot me? Asked the white-haired man, curious since the girl's hostility had disappeared. What a surprise. Go away. I don't care about anything anymore. Lady finished. The white-haired man put away his pistols as he indicated to Ristia that it was time to move on. So, family, Issei muttered as he continued on his way. Even after a few minutes had passed, Lady was still in the same place, thinking about what to do, since the reason why she had entered the tower didn't exist. Where am I? Arkham asked faintly. It's all dark, I can't see anything. I see you're still alive, hissed Lady as she pointed at her father. Mary? Is that you? What's wrong? Where's your mother? Arkham was asking barely. My mother? Lady asked angrily. Are you forgetting that you killed her? I remember. I killed her, with my own hands. Said Arkham extremely saddened. What have I done? I was too weak and succumbed to her influence. You mean you were possessed? Kneeling down next to his father as he felt sorry for him. Yes, I was manipulated. I was manipulated by a devil named Virgil. Struggling to finish the sentence. He is trying to reopen the devil world's access to ours. The world whose door Sparda sealed a long time ago. Sparda. Sparda. I thought it was a myth. If the devils return, this world will become chaos. You have to stop him. Breathing heavily. Stop Virgil. Lady said as her tears began to run down her cheeks. You are so wonderful. Just like your mother. Said Arkham as he lightly touched his daughter's face while extending his hand to the sky. Dropping it after a few seconds as his heart stopped. Father. Father. Exclaimed the girl trying to get her father back, starting to cry because even if she denied it. It hurt her to see her mother die that way. Taking the red book she put it on her deceased father's chest and on the aforementioned free the man's hands. But then she remembered the name of the one who had manipulated her father. Virgil. Picking up her weapons, Lady set out to hunt down the devil called Virgil. Well, we could do it the right way but we're in a hurry. Said the white-haired man leaning on a heavy block of stone. But Ice. Are you sure that doing it this way is the best way? Ristia asked a bit doubtful about the boy's plan. Don't worry. Besides, I don't think anything bad will happen if at the end of the day we have to leave these blocks in the slots at the bottom. Said the white-haired man as he kicked the stone block in front of him with force, observing with satisfaction how the block entered the slot at the bottom of the left side of the corridor, with millimetric precision. Moving to the corridor on the right side of that room, he positioned himself in front of the stone block which he had previously aligned precisely so that it would enter without problems, pushing the block with a powerful kick, repeating the result of the previous time. After pushing both blocks into their corresponding slots a passageway opened, but after opening up 4 enemies appeared. One of them belonged to the class Issei had faced outside his store which Ristia identified as Infernal Vanguard, and the other 3 enemies were somewhat curious in the way they attacked. To begin with, they seemed to be made of some kind of gas, and as long as you looked at them they just kept floating like a purple cloud, but if your back was turned they would transform into a strange octopus-like creature that tried to enter the body of its enemy to eat its soul. Ristia identified them as Soul Eater, but also commented that for someone of the Pelablanco's caliber, they would not be any kind of threat. First he focused his attention on the Soul Eater, since with Ristia's help, it was quite easy to kill them, since she had her back to them, and when they materialized, Issei simply destroyed them with rebellion. Now all that remained was the Infernal Vanguard who of all the lower ranked devils he had faced, was the most annoying to eliminate, since with the ability to disappear and appear with an attack already prepared, he became a pain in the ass. Don't try it, Ristia. You might get hurt. Said the white-haired man seriously, surprising the spirit girl. What do you mean by that, Ice? I know perfectly well that you haven't recovered from our fight and that you are trying to hide the pain you feel, so you don't look weak to me. Said Issei while she stopped the blade of her enemy's side with her sword. You don't have to try to be strong all the time. We all have our limits and overtaxing yourself can be harmful to your body, so as your elementalist I order you not to go into combat until you have recovered, and if you see that your intervention is necessary. Only do it if it is absolutely necessary, okay? After saying that, the white-haired man deflected the scythe's blade and with a quick but powerful frontal thrust, he plunged Rebellion's blade into the center of Infernal Vanguard's body, beginning to slash the body of his enemy without mercy. The combat ended with the enemy's body cut in 2 halves, but unlike other times it could be seen that the cut that the white-haired man had used to kill the Infernal Vanguard had been with enormous force, since the edges of each half of the body were splintered. How did you know? Asked Ristia somewhat self-consciously. From the rhythm of your steps. Putting away her sword. People follow a rhythm when they walk, but when they are injured that rhythm is constantly broken. Varying the breaking times according to the severity of their injuries. And your rhythm was broken with a margin of seconds. That gives me to understand that you are still very much injured. So that's why we've been walking at this pace. Right. Let me give you an example. If you have a sword with a small crack in the blade, what do you think will happen if you continue to use that sword without repairing it properly? Well, sooner or later the crack will start to get bigger and will end up breaking the sword. In your case you could say it's the same thing. So until you recover completely I want you to rest here. Said the white-haired man while he raised his right arm that had his devil bringer activated. Ristia obeyed, transforming into her sword form. As Issei took the vorpal sword it turned into energy that went into his devil bringer. Sensing Ristia's presence falling asleep he continued on his way. Entering the passageway that led to a door at the end of the passageway. After passing through the aforementioned door, the white-haired man went down some stairs, where he found what appeared to be rails and a wagon of sorts. As he climbed over the wagon, it began to move, leading the white-haired man towards a new place in the tower, but there was something strange. Let's see. It's too quiet here. Suddenly, in the rails that went in the opposite direction appeared another wagon that was parallel to the wagon in which Issei was going. Observing it carefully, the boy noticed that in the wagon came what was needed in that place. A group of devils were preparing to approach the white-haired man. I was saying that it was too quiet. Taking out Rebellion, using her as a support rod, he raised his lower limbs, reaching to Suburbia with forceful and powerful kicks, making them fall on the rails, so that a few seconds later they would be crushed by the wagon on which the white-haired man was standing. The rest of the group of devils managed to land on the wagon, throwing themselves against the white-haired man who was already waiting for them with his sword resting on his shoulder. Infiltrating between the attacks of his enemies, the white-haired man spun on himself, cutting into those enemies that were in his range of action. Looking ahead, he could see how another wagon appeared, but seeing what was coming in that wagon, he thought they were playing a joke on him, as the devils arriving were only wrath. And the only function of the aforementioned was to explode. "Well, thanks for making my job easier," said the white-haired man in amusement as he blew up one of the wrath, causing a chain explosion that eliminated the remaining wrath. Finally, Issei reached the next station, where he came across some stairs that led to two huge metal doors. Below the aforementioned stairs, a lava pit could be seen that was fed by lava coming out of what appeared to be pipes that were buried inside the rock. Opening the heavy doors, the white-haired man entered what appeared to be a kind of torture room, since on the ceiling and walls, there were multiple objects that were used to torture people or other beings. Looking towards the back of the room, the white-haired man saw a strange spherical object that was a little bigger than a tennis ball. When he was about to pick up the object, "Sparda?" asked a voice that echoed throughout the room. "You are Sparda." Suddenly, a part of the ceiling of the place broke, dropping the debris of the ceiling inside the room. Throwing a punch upwards, the white-haired man managed to smash and avoid a piece of the ceiling the size of a briefcase falling on his head, but in front of the boy, a creature of considerable size landed, with 4 angel wings on its back, which after a few seconds retracted. One feature that caught Issei's attention was that the creature in front of him had a large vertical scar where its left eye should be. "Let's see," said Issei, shaking his fist slightly. "Didn't your mom teach you how to open the door?" Backing up a few steps to get a full view of the enormous creature in front of him. "I know that smell," roared the creature, advancing towards the white-haired man, shaking the ground with every step it took. "How?" The white-haired man began to smell himself, noticing the strange scent that the Leviathan's blood had left on his body. "Come on, enough with the smell. I promise that next time I'll take a good shower before coming, okay? It's the stench of betrayal, the stench of the damned Sparda," said the creature, sniffing the air. "I'll annihilate the entire lineage of Sparda." Throwing itself against the white-haired man, throwing a claw that cut the air as the boy fell back while laughing in amusement. This thing about a son having to pay for his father's actions rings a bell. Drawing his pistols, readying himself for the next fight. Rolling to the side, the white-haired man evaded his enemy's attack, starting to attack him with constant shots that, even though they didn't seem to do much damage, was the best he could do for the moment due to the fact that he still wasn't used to the creature's speed. But that would be fixed as the battle progressed. Using magic circles, Issei was changing the trajectory of his jumps as his enemy was catching up to him very quickly, but he had a few seconds to move due to the fact that the creature's attacks were slow. For being so big, it moves pretty fast. Evading a downward punch that embedded itself in the ground, releasing a shockwave accompanied by a considerable amount of light, shaking the entire room due to the force of the blow. After putting away his pistols, he pulled out Rebellion, looking at the creature, letting him see the aforementioned as its eyes emitted small flashes of lightning, proving to him that he had entered the zone. Throwing himself at his enemy with incredible speed, the white-haired man used the momentum gained to change direction as he approached, as the creature repeatedly stomped against the ground, causing tremors in the place, causing multiple steel cages to fall, which he then used to throw at Issei, pushing them away as if nothing had happened. When he got close to his enemy, he began to throw slashes in different directions on the creature's legs, causing it to roar in pain. Taking a big jump, the white-haired man positioned himself at the height of his enemy's head, attacking that area with a horizontal cut, but then he saw how the creature covered itself in a pillar of light that, when it made contact with the boy, sent him away. "I didn't expect that attack. I'll have to be more attentive," said the white-haired man, wiping the dust from his clothes, quickly backing up as he evaded the creature's attack. Throwing himself at his enemy again, infiltrating its personal space, plunging Rebellion's blade a few centimeters into the creature's chest. Releasing his sword, the white-haired man stepped back at the right moment to avoid being caught by the creature's huge hand that was glaring at him in fury. The creature enlarged the distance between it and the white-haired man, extending its wings, expelling strange objects similar to a bullet from the tip of its wings. These objects were directed towards Issei, who quickly evaded them, but was surprised to see how these tiny objects created holes several times bigger when impacting against the walls and some parts of the floor. Resuming his attack, Issei approached his enemy zigzagging, evading most of the small objects that the creature sent, deflecting with his sword those that he could not evade. When he was already close to his enemy, the white-haired man activated his devil axle, producing the illusion of having disappeared due to the drastic increase in speed. Spinning around his enemy while delivering different cuts in different points of the huge body. Suddenly he saw how the creature tried to reach him with an elbow. That surprised him, since at the speed with which it moved, there would be very few who could respond to it. And this creature was not within that group, so it must be trying to anticipate its movements. It was at that moment that the white-haired man noticed his mistake. The way he was moving was a regular movement, so that after a few seconds repeating the same thing, his enemy would end up knowing where he would move to and could deliver a counter-blow that would cause him a lot of damage if he did not expect it. Appearing by the sword of his enemy, the boy attacked with a powerful and fast downward slash that opened a serious wound in the attacked area. Moving laterally, he positioned himself in front of his enemy. Surprised to see how his enemy attacked him with a punch, throwing his sword, the white-haired boy managed to destroy the right eye of the creature, but in return, he received the powerful punch that left him buried in a crater with his own silhouette. On its eye, the creature was covering the area where until a few seconds ago was its right eye. "You hateful being through whose veins runs the blood of Sparda," roared the creature while shaking its head to try to make the pain subside. "I have lost my sight, but I remember your smell well. I will look for you for all eternity if necessary, until I have managed to rid this land of your despicable stench." Spreading his four wings and awkwardly exiting through the hole he had created when he entered the room, the white-haired man came out of the cradle. The white-haired man came out of the crater while his neck thundered. That blow had hit right on target and had knocked some bones out of place, but after a few seconds everything was healed. Many would ask him why he received that blow, since with his speed he could have evaded it, but the reality was that he did not expect that blow, since after finishing his own attack, he thought that the creature would retreat because of the damage suffered, but it was the opposite. The creature continued forward without wasting time and complaining about his injuries. "Why do I have to pay the duck for everything my father has done?" Issei complained while wiping the dust off his clothes. "Please leave me alone already." After seeing that the battle was over, the white-haired man approached to take the object that was in a kind of altar that said, "Neo-dimensional generator." The mentioned generator was a crystal sphere with something similar to violet rays fluctuating inside it. When he took the object, dark violet rays began to travel through Issei's body, numbing him completely, falling to his knees on the ground, extremely dizzy. "It's unbelievable. Even the devil boy can't take it," said Jester appearing next to the white-haired man, but the boy took it from the chest of his attire and placed it at his height, aiming ebony at the harlequin's nose. "Hey, you're not going to shoot me, are you? Because then I'd die, you know. If that'll get you to shut your mouth. I'm really pissed off that someone's being smart and it's not me," said Issei, trying to stay awake as he felt as if he was going to faint. "Don't be so impulsive, young man," said Jester, relaxing the atmosphere. "I have a very juicy secret to tell you, but if you suffocate me I won't be able to tell you, do you understand?" After hearing that, the white-haired man pushed Jester as he didn't feel in a position to be more friendly. "Phew. I could already see myself dead and buried." Incorporating quickly, looking at the current state of the white-haired man. "Ahem. You have also noticed. That huge tower that emerges from the ground and makes people tremble with its wingspan is, in reality, a tunnel that links the demonic world with the human one. Of course, it is he who tries to control it thanks to your mother's amulet." Pointing to Issei's chest with his scepter. "Amulet?" He heads for the control room, which is in the basement. "If you don't sneak in there quickly, it will open the door to hell. Isn't it terrifying?" he asked, amused. "And why are you telling me this?" with annoyance. I think I forgot to tell you a little detail," said Jester, pretending to be sorry. "Actually, that gadget you're holding is the key to continue. The bad thing is that it absorbs the soul of those who hold it, so hurry up," said Jester as he began to appear at different points in the room, laughing with glee. Issei tried to aim at him, but was surprised to find the harlequin on what looked like a crane hook. He said, "Yes, it will give you power in exchange for your spirit. Don't you think it's a marvelous contraption?" Jester asked, amused. "All you have to do is let your young spirit take over and go." He climbed through the hole in the ceiling with the help of the hook, disappearing from the room as his laughter faded into the distance. "It would have been nice if you had told me earlier, you slack-jawed asshole," said the white-haired man in annoyance. Suddenly an electric pulse ran through the white-haired man's body from head to toe, involuntarily activating the newly obtained devil trigger. I must hurry as I don't find it fun to lose my soul being so young," said Issei before running off at full speed towards his new destination, the bridge where he had used the dimensional generator. He quickly boarded the carriage with which he had arrived at the room he was in, asking for the trip to go as fast as possible. Finally he had arrived at the area of the bridges. His journey to this point had been somewhat hectic. A few fights with some lesser devils and some infernal vanguard. It was also worth noting that to get there so fast, he had not only used the extra speed that gave him his devil trigger, but also had combined it with his devil axle. Arriving at the bridge, he forcefully ejected the object that had given him so much trouble in less than 15 minutes. The neo-dimensional generator flew swiftly to a demonic-looking stone head, embedding itself specifically in the statue's mouth. Just like the previous time, the bridge changed direction, giving him access to a new wing of the tower. Moving calmly along the bridge and after descending some spiral staircases as well as crossing through a few doors, the white-haired man reached another bridge. Much wider and longer than the previous bridge. Suddenly he stopped because in the middle of the bridge he could see how a group of suburbia were approaching him. He was about to draw his sword when suddenly he felt how a shiver ran through his body. It was not fear. It was an alert that something was approaching and he was not wrong. Issei could observe how from the other end of the bridge appeared a white lightning of great size that advanced at great speed until it reached the middle of the bridge, destroying the suburbia that crossed its path. After doing that the lightning stopped, revealing a huge wolf with snow-white fur and sapphire blue eyes. The aforementioned wolf was almost the same size as Cerberus and was staring at the boy. After letting out a howl that signaled it was time to hunt, the wolf lunged for the white-haired boy. "So it's my turn to play cat and mouse with a wolf." Stretching his legs. "Fine by me." Drawing his pistols, he began to shoot at the wolf that was already a few meters away from him. Leaping up, he avoided by a few centimeters the wolf's jaws that were threatening to swallow him in one single bite. When he turned around again he found the wolf's jaws being trapped by the animal that when he felt it inside his muzzle tried to close it. The white-haired man on his side tried to prevent the wolf from closing his snout, putting his hands on the roof of his mouth and pushing his feet even more against his tongue. He kept his snout open, otherwise it would be very possible that this slimy place would become his grave, since even today he had never been torn apart piece by piece, so he did not know if his regeneration would save him. And it was better not to try to find out. Finally he managed to escape from the animal's spike, starting to run towards the other end of the bridge to make distance between the wolf and himself, but he barely had a few seconds in which that distance was useful, since the wolf was reaching him extremely fast. Repeating the process over and over again, the white-haired man managed to get the wolf off his back, as well as to shoot it a few times, but these didn't seem to cause too much damage, since the animal didn't even flinch when it felt the bullets entering its body. They were both reaching the center of the bridge when the floor under their feet and paws gave way, cracking rapidly, causing both Issei and the wolf to fall a few floors down, landing in a coliseum of sorts. "I like this more and more. Too bad we don't have an audience to enjoy the show." The white-haired man exclaimed in amusement as his voice echoed around the place. Issei's amusement disappeared when he felt something warm wetting his abdomen. Looking in that direction he could see how he had a deep cut that let out a large amount of blood. Feeling how the wound was closing he focused his gaze on the wolf in front of him. Observing how the front leg of the animal was bathed in blood. That alarmed him since at no time had he seen the wolf attack him. Suddenly and to the white-haired man's surprise, the wolf shortened the distance between them with incredible speed. Instinctively he rolled to one side, avoiding the wolf's sharp claws to reach him. Moving to the opposite side of the arena he stood watching as the wolf turned calmly towards him, running his tongue over his sharp teeth, savoring the mouthful of white hair. Activating his devil trigger along with his devil axle Issei turned into a red lightning bolt, moving at full speed across the arena, being followed by a white lightning bolt, being surprised to see that the wolf could keep up with him without any problems. While he was moving parallel to the wolf, Issei took out his sword because with it, he could cause more damage, and if the case arose, he could use it as a shield to prevent the animal from trying to devour him again. But then something happened. The speed of the wolf increased even more, disappearing from the sight of the white-haired man who was surprised since his eyes were very sharp, but if the wolf could disappear from his sight due to its speed, that meant that this one had a higher speed than his. Devil may cry. Everyone present watched in surprise as the white-haired man slowly began to be surpassed by the wolf that was moving at a higher speed than the boy, even though they could not see the contenders clearly. They could affirm the fact that the wolf was superior in speed because the image of the wolf was much more blurred to their eyes than Issei's. "Ryu-san. That wolf is not a normal one. Is it?" asked Lilith without taking her eyes off the screen. "You're right. That's a legendary wolf. His name is Amarok and within the enemies of the tower. He's without a doubt the most dangerous of all, since his speed and strength are on a completely different level. Even Beowulf, who was Issei's previous opponent, would be defeated by Amarok with relative ease. If Issei intends to win this match, he will have to give everything he has, explained Ryu as he watched the fight. The white-haired man moved laterally, sticking to the edge of the arena, trying to keep his distance, because although he had delivered good attacks to Amarok, Amarok had barely complained from the pain. His best sword attacks he had at his disposal didn't seem to be effective. Not even the starburst stream with the increased speed, thanks to the devil trigger and the devil axle, had given him the advantage in the battle. Moving to the left, the white-haired man evaded a bite from the huge wolf, but was surprised to see Amarok appear from the left side, trying to change direction to avoid being caught and engulfed. He lost his balance, slipping and falling to the ground, rolling to the right, waiting for a bite that never arrived. Getting to his feet as quickly as possible, Issei got on his guard, but then he saw it. In front of him, Amarok was approaching, covered by a violet aura, running at full speed straight towards him. The white-haired man tried to block the wolf's attack, but it was in vain. His block was useless, and he received the wolf's onslaught that hit him with a crushing force, sending him against one of the arena's walls, leaving him embedded in it. At the moment of impact, Issei felt as if a train at full speed had hit him. He could clearly feel how several of his bones were broken, and he was sure he had some internal hemorrhages. Undoubtedly, that attack was a devastating attack. Few people could resist an impact of that caliber. After a few attempts, he managed to free himself from the wall, falling heavily to the ground, waiting a few seconds until his body had healed, standing up while shaking with impotence. He was angry with himself for having been so incredulous. While his power levels made him someone to be feared, it didn't mean he was invincible. And Amarok had proven that to him. But if he wanted to be stronger and get back to his girls, he had to get past the legendary wolf. "I'm not the best. I did all I could, but it wasn't enough. Is this all I am? There must be something else," I thought, full of frustration. "I have to be more powerful." While he was submerged in his frustration, something inside Issei began to awaken. Something that had remained dormant for more than 12 years. Something that could give him the victory, or that would mean his self-destruction. "It's the only way I'll be able to protect Sirachan and the girls. I must be stronger so I can face him and defeat him." Clenching his fists tightly. "I have to be more stronger," Issei exclaimed with all his strength. The strange red-colored aura sprouted from Issei's heart area. It subsequently covered the boy's entire body, and after a few seconds it transformed into a huge flashing pillar of crimson light that illuminated the entire area, and due to the energy that was being released, the area began to shake. Everyone in the tent shuddered because of the aura they were feeling. It was something amazing. "That aura is from Issei-chan," said Seraphil, surprised because despite being so far away from the tower, she could feel perfectly the aura of the white-haired man, almost as if he was by her side. "That's right, Seraphil-sama. This aura that we are feeling right now belongs to Issei, finally waking up your true devil trigger. Congratulations, Issei," said Ryu, thinking this last thing very happy. "Ryu Dono, when would you tell us what is this strange appearance that Issei Dono sometimes adopts?" asked Grafia, intrigued. "I'll tell you when Issei returns, since there is a big difference between seeing him through a screen and seeing him in front of you." Finally, the pillar of light dissipated, revealing Issei's new appearance. It was certainly a demonic appearance, but it was much more intimidating than the appearance he had before with his devil trigger. Issei's new appearance was somewhat strange. His arms and legs gave the impression of being of some reptile, his feet had 3 clawed toes, and his hands, despite keeping his 5 fingers, also possessed claws only smaller compared to the ones on his feet. His head seemed to have pointed edges on his beard, and he had 2 plates. One on each side of his face of red color that separated in the middle of the head, revealing his hair that has a shade of white xenon and ended in cone. His chest had cracks as in the rest of his body. The bottom of his coat was divided into 3 parts, giving it the appearance of insect wings. Issei stared at the wolf that again was covered with a violet aura and rushed towards him, trying to ram him. The boy on his side just stood in the same place, extending his arms to the front, and waited for Amarok to arrive. The moment both contenders met, there was a great release of energy, followed by a powerful shockwave that began to create cracks in the floor, but something incredible happened. Issei, despite receiving the onslaught of the wolf, was only dragged a few meters, but he had succeeded. He had managed to stop the crushing onslaught of Amarok using only his hands. Applying force, the white-haired man began to push back the huge wolf. Separating a few centimeters, he delivered a powerful punch right between the eyes, causing Amarok to move back several meters. Satisfied, he watched as the wolf shook his head. Clear sign that he was stunned. Pulling out rebellion, he prepared to resume his attacks as he felt he was capable of destroying anyone who stood in front of him. Leaping forward, the white-haired man was surprised to find himself just a few centimeters away from Amarok. This fact caught his attention, since the force he had applied in that jump was not to approach so fast. Or at least it was the force he always used in most of his attacks. He had to learn to regulate the strength and speed of this new devil trigger. Unable to stop his advance, he decided to attack with a frontal thrust that Amarok tried to evade by moving to the side, but something strange happened. As he passed with his sword brushing the wolf's skin, he opened a wound of considerable seriousness, causing the animal to let out a deep howl of pain. As a consequence of that wound, Amarok's white fur on the right side of his body began to be tinged with a light shade of crimson, produced by the staining of his own blood. To fix the small problem of out-of-control strength and speed, the white-haired man began to run across the sand, accelerating as fast as his legs could take him, alternating speeds. Changes of direction. Jumps at different distances and different lengths. Once he finished getting used to his new speed, it was time to see how big the increase in strength had been. With his free hand he punched the ground, creating a decent-sized crater as its radius was much larger than the boy's body. So this is my new power. Opening and closing his left hand. I love it. After finishing with the tests, the boy went on the attack as Amarok began to run towards him. When they were about to meet in a head-on collision, both disappeared, causing a powerful wind current. Then it could be seen how multiple impacts echoed throughout the place, accompanied by intense but brief shockwaves that appeared randomly throughout the arena. The released energy began to affect the environment, cracking the walls and cracking the floor. "I can't see anything," said Issei, surprising everyone else present who knew her since she was the one with the sharpest eyes among the Sparda team. "That means that the speed at which they are moving is out of our reach." "But, Ryu-san, can you see anything?" Lilith asked, looking at the blue-haired man, since even if he stared at the screen, he couldn't see anything. "That's right. Although I must say that I'm surprised by the speed Issei has reached," said Ryu while his eyes moved in all directions, implying that he was following Issei and Amarok's movements. "But this isn't the full potential Issei can reach, or is it?" asked Rebecca curiously. "But this transformation, Issei has just scratched the surface of his full power. Although reaching 100% of his full power depends solely and exclusively on himself." At the blue-haired man's statement, everyone froze. The fight they were watching was already on another level. And yet this was what Issei could achieve just by tearing the surface of his power. Issei and Amarok finally appeared. Both of them had their breathing very agitated, but the result of the fight became visible. The legendary wolf had multiple wounds all over its body. Its white fur was now stained with its own blood. Some of the wounds were very deep, being the most remarkable of all the one on its right side that showed the ribs of the animal. But even as injured as he was still standing. But both he and Issei knew that the battle would be decided in the next attack. The wolf again covered his body with a violet aura, but unlike the previous times, the amount of aura was much greater. For his part, Issei covered Rebellion's blade with a reddish energy. Both contenders stared at each other when suddenly they both rushed to finish the fight, meeting in the center of the arena, causing the clash between both energies, causing powerful shockwaves as well as a strong wind that began to whip around the battle site. Both Issei and Amarok pushed with everything they had, since whoever came out the loser of this attack would receive the combined energy of both attacks. It was then that the wolf's hind legs trembled for a second. But that second was enough for the balance to break, allowing the white-haired man to advance and turn, allowing Rebellion's blade to start cutting the wolf right through the middle of its body. Noticing how his sword had already begun to sink into the wolf's body, Issei continued to push with everything he had, feeling how it cut through flesh, nerves and bones. When he stopped feeling resistance to the advance of his sword, the white-haired man stopped. Noticing how in front of him there was nothing, looking back he saw something that would have made anyone's blood run cold. Behind the white-haired man was Amarok's body divided in two, but he also saw how the remains of the deceased wolf began to glow, transforming into a sphere of light that flew to the white-haired man, remaining in front of him. Putting away his sword and deactivating his devil trigger, Issei took the sphere, being covered by a brief glow that disappeared after a few seconds, revealing two very bright silver gauntlets. Its design was similar to that of a wolf, and its fingers looked like the claws of that kind of animal. He could also notice that these were quite thick and a bit heavy, but nothing that would mean a problem for him. Beginning to advance to the exit of the arena, Issei was ready to continue his journey, but suddenly a huge piece of the roof came off, falling directly towards Issei. Watching as the huge debris approached, Issei got into a fighting stance, waiting for the object to enter his range, covering his body in a violet aura. "Crushing Fang!" exclaimed the white-haired man as his right gauntlet impacted against a huge object, pulverizing it with a single blow. "Wow. These gauntlets really have a devastating power." Continuing on his way with a huge grin on his face. Without knowing it, having released all that energy, Issei had awakened a being from its deep sleep that was in the space between dimensions, and that being had focused its attention on the white-haired man, so they would soon meet. VERGIL had finally arrived at the chamber where the seal that Sparda had made to prevent the devils from continuing to reach the human world was located. The chamber itself was somewhat peculiar since on the ceiling there were many demonic-looking stone heads looking down at the floor, and given their position, they gave the impression of watching the Sparda twin. Looking at his surroundings, he saw what was the circular altar that held the seal, with a small pond of water in the center of the altar. As he was approaching the center of the altar, a small tremor caused him to turn around, meeting an angry Beowulf. "I found you, scion of Sparda. I told you I wouldn't forget that putrid stench," Beowulf roared, slowly approaching VERGIL, who, due to the smell of Sparda blood in his veins, thought he was Issei. "You can never run away from me, no matter how fast you run." Taking a leap while unsheathing Yamato, VERGIL evaded Beowulf's attack, staying on the back of the aforementioned, and slowly began to sheath his katana, letting the devil know that he was not the one he was looking for, since he fought differently. "You are not the one I met before. But that smell. Are there two of them? That scum of Sparda had two sons." After saying that a thin vertical and a thin horizontal line appeared in his head. When VERGIL finished sheathing his katana, Beowulf's head fell to the floor. Divided in 4 parts, jumping, the white-haired man got down from the devil's body and watched in amusement as it collapsed on the floor. From the body of Beowulf an orb of white light flew to the right hand of VERGIL, covering the Sparda with a glow that after a few seconds faded, revealing that now his arms were covered by silver gauntlets that radiated light, his legs were covered by boots that had 3 claws where the fingers went, and like the gauntlets these radiated light. Looking at the devil's body, VERGIL approached it, lifting the heavy body as if nothing with an upper, appearing over the body as he delivered a downward kick, splitting the body in 2 as if nothing had happened. After a few minutes of getting used to his new acquisition, VERGIL approached the center of the altar where he took the 2 amulets that belonged to both him and his brother. As he set the amulets down near each other, they rose into the air as they spun around each other, linking with each other like magnets, slowly entering the small pool of water. Unsheathing Yamato, VERGIL prepared to add the final ingredient to break Sparda's seal. Closing his left hand around the blade of his katana. Sliding the weapon down, he made a cut on his left palm, letting the blood gushing from his wound fall into the pond. Dyeing the water a crimson red, cleaning his katana, he resheathed it as the wound on his hand closed, waiting for the seal to be broken. Crushing Fang. Those words echoed in the corridors of the tower, accompanied by strong but brief tremors. The cause of this was Issei with his newly named Bloody Fang, which was what he had named the gauntlets he had obtained from his fight with Amarok, christened under that name in honor of the bloody battle he had had with the now deceased legendary wolf. The reason why he preferred this weapon in that part of the tower was because he had encountered a new kind of enemies. They were a kind of demonic chess pieces of large size that moved by themselves. So far he had only encountered what would become the pawns and bishops, but being made of stone made them a perfect target to be destroyed with Bloody Fang. After destroying the last pawns that were in the place, Issei entered a room where he found another light circuit that he had to complete to get something. But what that something was the surprise. After taking a look and leaving the circuit correctly, the white-haired man could access a small room where he found a small object called orichalcum, and that according to an inscription on the altar where it was, it seemed that it was used to open the door of the judgment chamber where VERGIL was currently located. "Well, I think I got the key," said Issei, putting the orichalcum in his pants pocket and heading back to the door that gave access to the aforementioned chamber. Meanwhile in Devil May Cry the image was lost again. Everyone was getting tired of this problem, since they didn't know who or what could be causing it. But Ryu knew that if the image was lost, it was because the 2 sons of Sparda would face each other again, since in the places where Issei was walking right now there shouldn't be any dangerous enemy. "Why doesn't it work?" exclaimed VERGIL, annoyed to see that the seal had not been broken. Nothing had happened. "What's missing? Is there more blood to spill?" "You look grumpy," said Issei, who after a short walk had reached the chamber, looking at his brother amused. "Issei," hissed VERGIL, preparing to draw Yamato. "So my mother's amulet serves as a key to open the door to the demonic world," said Issei, pointing to the reddish water in the center of the altar. "Little brother, you are a genius. It was originally the key to the demonic world, which was then given to humans as an amulet as a gift," said VERGIL, following Issei's gaze. "Look, the truth is that I don't care. What I was interested in was to find you," pointing at VERGIL with rebellion. "Do you have time to play for a while?" "Why not? After all, we share the same blood and I'll be able to use some of yours to undo the spell Dad cast." Materializing Beowulf, looking at his brother with a huge grin. "You really take blood ties seriously, brother," Issei said, looking at his sword. "If you want it, come and get it." After saying that Issei was about to attack, but he saw how VERGIL disappeared from where he was, instinctively rolling to the side he avoided a downward kick from his brother. "I see you got a new toy, VERGIL. Tell me." Putting away his sword he made Bloody Fang appear in his arms. "What do you think of mine?" It's not bad. But let's see if you know how to use it, brother. Both brothers threw themselves in front of each other, starting an exchange of fists that mostly collided against each other's fists, but the ones that managed to hit the body caused so much damage that would make the toughest guy in the underworld shake his legs, because each one of those blows shattered bones and turned some muscles and organs into mush that, if it wasn't for the regenerative capacity of both, would cause a total failure of their bodies. Moving into Vergil's personal space, Issei delivered an upper to his chin, lifting Vergil up as he tried to connect another punch, but was interrupted by a kick to the face, courtesy of his brother, that displaced him several meters backwards. Before he could react, he met with Vergil's right fist crashing into his face, knocking the boy roughly to the floor. Quickly getting to his feet, Issei moved back into a fighting stance as he spat out some blood that had pooled in his mouth. Both Issei and Vergil stared at each other, both with a grin on their face. Both activated their devil trigger, but unlike other battles in which they have used it on this occasion, they had also activated the zone, made visible as small rays, blue in the case of Vergil and red in the case of Issei, could be seen from the eyes of both. Resuming the battle with fierceness, making the punches and kicks resonate all over the place, any professional fighter who could see that fight would be jealous of the moves that the twins were showing. Punches and kicks thrown from almost impossible positions. Suddenly both brothers found themselves in the center of the camera. Issei evaded a right from Vergil and hit him with a hook in the liver, feeling through the gauntlet how the ribs of the white-haired man in blue were breaking. Again. For his part, Vergil achieved the same result by kicking Issei in the ribs. The fight was pretty even until Issei backed off. Not because he was afraid or anything like that, but because he was planning to try something since the exchange of blows had started. The words Ryu told him during the first months of his training came to his mind. Strike before you are struck. Block while attacking. Attack while blocking. Offense and defense in the same movement, thought the white-haired man while adopting a boxer's stance. So that's the way you want to play, huh? Let's do it then, thought Vergil, imitating his brother. Issei was the first to attack, getting as close as possible to Vergil, while he moved from side to side throwing left and right punches, but for Issei's taste. Those punches that, although were powerful, were slow because Vergil blocked them. No, it has to be faster. Move your head, thought the white-haired man while his speed increased, and therefore the speed of his punches also increased, and the strength of them also seemed to be increasing. I move fast and alternate my weight. And with the strength of swinging from side to side, I throw punches from both sides. I move fast and alternate my weight. And with the strength of swinging from side to side, I throw punches from both sides. I move fast and I alternate my weight. And with the strength of swinging from side to side, I throw punches from both sides. The relentless flurry of blows eventually broke Vergil's guard, leaving the way clear for Issei to strike directly at his brother's head with a force that would have taken off the head of a normal opponent. After countless punches, Issei threw a powerful left hook straight into Vergil's 100, knocking him down with crushing force. Seeing his brother lying on the ground, he stepped back. As from now on they would start fighting in earnest. Although he had to say that the combination of blows he had made at the end had pleased him. It was certainly an attack he would add to his varied repertoire of attacks. I see you've gotten stronger since our last encounter, Issei. Vergil said as he stood up and thundered his neck, putting Beowulf away as he moved into position to draw his katana. I guess it's time for us to fight for real, said Issei as he put Bloody Fang away and took out Rebellion. Issei was the first to attack, advancing with his stinger. He reduced the distance with Vergil, trying to pierce his chest at the first opportunity. On his side, Vergil drew Yamato, creating a kind of void between him and his brother. From that void, multiple waves of sharp wind began to advance in a straight line, forcing Issei to move to the side to avoid them. Although many thought that Issei was at a disadvantage by being forced to evade the attack, the truth is that this time he was able to clearly see all the cuts that Vergil had launched when creating that vacuum, unlike in his first fight where he could only see some of them. After that salute, both brothers launched themselves towards the front, apparently disappearing as the multiple sparks and sounds of metal against metal indicated that they were still there. The sparks appeared randomly through the chamber, and in a few moments the clear figures of Issei and Vergil could be seen continuing their fight with a huge smile on their faces, as few enemies were forcing them to exploit their full potential, and they were both fighting to know which brother was the best. But being so focused on their battle, they did not notice something that was beginning to take its toll on them. The continuous use of their devil trigger in addition to the zone, and this while allowing them to deploy overwhelming power, had a significant setback on the user, and their muscles were fatigued in an extreme way to such a degree that their regeneration was not enough to compensate for the wear, but it was a fair price as it could well reduce their lifespan. Ignoring this fact, the Sparda twins continued their fight without any rest. Sweeping the ground with his leg, Issei forced Virgil to leap, catching him with a thrust to the stomach, and without withdrawing the blade, used it as a hook to lure his brother straight into the ground, crashing him down hard. Virgil got to his feet as fast as possible, but in doing so he was surprised by Issei, who started to fit a large number of powerful and fast thrusts into his torso, forcing him back, but something else happened. His devil trigger as well as his zone were deactivated. His body could no longer maintain the combination of these two states for the moment. He would have to have a good rest in order to be back at his 100%. So you too, huh? Said Issei, breathing heavily. Well, just like his brother, both his devil trigger as well as his zone were deactivated. But even though those two elements were no longer active, both resumed their fight, splashing their blood on the altar that held the seal. Suddenly they felt an object approaching. To destroy it, Issei gave it a horizontal cut, while Virgil gave it a vertical cut, dividing the object in 4 parts. Observing that the object was nothing more and nothing less than a missile. Looking to the side, they saw Lady looking at them with a face of few friends. "I'm sorry, but this combat is not for girls. Go away," said Issei as he was about to resume the fight with Virgil. "Shut your mouth." Firing another missile towards the Sparda twins, who simply continued with their fight without paying attention to him. Seeing herself ignored, the girl also wanted to join the fight. Attacking with the bayonet of her weapon, she broke the clash of swords between Issei and Virgil. Virgil attacked Lady with an upward slash that was enough to send her flying, jumping towards her with the intention of splitting her in two when she fell to the ground. The girl managed to block the attack with difficulty, hoping that her weapon would resist the attacker's attack. "It was you who forced him to," said Lady, trying to prevent Virgil's katana from breaking her weapon in two, and therefore her as well. "Do you think so?" interrogated Virgil. "Poor stupid girl." Deflecting an attack from Issei, losing interest in Lady to continue fighting with her brother, leaving the girl as a mere spectator of the fight. Both twins gave each other a strong horizontal cut that made them fall back, leaving them with one knee on the ground due to exhaustion. Plaff 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 plaff. Someone was approaching and applauding as he observed the situation on the spot. "Bravo, bravo," Jester said in amusement. "Never in my wildest dreams did I think things would turn out this well. You've been very good." "You again," hissed Issei. Lady tried to aim at the Harlequin, but he was already holding his gun. "You've been a bad girl, Mary," said Jester as he snatched the gun from her hands and sent her flying, and then she fell heavily on the ground. "If you do it again, Daddy will have to hit you in the ass. Jester will have to hit you all. And it will hurt," sang the Harlequin cheerfully. "Clown of shit. I don't know where you came from, but I do know you're no good here." Attacking Jester with a downward slash, but the Harlequin caught Yamato's blade in his hands as if it were nothing. "Buff, that was close. But of course, you've taken too much punishment today, haven't you, Virgil?" Jester asked amused. "If you'd been in top form, I'd be a buffoon's mincemeat by now." "Damn you," said Virgil wearily. "You have been defeated," said Jester in a voice extremely familiar to Virgil, who upon looking to where the aforementioned was, found the deceased Arkham. "Because you underestimated the power of the humans." "What's going on?" asked Lady, shocked to see her father, who was supposed to be dead. "Ah, so innocent, pure and well-meaning like his mother. So easy to control," said Arkham as if it was nothing. "Son of a bitch," exclaimed Lady, trying to point at her father, but she was quickly grabbed by the head by Arkham, who had resumed his role as Jester. It looked like he would be switching between the two personalities. "I'm going to have to put you face to the wall, sweetheart," whacking the lady's head against the floor, leaving her quite stunned. "Do you want to know why you couldn't break the spell?" Looking at Virgil. "You had the 2 amulets and the blood of Sparda. You weren't supposed to lack anything to free the evil. I told you before. 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 It pisses me off when someone plays smart and it's not me," said Issei while he started to shoot at Jester. But Jester evaded the bullets as if nothing happened. "You're wounded and exhausted. Now even I can." Appearing over Issei, kicking him in the face, making him fall heavily to the ground. "Give you a beating." Changing to his Arkham appearance. "The 2 amulets. Sparda's blood, I only lack 1 key." Taking Lady's weapon, approaching the aforementioned. He sacrificed 2 elements to neutralize the tremendous power of this tower. His own blood and immortal priestess. Crossing Lady's thigh with the bayonet of his own weapon. Letting the girl's blood fall on the altar. "He needed you, for through your veins flows his very blood. Sparda's spell cannot be broken without it." Removing the weapon from his daughter's thigh, he transformed himself back into Jester. It has not been an easy task, as you can imagine. If any of you had died before arriving here, my plan would have gone to waste. Jester explained. I had to face you against each other so that you would lose your strength, but at the same time I had to guide you to this place and make sure you would arrive alive. I even had to disguise myself as a Mamaracho," pointing to her clothes. "Happy dreams, Mary, now you will be able to visit your dear mother," starting to laugh loudly. But the quick movement lady stood up and snatched her gun from her father, aiming it at him without thinking about it. "Test me," challenged the girl. Jester felt Issei and Virgil put their respective swords in his back. "It's time for the clowns to leave the center ring," said Virgil seriously. "Show's over, buddy," completed Issei. "Impressive. I could expect nothing less from the lineage of the legendary demon," praised Arkham. "But I'm afraid you're forgetting something, Virgil. The spell is broken. Can you imagine what's about to happen?" he asked with a slight smile. "The reign of chaos begins." After saying that, the whole place began to tremble, the demonic statues that made up the ceiling retreated to the sides, and the thin white lines that formed the design of the altar were dyed red as the altar itself began to rise upwards. Sweeping the floor with one leg, Arkham knocked down his 3 opponents, throwing them off the altar as he watched them from above. "Wait a little longer and you will behold the birth of a new god. I will get the power of Sparda," Arkham exclaimed as he continued to rise with the help of the altar, which as it ascended, began to alter the geography of the upper levels of the tower. Due to the tremors, the ground beneath Virgil gave way and caused him to fall to the top levels of the tower, which neither he nor Issei had visited so far, but as he fell he left behind a rather valuable item. Normally Virgil would have been able to avoid falling, but when Arkham sent him off the altar, he hit his head and was knocked unconscious. In Lady's case it was more or less the same. The ground beneath her feet gave way, but as she was about to fall she was caught by Issei. It had already been a few minutes since Arkham had reached the top of the tower. On their side both Issei and Lady were looking up, trying to make out how high the altar was, and therefore where Arkham was. "Are you going to go get him?" Issei asked seriously. "Yes, I must end his life." "Well, forget that idea, because you're no match for him." "That doesn't matter, I must do it. I had the chance to stop him before, but I didn't. I am to blame for what is happening," said Lady reflecting on her past actions. "The fault?" Issei asked curiously. "You're not the one who started it." "But it's my father. Besides, if I don't intervene, who will?" Shooting the bayonet of his gun that turned out to be something like a hook that remained clinging to a statue that was several meters above. "You're a demon, you'd never understand." Activating a kind of button that helped him to climb up quickly, leaving Issei alone in the place. "I know something about parents and relatives, relax," Issei murmured looking at the hole through which his brother had fallen, turning his eyes upwards. "I'll go too, but you'd better hurry if you don't want me to take all the credit," he said. Issei was about to resume his journey when suddenly everything around him became dark. He recognized that darkness. It was Ristia's Palace of Darkness. He was not mistaken. In front of the Palace of Darkness he had fallen. He was not mistaken. In front of him stood Ristia with a face that did not exactly reflect happiness. "Ristia. This is not necessary," said the white-haired man who was trapped inside the Palace of Darkness. "Are you still going to go through with it?" asked the spirit girl, quite angry. "Why are you so angry?" "I'm angry because you forced me to rest since I was hurt and tired. But you, Issei Sparda. You haven't stopped to rest at any time. You have suffered enough punishment and yet you have kept going, even you can't ignore the damage forever," said the girl while she forced the white-haired man to lie down on the floor, resting his head on her thighs. Seeing that the girl would not change her mind, he opted to rest even for a while since, even if he denied it, he was quite tired due to the fact that he had been forced to exceed his limits over and over again throughout his journey through the tower. Ristia contemplated Issei's face that had his eyes closed, and although it was obvious that he was resting, it could be seen that the boy seemed to be thinking about something. "What are you thinking about?" stroking the boy's hair. "Well, as you already saw my memories and you may have seen it. So I was thinking of starting to look for people to put together a backup team, so to speak," answered Issei. "And I was thinking of 2 candidates for that team. Although nobody would expect me to consider them since one of them with the passing of time created a false image around her. Maybe for personal protection or to protect someone else. At the time even I was fooled by her, but until a few days ago I noticed something I had overlooked. Although I think you get the idea of who I'm referring to. And the other person you are considering. Regarding that person I was thinking for a long time about what to do with her since she has talent, but in her current situation, that talent is being wasted since she doesn't follow a proper training regimen for her fighting style," Issei explained. "But how will you get those 2 people to agree?" asked Ristia as images of the people in question formed in her mind. "I have my methods to achieve my goals. I can be quite persuasive at certain times," said the white-haired man in amusement. Later in the day. "Time to move on," said the white-haired man as he cracked his neck. Issei and Ristia were about to continue on their way, but then a faint glow caught the boy's attention. "Is something wrong?" asked Ristia, observing how the white-haired man approached the place where the ground had collapsed, leaving a hole that led to a freefall of more than 100 meters vertically. Lying at the edge of the hole were a pair of gauntlets and a pair of metallic boots that radiated small amounts of light. "I can feel the soul of Beowulf is this devil arm," said Ristia as she ran one of her hands along the outline of one of the gauntlets. "Virgil was wearing this demon arm, so he must have dispatched that bastard. At least it's one less enemy to worry about," said the white-haired man as he put on his boots and gauntlets. Throwing a few quick punches and kicks into the air to test how his body felt while carrying this new weapon. After checking that there was no problem using the demon arm, he continued on his way in the company of Ristia. Passing through a door, he was met with a pleasant surprise. "What the hell?" the white-haired man asked, scratching his head in confusion. What was supposed to be the path by which he had arrived at the judgment chamber was now a totally different scenario. It seems that by breaking the seal, that Arkham guy caused the infrastructure of the tower to change corridors and rooms, said Ristia, analyzing the situation because in front of them there was an elevator of sorts. They both entered the elevator and began to ascend. Once at the top, they observed how they had returned to the place where the entrance to the calcareous cave was located, and it was also the place where Issei had found Spiral. Entering through a crack in one of the walls, they continued their advance, walking through corridors that had some parts familiar to Issei, but there were others that he didn't remember visiting. On their way, they encountered some pride and lust, which to Issei and Ristia's amusement, these enemies had not yet learned that no matter their numbers, they stood no chance against the boy and his companion. With overwhelming speed and power, they ripped through the enemies they had encountered. After going through several corridors and rooms, they arrived at the place where the wagons that led to the place where Issei had fought against Beowulf were, but when they crossed the doors that were supposed to lead to the torture chamber, they could see that the torture chamber was nowhere to be found. Instead, there was what seemed to be some sort of battle rooms, since inside them were the demonic chess pieces, and it seemed that the knight pieces had appeared. "To continue advancing, we will have to fight," said Ristia as she prepared to enter and fight, but was stopped by Issei. "We don't need to fight," said Issei, smiling mischievously. "And how do you intend for us to go on?" asked the girl, observing how the white-haired man made Bloody Fang appear. "With this crushing fang," exclaimed the white-haired man, beginning to smash through wall after wall, smashing everything he came across, including the chess pieces that didn't even have time to engage in combat. Aiding his shattering demon arm, the boy wiped his hands with a smile on his face. "We can go on now. In some cases, doing that would be considered cheating," Ristia muttered. "No one has said that doing this is against the rules," Issei replied as he continued on his way. Passing through a door of smaller size compared to the others she had passed through, she found herself in the place where she had completed her first light circuit. Due to the destruction present in the place, there was not much to choose from to form a path, and the only apparent exit from that place was another door that was somewhat hidden due to the large debris around it. Entering through that door, Issei and Ristia found themselves in the underground spring. Apparently this was the least affected area they had visited, since everything was still in its place. At least as far as Issei remembered, since there were also his dear friends Enigma, who upon detecting the couple, started to prepare their arrows to shoot them directly at Issei and Ristia. Issei started to aim his pistols at them, but when he was about to pull the trigger, he gave up the idea because it was a waste of time. Putting away his weapons, he started to move forward, since in the distance he could see a kind of portal, and in his current situation, what was the worst that could happen? Crossing the portal at full speed, the white-haired man and his companion appeared in a place somewhat familiar to the boy. It was that Striptease place that was totally destroyed. That place was directly facing the entrance of the tower. Because of this, Issei ran out of the place towards the tower at full speed. But in his haste, he forgot that Ristia was accompanying him, and with the speed at which he was running, he left her behind. When he was about to reach the entrance of the tower, the white-haired man saw a lady's motorcycle fall directly to the ground. Using Cerberus while jumping, the white-haired man approached the vehicle. Climbing onto the motorcycle skillfully, breaking the laws of physics, he began to ascend the outer wall of the tower at full speed. Demonstrating great skill in driving that vehicle, he began to evade the enormous debris that was falling from the tower and threatened to hit him. Suddenly, a huge part of the tower's facade broke off, falling directly towards Issei, who, upon seeing this, accelerated at full speed, managing to overcome the obstacle. "This is the best," exclaimed the white-haired man, amused, while he rode his motorcycle towards an opening left by the piece of the facade when it fell off. But from that opening, a group of 10 suburbia jumped directly towards the boy, with their scythes ready for combat. The white-haired man made his way through them by using the motorcycle as if it were a weapon for combat, holding the vehicle by a part of the steering wheel, turning on itself and crushing the suburbia, thanks to the weight of his weapon. After having finished with his enemies, the Pella Blanco landed in the opening. Suddenly the motorcycle began to emit lightning, and after a few seconds it exploded, leaving as the only trace of its existence the steering wheel that remained in the hands of Issei, who, seeing the result of the explosion, simply threw the steering wheel to one side. When he was about to continue his trip, he felt someone pulling his cheeks from behind his back. "Issei, you're bad. You forgot about me," shrieked Ristia, pulling the white-haired man's cheeks with force. With a brief struggle, the white-haired man managed to get the angry girl off his back while he rubbed his cheeks that, although they didn't hurt, they were numb. "I'm sorry, Ristia, but I got too excited doing this, but I also know that time is running out. Besides, we have company," answered the white-haired man as he turned around, observing how in front of him were two creatures similar in appearance to an angel, but unlike the ones that belonged to the Heaven faction, these had their white wings surrounding their body as if they were a shield. They only had one hand in sight, and in this one they wielded a kind of energy spear. "Fallen angels," said Ristia seriously. "Anything I should be careful of?" asked the white-haired man as he pulled out Rebellion. "In broad outline, there is nothing remarkable. You just have to remove their feathers and then they will become very fragile." At Ristia's answer, the white-haired man gave a mischievous smile, as the method to defeat these enemies was not too complicated, but since they were in a hurry, he would go all out from the start. Activating the zone, the white-haired man began his attack. In just a few seconds he was at the height of his opponents and wrapped them in a cyclone of cuts that cut and tore the body of the fallen angels, who could only give great screams of pain. After a few seconds the ferocious attack stopped. Issei appeared at Ristia's side guarding his sword. When he finished guarding it, the enemies in front of him disintegrated into thousands of pieces. Issei and Ristia continued to enter through a door that was at the end of that place, but when they entered they found a group of enormous spiders. "You again," said the white-haired man as he prepared to draw his sword, but was stopped by Ristia. "Wait, Ice. Let me do something since you've been doing it by yourself for a long time now," said the girl while drawing her own sword. "Alright." Ristia began her attack with grace and elegance, blocking her enemy's attacks and connecting her own with great precision. Issei had to admit that in terms of swordsmanship perfection, Ristia was much better than him, since she attacked on accurate points of the opponent's body, while he on the other hand, attacked trying to destroy the opponent, and attacks of that kind took longer to be performed. While he was immersed in his thoughts, the girl had already finished with the spiders, and unlike when he had faced the spiders, the bodies of these were in a better state, within their state of death. After that small combat they arrived to some stairs that led to a kind of elevator that was closed, and to open it, they needed some kind of object. To their left there were other stairs that led to a yellow door extremely familiar to the white-haired man. When they passed through it, they found themselves in the place where the body of the dead Leviathan had fallen, and on one of the walls, there was still the word "Welcome" written in blood by Arkham himself. Just thinking about that bold man annoyed Issei. In a corner of that place there was another one of those wheels that looked like the rudder of a ship. Without thinking twice the boy activated that peculiar mechanism that always gave him a surprise, because he didn't know what he could have activated with those mechanisms. Suddenly a loud sound began to be heard, accompanied by slight tremors. "It sounds as if some kind of gear was being set in motion," said the boy, trying to guess what had activated it this time. They both returned to where the elevator was located, where they examined the slot where they had to insert the object that would open the elevator door. "We need the gem or a halcyon. But surely the one you used in the judgment chamber must have broken. If I remember correctly, there must be 3 fragments in the tower that when joined together will form a new gem, and with that we will open the door," said Ristia while he saw how Issei was preparing to run out of the elevator. The boy gave Ristia a chronometer that no one knew where he had taken it from. "You stay here. Lest some idiot beats us to the elevator and we have to keep going up on foot. And if you can take my time," said the boy before running off at full speed. Upon returning to the room where Ristia had fought with the spiders, the white-haired man found another mechanism in the shape of a rudder, but this one had the peculiarity that it had 3 sections of a different color each one. When activating the mechanism it began to rotate, leaving the green area at the bottom of the tower. Then the tower began to shake strongly. It seemed as if the entire tower was spinning. Also the door that had the same pattern of sections of different color rotated according to the one that had turned the mechanism, indicating that the door now led to a different place. After crossing the door, the white-haired man came to an area of gears turning at different speeds. Taking a closer look at the place, he found another rudder-type mechanism in addition to a door. As a first choice he went towards the door, as he was itching with curiosity about what he might find from the other, but, "Oh please. This looks more and more like Indiana Jones," exclaimed the boy as he saw that in the hallway in front of him, there were huge blades swinging back and forth in a pendulum-like fashion, appearing and disappearing in the walls. Using his quicksilver, the boy stopped the passage of time and advanced as fast as possible to the end of the corridor, where he found a fragment of orichalcum. "One down. 2 to go," said the boy as he put the shard in his pants pocket. After putting the shard away, he returned to the gear room where he activated the rudder-like mechanism, causing the tower to shake again, opening the way to another wing of the Team Nigru. Entering through the 3-colored door, he advanced through a dangerous corridor that had pillars with extremely sharp saws, placed horizontally and vertically along the corridor. Advancing very carefully, he reached the end of the corridor where on one side there was another mechanism to turn the tower and a door. Entering through the latter, the boy found himself in the same room where he had gotten the ambrosia that unlocked the entrance to the opera where Ristia was. In that same place he found the second fragment of orichalcum. Quickly returned to the previous corridor where he activated the mechanism, making the tower turn for the 3rd time. The new path he had unlocked led him to where once was the waterfall that led to the limestone cave, but now there was nothing. Just a stone path that remained attached to the tower and gave the impression that at any moment it would fall down. Entering through a huge door, the boy came to a kind of corridor that seemed to descend to a certain point and that also seemed to become narrower as he approached the end of the corridor. As in the previous corridor, there were pillars with saws. "If I fall on one of those pillars, it won't be pretty," muttered the white-haired man, observing how a peculiar and inoffensive violet-colored smoke floated over those pillars. Issei recognized that smoke easily. It was the form adopted by the Soul Eater to go unnoticed by their targets, but that would not work with him, since he already knew the trick of these enemies. Without paying any attention to them, he advanced to the end of the narrow corridor where he found the last fragment of orichalcum. After having obtained the last fragment, the white-haired man returned at full speed to Ristia. "What was my time?" Issei asked, catching his breath. "-4 minutes 32 seconds. Answered the girl as she handed the stopwatch to Issei, who in turn handed her the 3 fragments of orichalcum. After placing the 3 fragments in the slot of the elevator door, it opened, allowing them to access the mentioned elevator that once it had Issei and Ristia inside began to ascend. Top of the Team Nigru. Arkham looked at the sky as if he was waiting for something. He pulls the strings that make us dance to the tune of madness. We happily abandon ourselves to the lost and the damned, we plunge into the darkness and putrid filth of the world. Arkham was reciting a kind of diabolical chant, and as he recited it, the statues around him began to move, adopting the forms and functions of a bell. We rush, hour after hour, into the abyss of avarice, and our indolent descent is slow but sure. Let sin invade the world. Sloth, gluttony, greed, envy, lust, anger, pride, exclaimed Arkham as the bells began to ring loudly. A bell of chaos tolling with the desires of mankind. As the chanting continued, the clouds in the sky began to swirl, forming something resembling a hurricane of sorts, swirling just above where Arkham stood. The sealed door of the devil world will be opened at last, after 2,000 years. Destruction. Death. Despair. A strange portal opened in the center of the rapidly rotating clouds, revealing a kind of reddish sky. Let your instincts guide you. Drown this world in terror. May Team Nigru, whose name is enough to fill hearts with fear, subdue mankind. Arkham's eyes took on a different color each. The right one glowed blue, while the left one glowed red as a pillar of crimson light covered his body. Then I will become the lord and master of this wasteland, the pandemonium. The demonic power that Sparda imprisoned will be mine. Exclaimed the man, who began to rise in the direction of the portal he had opened in the sky. Moments ago. Devil May Cry. Brysan. Why do several of the enemies Issei Kun has faced refer to themselves as devils if their race is devils? Asked Venelana curiously. That is due to something that may be somewhat offensive to those present in this room, except for a certain number of people. Answered the blue-haired man, intriguing those present. And what is this something? Issei's enemies refer to themselves as devils because for those of us who come from the demonic world, we are the real devils, and to be confused with the devils that belong to the 3 factions is considered an offense since, no offense, they are only children pretending to be great and fearsome. But if they had to face the hordes that await in our world, they would be exterminated, and to avoid confusion we introduce ourselves to the factions as devils. Just as the blue-haired man had said, his answer offended almost everyone present as they were literally told that everything they had done in the past, all those battles, even the stories of their clans were not worth enough to be considered true demons. And who are the people who would not be offended by the explanation? Lord Grimmery asked a bit angrily. They? Ryu answered, pointing to Lilith and the others. Avoiding pointing to Seraphil since Issei had told him not to reveal that the brunette was his queen because it was a surprise to everyone. And why just them? It's only them because they are Issei's servants. Therefore they are the servants of someone who, although he is young, he is a real demon. The blue-haired man was about to continue with the explanation when suddenly the image of Issei advancing together with Ristia was lost, followed by that strange fact a strange wave of energy was perceived by all those present. They quickly left the tent from where they could observe in amazement how in the distance in the sky a strange reddish-colored portal had opened. "It can't be," exclaimed Ryu nervously. "Ryu-san, is something wrong?" asked Lilith, a little nervous about the reaction of the bluebell who was characterized for never being nervous about anything. "That portal. That leads to the demonic world. If that one has opened, it will be a matter of time before enemies of a very high level enter the human world, and I'm afraid that if that happens, none of us here will have a chance," answered the bluebell while he prayed with all his heart that he would not enter the human world, since currently no one was his equal. He would even sweep the floor with Issei with great ease. But Issei? What the hell? Asked the boy as he watched his body switch between his human appearance and his devil trigger. "This feeling. The devil world," exclaimed Ristia looking up, staring at the ceiling. As if she could see something through it. "Are you telling me that bastard already opened the portal?" Receiving an affirmation from the girl. "Then. We must hurry the passage. But this damn special lock blocks the door behind," said the boy a bit annoyed, observing a kind of lock that required two special keys. One had the shape of a sun and the other a shape of a moon. "I know where those keys are. But we must hurry," said Ristia, who began to run to where one of the keys was supposedly located. After going through a few rooms they arrived to where it was supposed to be. That place was the same where Issei had used a rectangular platform, activating the same mechanism that on that occasion, the white-haired man made a steel ball descend that was held by a thick chain of the same material. "Can you break it, Ice?" asked Ristia. "Of course," answered the boy, who activated his devil bringer, making his spectral hand grow, and began to squeeze the steel ball that due to the pressure exerted by the enormous hand broke as if it were made of glass. After the steel ball broke, the walls on one side of the room were pushed aside, revealing a small hidden space where there was a kind of altar that had an object that shone. "This is the golden sun, one of the keys to that door," Ristia clarified as Issei put the object in one of the inner pockets of his trench coat. "Where is the missing key?" "Huh?" Curious, he could see how behind them a new demonic chess piece had appeared. By its shape he could see that it was the rook piece. "I'm sorry, but I don't have time to waste with you." Transforming his left arm into his cannon destroyer, locking onto the target, he fired a powerful torrent of red-hot energy that struck his enemies full force, disintegrating them with overwhelming force. A few minutes later. "The steel balls again?" Issei asked, observing how after activating a pair of rudder-like mechanisms, two steel balls identical to the one he had broken in the room where he had obtained the golden sun had descended. But now the answer is quite clear. "We must make these spheres collide with enough force to shatter each other on impact." Issei and Ristia hit the steel balls hard at the same time, causing them to collide with each other, causing a great roar, shattering into thousands of pieces. When both steel balls broke a small passage that was blocked by some bars, at the end of that passage was the onyx moon. With this they already had the two keys, but when they were about to return to the place where the lock was they ran into a pair of fallen angels. They had a very brief combat with them since they were in such a hurry that they did not have time to waste it with that kind of enemies. After placing both keys the door opened, letting them pass, but when they crossed through the door, they found themselves in the place where Issei had defeated Cerberus, but the place was several floors higher than the white-haired man remembered. After touring places that the white-haired man had visited during his first hours in the tower, they arrived at what looked like a library, and there was someone quite familiar to Issei. Leaning on one of the bookshelves was Lady, who was panting heavily trying to catch her breath. "Are you tired? Then step aside, I'll take care of this," said the white-haired man passing by Lady's side. "No, you get out of the way," exclaimed Lady pointing at Issei's back. Quickly the white-haired man turned around, grabbing the girl's gun trying to push her away, but as a reflex Lady fired, the shot hit Issei's abdomen, who didn't complain when he felt the bullet go through him from side to side. "I already told you, you won't be able to. Don't you understand?" asked the boy looking seriously at Lady. "This is not a task for a human. It's you who doesn't understand. It's you who doesn't understand. Common sense has nothing to do with this. It doesn't matter that I am human and you are a demon. I will never be able to forgive him," said the girl trying to push the white-haired man. "My spirit cries out for me to kill him." With great ease the white-haired man snatched his gun from her. "I don't need any more reasons to continue with my mission." The girl approached to a bookcase where she had her large gun resting, throwing it on her back she prepared to continue on her way. "Besides, this is a family matter. Don't meddle with it." "Okay, my lady, I get it," said Issei, calling Lady's attention. "What happens is that I can't stand still and contemplate the spectacle. It has touched my nose too." Throwing the gun he had moments before taken away from the girl's feet, taking out ebony and ivory. Now you better step aside or the consequences will be painful. The white-haired man looked sideways at Ristia, who understood the message. Alright. I will not intervene in the combat, said Ristia as she spread her wings and hovered near the roof of the library. As you wish, said Lady, pointing her missile launcher at the white-haired man. Anyway, I was planning to kill all the demons. You included. Shooting a missile at the white-haired man. The white-haired man backflipped and evaded the missile, which continued straight ahead until it hit a bookcase that was completely destroyed by the explosion. Although he understood Lady's motivation, this battle was like a game for him, since the girl could not even dream of defeating him, since she lacked the power to defeat him. Closing the distance with the girl, the white-haired man put away his pistols and summoned Beowulf, beginning to launch multiple left blows, forcing Lady to go on the defensive. The girl knew that in physical areas she would lose because she didn't have enough strength to resist that kind of blows, so she used her missile launcher to add some more toughness to her defense. Although the boy could destroy her very easily, he only limited himself to hit Lady's weapon, since the fact of holding that weapon and withstand her punches would finish with the strength of her feminine arms. Even so, he had to admit that the girl's defense was quite solid. She could stop blows from any normal opponent. But he wasn't exactly normal. So you're not going to let him hit you in the face, are you? Thought Issei as he saw that the girl's defense was concentrated on protecting her face and upper chest. You're pretty tough. But when you hit the target over and over again, the hits are piling up. But the left triple punch, he broke the girl's defense, but when he was about to deliver a right to her chin, he had to back up, evading a high kick from the girl that was looking for his head. Nice surprise, but with an incredible speed he closed the distance with the girl again, delivering a powerful blow in the pit of her stomach, knocking all the air out of her at once, sending her flying as he went through 3 bookcases in a row. When he hit the 4th bookcase, his momentum ended. Leaning on the bookcase, he stood up, taking out one of his pistols. He began to shoot at the white-haired man. Without any success, since all the bullets passed far away from where Issei was walking towards him as if nothing had happened. He had even put away his weapons. Finally, the cartridge of the girl's pistol was finished. The boy leaned on the bookcase that for the moment was Lady's support point, being extremely close to the girl's face. I'll take care of him, said Issei while the girl averted her gaze, seeing that the boy separated from her, since he knew she was uncomfortable with the current situation. Why are you so interested in this matter? Because it was my father who started it all by sealing the entrance between the worlds, and my brother, who wants to break the spell and turn the earth into Hellville. Issei explained. For me it is also a family matter. If I am honest, I didn't give a damn about this matter at first, but after meeting Ristia. Looking at the spirit girl who was now by his side. And now, thanks to you, I know what I must do and why. Then Issei and Ristia started to head towards the door that led to the next floor. Stop, called Lady, making the couple stop. Trust me, I'll fix everything. It's what my heart tells me, answered the white-haired man, pointing his thumb at his chest, but to his surprise, Lady handed him her missile launcher. When he received it, he saw that it had a copper plate that read Kalanan. Here, use this, said the brunette. How much will it cost me? Asked a white-haired man, a little disinterested in the price of the weapon, because his investments and missions were beginning to pay off. Fruits reflected in the size of his bank account. Just tell me your name, Lady asked. Issei Sparda. So you're that famous hunter I've heard so much about. The girl murmured in surprise, handing the weapon to the white-haired man. Ristia, it's time to go, said the white-haired man, putting the weapon on his shoulder. Yes, answered the girl. Issei, said the girl. Please, release my father's soul, she asked with a broken voice. I will, lady, answered the white-haired man. By the way, you'd better leave this place because things will get ugly. Another day we'll meet, visit my store, it's called Devil May Cry. You'll find it easily, finished the boy before continuing on his way. Goodbye, said Ristia, and then followed the steps of the white-haired man. After they both left, Lady began to cry, lamenting for being so weak and losing to the white-haired man, since it was evident that he had only played with her. Outside the room, the Princess of Darkness noticed the serious and determined gaze of the white-haired man, because she knew that was what he wanted to do. Demon world. The atmosphere was very strange. No point of comparison with the human world. Not even the underworld resembled this world. The sky was black as the eternal darkness, and the ground that was several meters below where Arkham was standing was violet. In front of the man was a buried sword. As he looked at it, his smile grew, as that sword once belonged to the legendary Dark Knight. Arkham brought the medallions of Issei and Virgil close to the sword. As he did so, they began to vibrate. After a few seconds, they attached to the blade of the sword, which began to emanate a very powerful violet aura. Finally it was theirs. The sword force edge that contained the power that Sparda lost when sealing the door between the worlds. With Issei, After having passed through a strange room where he had to jump on some moving cubes in order to ascend, the white-haired man and Ristia had arrived at the room of the three trials, where he had previously obtained the weapon Artemis. The place was practically deserted. Examining the paths he could follow, there was only one that was in condition, and it was the path that led to the wisdom test. Once inside, he followed the path he had used the first time, but to his surprise, after entering through the path that had 4 gems, he found himself in a path that belonged to the skill test. The spears that emerged from the walls, floor and ceiling indicated that both Issei and Ristia began to advance through the deadly corridor with great skill. After having reached the end, they went out through an opening that led to a part of the tower that was outdoors, where there was a kind of circular platform to be able to jump with greater force. Once they used the platform, they entered through a door that behind it there was a new class of devils that Ristia identified as Abyss, who was a devil of high rank in the ranks of the demonic world, and they had well earned that rank, since their ability with their side also had the ability to get under the ground and appear at Issei's feet. But even so, it should not be forgotten that next to Issei, who had the power of Sparda, was the second best student of his father, this combination was much more dangerous and powerful than the Abyss, so they had no major problems to eliminate them. Right now they found themselves in a somewhat peculiar room. Peculiar in design, with a lot of illumination. But what was striking was the large number of marks on the floor, walls and ceiling. It seemed as if multiple sharp objects had been buried over and over again in those places. "Princess of Darkness, son of Sparda," said a man who appeared to be about 25 years old, of slim build, black hair and eyes, dressed in a camouflage forest suit, with 4 swords stored in holsters on his back and a bow slung on one of his shoulders. "And who are you?" asked a white-haired man, curious since he had never seen this guy before. "I am Alexander Belphegor. He is a hunter of the demonic world and a coward. He had a bad reputation because as soon as he felt threatened by his prey he immediately fled. A long time ago he challenged me, but I ended up sweeping the floor with him," said Ristia, explaining who the guy was. "I still haven't forgotten that humiliation. And for that you will pay with your lives," Belphegor exclaimed as he disappeared from the place. Then a rain of magical arrows began to fall on Issei and Ristia, who moved with speed, evading the arrows as fast as possible. Suddenly an object bigger than an arrow whistled past Ristia's right arm, causing a deep cut. On his side, the white-haired man managed to block 2 other objects of the same size. Although they had been launched at great speed, he had managed to distinguish the objects. They were 2 swords. "I hope you like my swords of victory." Belphegor's voice echoed throughout the room, followed by another shower of arrows that were increasing in number and speed. Issei backed up to Ristia, who due to the wound on her arm, was having a hard time evading the arrows. It was at that moment that the girl received 2 cuts on her calves, making her fall to her knees, gritting her teeth not to scream in pain. She wouldn't give that pleasure to the wretched Belphegor. "Damn. If I don't manage to find him, he'll continue to play target shooting with us," thought Issei. Even if the enemy's attack seems impossible to evade, there is always a way. Issei remembered the words Ryu had told him during their training sessions. Closing his eyes, the white-haired man sharpened his other senses, listening how the arrows passed by him even though he was still. How was that possible? This guy was supposed to be a hunter. How was it possible for his attacks to be so inaccurate even though he was standing still? The answer was, such a large number of arrows were fired just to try to hit his prey, but they were not accurate shots. Where was he hiding? Let's see. He must have been hidden with some spell that made him invisible, producing the illusion that he had disappeared from the place, but he was sure that he was there because each shower of arrows had a different starting point than the previous one. Concentrating, he memorized the starting point of the rain of arrows of this round and the 3 following rounds. When he was about to start the 5th round, the white-haired man noticed something. His starting point was the same as the point 3 rounds ago. "There you are," exclaimed the white-haired man, activating his devil trigger, starting to run towards the north side of the room, advancing at full speed with slight zigzags to evade by just a few centimeters some of the arrows. Belphegor felt a small shiver when he heard the boys shout. The next thing he could see was how the white-haired man closed the distance with an overwhelming speed, and before he could react, the blade of rebellion passed near the left side of his face, creating an extremely sharp wind wave that cut his left eye, causing a bleeding that began to stain the left side of his face and his clothes, making him visible thanks to that crimson stain. "Wait," Belphegor shouted, trying to move away from the white-haired man who didn't stop his attack, evading by a few centimeters the boy's sword. Swords of victory, throwing his swords against Issei, who used the walls of the room to change direction without losing speed, turning him into a red lightning. Appearing above Belphegor, the white-haired man attacked with a powerful and deadly downward slash that cut in 2 halves, the hunter of the demonic world, who didn't have time to complain when he felt how he was cut in 2. "My cut deviated a few millimeters to the left. I still have a lot of training to do," said the boy, noticing how he had a cut on his left shoulder that was caused by the blades of the late Belphegor. This cut was made during his last attack. Suddenly Belphegor's swords flew towards Issei, who quickly put rebellion away and caught 2 swords in each hand, starting to make a few throwing tests. Discovering that those swords could change direction according to his will as well as they could return to him by giving a simple command, which consisted of raising either of his hands. "Are you alright, beast?" asked the white-haired man, worried about the girl's health since the cuts she had were quite serious. "I'm sorry, Issei, but I won't be able to accompany you for a while," said Ristia, who turned into energy and entered the boy's right arm. "Don't worry. You helped me a lot, rest well," said Issei, looking at his right arm with a smile. "Time to go on." Again he started to run, and in a matter of minutes he had reached the top of the tower, where that pillar of crimson light was located. Entering the pillar, he began to rise in the direction of the portal and thus the demonic world. "Next floor, sporting goods, lingerie, garden items and the demonic world," said Issei, pretending to be an elevator operator. "Time to end this party. It's my turn to fix the problem that my father created. Demon world." The place where Issei had arrived was different from what he had expected. There were multiple half-destroyed buildings similar in appearance to the Roman era, except that everything was pure white. As he advanced, he watched in amazement as some pieces of stone of considerable size floated as if nothing. His surprise was even greater when he saw how these pieces of stone were placed in front of him, forming a path as he advanced. On one of the sides, the white-haired man could see a kind of portal that led to a place where there was nothing. Everything was a cumulus of different colors, and with some floating objects that after a few seconds disintegrated to atomic levels. Suddenly a black object with a kind of cloak crossed the image of the portal and followed his path through that strange dimension, but even though he saw it for a few seconds, he could have sworn that that black object had looked him straight in the eye. But he didn't have time to go looking for that object since he had other priorities. Entering through a strange mirror, the white-haired man saw himself standing on a giant chessboard. In front of him was the complete set of demonic chess pieces. "I guess I have to checkmate to advance," the white-haired man muttered with a mischievous grin. Materializing Bloody Fang, he took a great leap, concentrating a great amount of energy in the gauntlets. Crushing Fang. But the power greater than all the previous times the white-haired man rushed against the piece of king, creating an intense explosion that pulverized the pieces in the entire board, leaving a huge crater in the place where the boy had impacted. After that quick checkmate, another mirror was present in the place. Crossing through the mentioned mirror, he arrived to another point of the white stage. In front of him a new path began to form, a path that led to a huge statue where there was another mirror. Without thinking twice, he ran directly towards that new mirror, but when he crossed through it, he found himself in a place that went against the laws of physics. There were a lot of stairs. So far so normal. A strange thing came next. A strange thing was the position of the stairs. Some of them were placed in a normal position, but others were placed sideways, while others were placed upside down. But the most striking thing was a huge rectangular-shaped rock slab about 3 meters high that had gems embedded in it that seemed to form some sort of circuitry. Looking closely at the side, he could see how there were smaller blocks of stone scattered around the site, each with a different colored gemstone embedded in it. Heading towards the stone block that had an emerald-colored gem embedded in it, the white-haired man was transported to a place he would never forget. In front of him stood Cerberus. But that was impossible. He had already killed him. He was the first enemy he had killed in the tower. How was it possible that he was here and ready to fight? In a scenario identical to where they fought for the first time. I get it. I must defeat the copies of the real ones to be able to advance. What can we do? I didn't make up the rules, said the white-haired man with a shrug of his shoulders while he prepared himself for the revenge against the enemies of the past. -1 hour later. That was the last one, said the white-haired man, wiping the sweat from his forehead, observing how the last of the gems was illuminated. Then a new mirror appeared. Crossing the mentioned mirror, he arrived to what looked like a lake of blood, with multiple pillars half submerged. From the bottom of the lake emerged 4 abyss that did not hesitate for a second and attacked Issei. The boy invoked his new swords of victory, throwing them against his enemies who evaded them, but did not notice how the white-haired man made them change direction, taking them unawares. He pierced their heads. 1 sword for each one. Watching as the dead abyss returned to sink into the bloody waters of that lake. Another mirror appeared, and again the boy entered through it, appearing in a room full of mirrors as well as a few enemies, but he quickly noticed how those enemies were not real, since they did not bleed when he attacked them. Neither did they emit a screech of pain. The answer to this enigma came quickly. What he had to destroy were not those enemies, but the mirrors. Specifically a green one that changed places with another one when he was attacked. At this rate I'll spend the whole day without results, so we'll use something more drastic. Balance breaker, boosted gear scale mail. The white-haired man put on his enhanced dragon armor and without wasting time, wrapped himself in a pillar of fire whose temperature began to rise rapidly, calcining the enemies who had no time to regenerate and stand up, breaking each and every one of the mirrors, vaporizing all their pieces until there was nothing left. After a few seconds the pillar of fire disappeared at the same time that the white-haired man vanished his armor, observing how the only thing that had been left was a golden statue and some stone constructions. Again a mirror appeared that transported him to a room where there was a large Hergless accompanied by another group of abyss that were beginning to fill the patience of the boy who activated his quicksilver and attacked his enemies without mercy, turning them into strips of flesh that by the time ran again vanished. A short walk opened that led directly to the huge Hergless that held a smaller sized object called Samsara. On the altar where the object was located was an inscription that read, "A sculpture symbolizing space-time. Restores order to the cracks in it." The boy returned to the Hall of Mirrors where he placed the Samsara on the statue. Thanks to this he changed the destiny to which the mirror next to him was leading to. The new destination of the mirror led to that path of pure white, seeing that the white-haired boy crossed it quickly, observing how in front of him there was a new path that led to some doors from which an intense demonic energy was released. The environment was similar to that of a lake draining through a hole in its center, since the waters converged in the center of the room. Around him everything was of a color between black and violet, adorned with some semi-destroyed pillars. Drawing his sword he blocked a downward slash at his back. But the sudden movement he forced his attacker to stand in front of him. It was Arkham who had the appearance of Sparda's devil trigger, as well as carrying Sparda's sword. "Welcome, how does it feel to behold the image of your father?" Arkham asked in a distorted voice. "I feel like I'm looking into a clogged toilet," answered the white-haired man angrily. "Why do you have to stick your nose into other people's business? What's wrong with you? Are you bored and don't you have anything else to do?" Pointing at Arkham with rebellion. At that last comment both Issei and Arkham began to laugh lightly. "Can you still make fun of me after contemplating this?" said Arkham as his form began to change, becoming larger and more unpleasant to the eye. "I feel the demonic power overflowing. The power of Sparda." Arkham transformed into a sort of shapeless mass with some tentacles and something like feet that served to keep him on his feet. "No way, dude, my dad wasn't that ugly," protested Issei. "Can't you see how handsome I turned out?" Looking with a smile at his reflection in the blade of his sword. "Whatever, the point is that this form suits you better. Getting ready to fight. The main course of the night has arrived." Beginning his attack the white-haired man pulled out his pistols and riddled Arkham's body, which due to the bullets being charged with demonic power, his body apparently exploded and split into much smaller leech-like creatures. Using Kalanan the boy opened fire on the leeches, watching with a smile as with each missile he fired. He blew up each one of those animals. Once all the smaller parts were shredded that disgusting mass that was now Arkham emerged from the waters, attacking Issei with one of his tentacles that sent him several meters backward. Unfamiliar with his size Arkham advanced with great speed, trying to pierce Issei's head with one of his tentacles, whose tips looked like spears made of the best steel in the world. Expelling a surge of power Issei pushed Arkham back, standing up while with a serious look he activated his devil trigger as he covered the blade of his sword with dark crimson energy. In a burst of speed he approached Arkham and began to cut him in various points of his body, with slashes and thrusts in all possible directions. Although the aforementioned tried to defend himself, his movements were too slow to react against the white-haired man's attacks. Attacking with a diagonal downward slash the white-haired man hit Arkham's body, moving away while he deactivated his devil trigger, observing how his enemy's body started to split in two. But when it was about to separate completely it came back together as if nothing had happened. "Don't try too hard. No matter how strong you are, you're just a half-breed. You can't defeat a pure demon, even less if it's the incarnation of Sparda." Extending one of his tentacles that took the appearance of a hand at its end, trying to reach Issei, but suddenly that hand was cut off as if nothing. But Issei had not been the one responsible for that attack. Looking up to the top of a pillar Issei saw his twin brother who had his katana unsheathed. "Damn you. I've come to reclaim my power. You won't be able to master it." Pointing at Arkham with Yamato. Leaping up he stood in front of Issei and pointed his katana at him. "Look how nice. Making a spectacular little entrance to steal my thunder," Issei protested. "Well, I think there's more than enough for both of us, don't you?" asked Virgil in amusement as he tossed Arkham the hand he had just severed. "Actually, yes. Ready?" Then both twins started walking towards Arkham with a serious look on their faces. That bastard had not only used them, but he had also meddled in matters that were none of his business. "Do you think you can defeat me? Defeat your father's power, Sparda? You should have realized by now that you can't control that energy," Virgil replied, shaking his finger. "You're wasting your time, buddy," Issei added, pointing his sword at him. Both twins launched themselves at their common enemy, each on his side. Issei on the left and Virgil on the right. Each attacked with their own style. Issei used a combination alternating between shots and attacks with his sword, while Virgil was limited to using his trusty Yamato, inflicting a great deal of damage to Arkham's body. Arkham's body again separated into those leeches, hoping to have some time to recover, but he didn't, since with a quick draw and sheath of his katana, Virgil swept away all the leeches like they were nothing. "Do you think I will let you breathe after you dared to use me?" Virgil asked seriously while on his side Issei severed several parts of Arkham's body by throwing several crimson energy slashes at him that cut through his body like a knife in hot butter. Both brothers prepared for an attack on each side, attacking with a full-speed frontal lunge, plunging the blades of their swords several centimeters into Arkham's shapeless body, who, as he felt the pain coursing through his body, began to jerk hard, managing to push the Sparda twins away from his body, but the weapons of both were still digging into him. This fact was noticed by Issei and Virgil, who began to run towards their weapons. Issei delivered a spinning kick to the tip of Rebellion's handle, giving it enough force to enter Arkham's body and start tearing apart everything in its path. Virgil swung an open palm strike at Yamato, pushing it hard into Arkham's body. Both swords clashed inside Arkham and continued their path to the other end, coming out with speed straight to the Sparda twins, but with the small detail that they had inadvertently exchanged weapons. Issei had Yamato and Virgil wielded Rebellion. Even though it was the first time they had used their brother's weapon, they showed great skill in wielding them. Throwing themselves at their enemy, they delivered a joint X-shaped slash that caused severe damage to the already injured Arkham. The twins landed on the other side, returning the swords to their respective owners. Issei put his sword away, as did Virgil, and drew his pistols, preparing to deliver the coup de grace, but in a desperate move, Arkham ripped ebony from his hands, which was taken by Virgil. "For once, we'll do it your way," said Virgil, pointing his brother's pistol at Arkham. "Well, you know what they say in these cases. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't," exclaimed Arkham, sensing his end. The Sparda twins put their backs and guns together, forming something similar to a 90-degree angle. "Jackpot," exclaimed both twins as they each fired a shot charged with their own demonic power. Both bullets hit the center of Arkham's body, causing his body to finally lose its grip on that overflowing power, scattering it all over the place. "But Sparda's power is mine," exclaimed Arkham before exploding into thousands of pieces, sending his own existence into oblivion. "What a dull-assed words," said Virgil as he handed the pistol to Issei. Both brothers could see how Force Edge and the medallions fell through the hole in the center of the room. Without thinking twice, they both jumped through that hole, managing to take the amulet that belonged to each of them, but because of this they fell deeper into the demonic world. Force Edge fell at the same distance, and both brothers were now standing on a terrain similar to a riverbed that comes before a waterfall. Virgil was a second faster and managed to grab the sword, forcing Issei back since he knew his brother was quite dangerous with all kinds of weapons. "Give me that," said Virgil, demanding Issei to hand over the silver medallion. "Not on your life, you already have one," answered Issei, hiding the medallion behind his back. "I want yours too," hissed Virgil as he pointed the Force Edge at Issei. Both brothers were advancing in parallel, forming a circle with their movement. "And what will you do with all that power? Come on, tell me," said Issei, ready for any hostile move from his twin brother. "No matter how hard you try, you'll never be like our father." "You're wasting your time trying to convince me," exclaimed Virgil, running towards Issei, attacking him with a downward slash. Issei on his side did the same, so that confrontation culminated in a draw, with both brothers stopping the blades of each other's swords with their free hand, bathing the blades with the other's blood. "We are the sons of Sparda. Within both of us flows his blood, but above all, we are the heirs of his spirit," Issei exclaimed, breaking the tie, pushing Virgil a few meters away with a shove. "And my spirit tells me I have to stop you." "Ha ha ha," laughed Virgil lightly. After a few seconds that laugh turned into complete seriousness. "Unfortunately, it seems our spirits differ in that, brother. I need more power." Placing his fist in front of his face, clenching it tightly. "We're supposed to be identical twins," Issei said, a bit sad at how the situation had ended. "Identical? Don't make me laugh," answered Virgil, getting ready to fight. Finally it had arrived. The moment had arrived where both twins of Sparda, bearers of the blood of the legend, would define who had the greater strength to fulfill their goals and aspirations. A fight that, although it had no spectators, it would be a fight that would be the most exciting. The fight that, although it had no spectators, it would go down in history. It had finally arrived. The moment had arrived where both twins of Sparda, bearers of the blood of legend, would define who had the greater strength to fulfill their goals and aspirations. The fight that, even though it had no spectators, would go down in history. Both brothers prepared their swords. Although they had other weapons at their disposal, the best performance in combat was achieved by using the swords that their father created for his exclusive use. The first to attack was VERGIL, who in an instant disappeared and reappeared behind Issei as he sheathed his katana. Quickly Issei moved to the right, briefly catching a glimpse of vacuum bubbles containing Yamato's lashes, advancing in the direction of where he was moments before, hearing the characteristic sound of the katana blade cutting through the air. Tilting his head slightly seconds before Force Edge's blade passed dangerously close to his left ear. Right. Now VERGIL was alternating between Yamato and Force Edge to attack him. That would certainly complicate things since he was already dangerous with only Yamato. And now he had to add the sword that once belonged to their father. Despite the short time between each attack, Issei could respond to most of them because the reflexes of the twins were extremely fast, and the only way for both of them to connect correctly their own attacks was to exceed the reaction time of the opponent. But as usual, easier said than done. The twins took their distance, staring at each other. This time we will fight for real. And whoever turns out to be weaker of the two will simply lose his life, said VERGIL as he prepared his katana to resume the fight. Both Issei and VERGIL closed their eyes, opening them after a few seconds, revealing how their eyes emitted blue rays. Both had re-entered the zone. From 1 second to another, both Issei and VERGIL appeared in the center of that river that flowed into a waterfall a few meters further back. Due to the force of the collision between the two brothers, a strong wind whipped for a few moments the place, blowing up the water that was below the two white-haired men. After breaking the balance between the clash of their swords, they began to perform a variety of cuts at breakneck speed. For anyone watching the exchange of attacks, they would only manage to see how the Sparda twins swung their swords in simple movements, while around them multiple sparks jumped out, indicating that they launched more attacks than what was visible to the naked eye. Although for both contenders, all those attacks were as if they were executed in slow motion, so they were able to respond precisely to the opponent's attacks. Appearing from one of VERGIL's sides, Issei attacked with a thrust to the ribs, looking to reach his brother's liver because the damage he would suffer with that attack would take him several seconds to regenerate. Seconds that he would take advantage of to continue connecting his attacks. Moving in zigzag, VERGIL evaded the attack, while with the tip of Yamato's hilt, he hit Issei's temple, leaving him stunned. Letting loose a spinning kick in the chest of the white-haired man in red trench coat, sending him flying several meters backwards, watching with a smile as he landed heavily on the water. "Come on, stand up. This is just the beginning," said VERGIL, waiting for his brother to stand up. "Devil may cry." Everyone present watched curiously as Serafal and the other servants of Issei were gathered around the desk where the white-haired man usually rests his feet. The curious thing was that on the desk there was a map with several symbols and drawings drawn on it. Each symbol had the name of one of the Sparda handmaids, and they were in formation, surrounding another drawing that had the name Issei inside it. Besides the map, there were also other logistical tools, such as rulers, squares and compasses, on the desk. "Oni-sama. What are they doing?" Sona asked, trying to guess what her sister was up to. "We are planning a strategy to give Issei-chan her punishment for making us worry so much, besides having put her life at risk without any consideration," answered Serafal while drawing some arrows pointing towards Issei. "And how do you intend to give Issei-kun his punishment? Since I don't think he'll accept it by the good ones," said Sona, remembering the white-haired man's way. "That's why we are planning our strategy. Once we defeat Issei-chan, we will give him his punishment," finished the brunette with an icy tone directed to a certain white-haired man in a red trench coat. Demonic world. Using his pistols, he repelled the demonic energy swords that his brother was throwing at him. The spell was called Sword Spell. Said technique allowed the user to create bluish-colored western swords made of pure energy and put them to any desired use. Either to create a certain number of swords that revolve around her or to try to skewer a target. And even use it as a means to get close to the enemy. In an instant both brothers disappeared. Leaving to be seen how in multiple points of the place sparks jumped, indicating that their weapons had clashed in that place. After a few moments they reappeared. It could be seen that both twins had multiple cuts all over their bodies, but with the passing of the seconds they were healing to the point of disappearing completely. As if they had never existed. Suddenly VERGIL closed the distance, appearing in front of Issei, plunging the blade of Yamato into his brother's body. In a rather compromising area. How did he know? His brother's face reflected annoyance and a little bit of anger. Looking at the place where he had stuck the blade of his katana. Observing how the blade was stuck several centimeters into his brother's crotch. Quickly withdrawing it, moving out of range of his brother's action, using the water under his feet to wipe away the blood that bathed his weapon's blade. "If that were permanent, I'd be very upset," Issei commented, rubbing his crotch, feeling everything back in the right place. Stretching his legs a bit before launching himself against his brother. throwing thrusts aimed from the stomach down. After several attempts that were blocked by VERGIL, Issei managed to sink part of Rebellion's blade into his brother's crotch. Now we're even. Watching as his brother hunched over after having received that low attack, withdrawing his sword roughly, pushing his brother back with a kick to the chest. That was very low. VERGIL said, catching his breath, as even though he was immune to pain, just like Issei, he couldn't deny that receiving an attack in that area of the body was something very uncomfortable. What would have happened if that was permanent? I don't think you would have had many problems. After all, you have never sheathed the saber, said Issei, amused, moving his hips back and forth. And what about you? You think you're an expert? Answered VERGIL mockingly. I can't call myself an expert yet, but unlike you, I have already enjoyed the pleasure that the body of a girl you love can offer, and she corresponds to you. Besides, you learn something new every day, don't you? Said Issei, thundering his neck. VERGIL stood on guard, performing an extremely fast draw and sheath from which multiple cuts emerged and became visible after a few seconds, manifesting themselves in dark blue lines like the night. Said lines went in all directions, creating a sort of swarm of cuts. On his side, Issei gathered energy in the blade of his sword, launching waves of energy towards the center of the swarm of cuts that VERGIL had created, destroying it with ease. Suddenly he felt something sink into the center of his chest. Looking in that direction, he could see Force Edge being wielded by VERGIL and pushed by the aforementioned, who didn't stop until he felt the blade of the weapon come out of Issei's back. Before he could react, VERGIL felt 4 objects stabbing into his arms and legs without any mercy. They were the swords of victory that Issei had obtained from defeating Belphegor. Snapping his fingers, Issei made the aforementioned swords come out of the body of his brother's limbs, starting to fly around the place, and after a few moments they returned to lunge at VERGIL, stabbing deeply into VERGIL's back. Stabbing in such a way that their tips came out slightly through the aforementioned's chest. You're not the only one who has gotten new toys, said Issei in amusement. Both twins withdrew their weapons from each other's body and separated a few meters apart, before resuming their fight again at breakneck speed. Avoiding a horizontal slash by Issei, VERGIL attacked with a frontal lunge that sawed his brother's chest, specifically his heart. Thanks to the fact that they were both in the zone, their field of vision had been extended. Due to this, Issei was able to capture the necessary information of his surroundings and that of his attacker. Moving laterally, he managed to evade that dangerous thrust that, if he had received it, the damage would have been considerable. Immediately after avoiding that thrust, he swept the ground with his leg, making VERGIL lose his balance. But when he was about to pierce the abdomen of the mentioned with Rebellion, he saw how VERGIL disappeared from where he was and reappeared several meters behind. Throwing themselves forward again, both Issei and VERGIL began once again to try to disarm the opponent by cutting and thrusting, but due to the speed and constant friction between Rebellion and Yamato, the blades of the weapons began to take an orange color because the temperature of the steel was increasing due to the aforementioned elements. But the frontal cut, they were tied, starting to apply force to disarm the other. Suddenly the tie between the two was broken, but in favor of Issei, who managed to make VERGIL drop his katana, attacking with a vertical cut, but to his surprise, his attack was stopped by VERGIL using Force Edge. Faced with this fact, Issei summoned another one of his favorite weapons, the Transcendental Sword, striking one of his brother's sides with the tip of the handle of the Transcendental Sword, breaking VERGIL's defense, and before he could perform any action for his defense, Issei attacked him with his Starburst Stream, increasing the speed of his slashes by using his Devil Axle. This lethal combination lasted for more than 2 minutes, where Issei didn't stop at any moment, since he knew that if he did, VERGIL would counterattack him with more force, since that was how both fought. If the opponent hit you hard, you had to hit him with double the force. Finally he stopped his attack, but not before making sure to break all the ribs on the right side of his body with a powerful kick, feeling how the bone fragments pierced his liver. Due to the force of the kick, VERGIL rolled several meters backwards, where once he stopped he began to vomit a large amount of bloodware. This time, and due to the fatigue of using the zone, in conjunction with the Devil Trigger, in addition to the fatigue of fighting at maximum capacity, it took him several seconds to recover from the damage suffered. Despite all of the above, he stood up again, recovering Yamato and Force Edge, keeping the second sword on his back, preparing his katana to return to the attack. Performing a quick draw and sheath, VERGIL created out of nowhere a swarm of slashes that appeared around Issei. The aforementioned evaded the slashes with great skill and efficiency. As he did so, he advanced towards his brother, who continued to throw slashes, showing great mastery in the handling of Yamato. The level of that battle would have captivated anyone who could see it. It seemed like it would last forever. That's what all those who were spectators of this magnificent combat would have wished. However, the conclusion was sudden. Suddenly Issei's speed seemed to increase compared to the cuts Virgil was making. With a quick movement he got rid of that swarm of cuts, and zigzagging like lightning he was closing the distance with his brother. Virgil's eyes followed Issei's movements a few seconds after the aforementioned had made them. Without being able to react, he received a powerful punch in the face that sent him several meters backwards. What was going on? Was Issei faster than Virgil? That was somewhat impossible since Issei and Virgil had proven to have similar physical capabilities, and for one of them to suddenly show a speed that surpassed the other's reaction time just like that was something impossible. But then, what was going on? Virgil tried to put some distance between him and his brother in order to regain his fighting stance, but instantly Issei appeared in front of him, slashing at him in an X shape with rebellion. There was only one possible explanation. Virgil had reached his time limit of the zone, and just like Issei, he was no longer in Devil Trigger mode. But then the doubt entered. Why only Virgil? It was then that Virgil remembered the words Ryu had said to him when the white-haired man in the blue trench coat had decided to start searching for the power that his father had sealed in the demonic world. That whole conversation had happened several weeks ago after Issei defeated the Sekiryuutei. But from the whole conversation, certain words came to his mind. Those words were, "Someone who possesses the support of those people who are really important to him will never lose." Don't be ridiculous. Those little words won't make me lose, thought Virgil, angry because just at a moment like this, that ridiculous conversation he had with Ryu came to his mind. That conversation that in his opinion had only been Ryu's pathetic attempt to make him desist from pursuing the power that Sparda had lost in the past. Virgil threw himself at Issei, charging forward with a frontal lunge. "Virgil, you're really strong. If it were a normal one-on-one fight, I'd lose. I also exceeded my limit, but I'll still keep fighting. Because I'm fighting with the strength of more than one," thought Issei, determined to win because even though his body begged him for rest, he could feel how behind him were all those important people who had supported him so far. Ryu, Serafal, his handmaids, Sona and her respective entourage, and if he could afford to lose he could reach all those important people. For everyone's sake, I will win, Issei roared, attacking with his stinger, hitting Virgil with his stinger. After that attack, Virgil fell to his knees on the ground, panting heavily. You defeated me," said Virgil in exhaustion. "What's wrong with you? Is that all you can do? I'm sure you have more tricks up your sleeve," asked Issei, who, although he was more than exhausted, could not show that at the moment. Virgil gathered his strength and stood up, wielding Yamato tightly. Suddenly the whole place began to shake, causing the Sparda twins to stagger slightly. "But the separation of the amulets, the portal to the devil world is closing," Issei warned Virgil. "Let's get this over with, Virgil. I must stop you, even if I have to kill you," Issei replied, ready to strike the final blow. Both twins began to run, wielding their swords. That attack would be the one that would define the combat. Finally they closed the distance between them, launching their attacks at the same time. After launching them they were at each other's back, separated by a few meters. Suddenly Virgil released his medallion that he had in one of his hands, while he also released Yamato. Refusing to fall, he picked up his medallion as he stepped back, approaching the waterfall whose mouth was an abyss as dark as the night itself. "No one will ever have this amulet, Issei. It belongs to me, one of the sons of Sparda," said Virgil, standing on a rock that was the edge of the waterfall. Issei, seeing this, ran as fast as he could to reach his brother, but when he was about to achieve his goal, the tip of the Force Edge blade, which was wielded by Virgil, prevented him from closing the distance with his brother. "I'm staying, this was our father's home," said Virgil, leaning backwards, letting himself fall into the void as Issei stretched out his left hand trying to reach him, cutting horizontally slightly the palm of that hand, along with the part of the glove that covered it. Issei could only watch as his brother continued to fall, plunging into the gloom. Looking at the cut on his left hand, he clenched that hand into a fist. Turning around he could see Yamato, his brother's katana, pinned to the floor of the river with its sheath to one side. Taking the katana next to its sheath, observing its blade for a few moments. Sheathing Yamato, he put it away through a magic circle. Guarding rebellion in the same manner. Beginning to run towards the edge of the waterfall, throwing himself into the void. Balance breaker boosted gear scale mail. Materializing his armor. Beginning to accelerate while descending parallel to the waterfall. After a few seconds of continuous acceleration, he managed to catch sight of Virgil, who was still falling backwards. Seeing his brother a few meters away, he increased his speed because if he let him go, he would lose his entire biological family. When he was about to reach him, the medallions of both brothers began to glow, enveloping them in a sphere of light. Issei and Virgil woke up in what appeared to be a green meadow under a beautiful blue sky. To the twins' surprise, they were unarmed, and even Issei's armor had disappeared. "Where are we?" asked Issei, looking around, searching for something that would give him a clue as to exactly where they were. "I don't know, but we'd better walk," said Virgil, being followed by Issei. After walking for several minutes, they came across a man and a woman who were looking at them with a smile. It was a beautiful woman with long blonde hair dressed in a black cocktail dress, diamond necklace and matching shoes. The man was quite tall, hair combed perfectly back, dressed in a violet-colored nobleman's attire, wearing a monocle over his eye. Issei and Virgil felt their hearts flutter as the people in front of them were none other than their late parents. Without a second thought, they threw themselves into the arms of the man and woman, who received them with a warm embrace, smiling as they felt the two twins begin to shed tears. After unburdening themselves for a few minutes, both twins separated from their parents and looked them in the eyes, since there were so many things they wanted to know about them, but because they were both dead, knowing things like that was impossible for them. "Mom? Dad? What is this place? We found ourselves in a space created by us inside the amulets that you two wear. We sealed a fragment of our soul inside them, so that if we were to die when you were little, when you grew up, we could be reunited at least for a moment," answered the woman, who answered by the name of Eva, wife of the Dark Knight Sparda, who was standing next to her. "From inside these amulets we have observed what you have done since you obtained them, and of course when we came in contact with them, we were able to examine your memories," said Sparda, looking at Issei. "So you must not tell us what happened between you and Rias Gremory, since we know it is an episode of your past that you wish to forget. You must have many questions, so we will answer as many as you want," said Eva with a sincere smile. "Oni-sama." Just as Issei was about to drink, a voice that did not belong to any of the four members of the Sparda family was heard. The mentioned ones turned to find a beautiful blonde woman dressed in a white robe that was approaching, running towards Eva, who went to meet her. As with Issei and Virgil, the blonde woman began to cry while sinking her face into the chest of the mother of the Sparda twins, only she was crying more intensely than the aforementioned ones. "Long time no see, Gabriel-chan," greeted Eva, caressing the blonde hair of the woman identified as Gabriel. "I've missed you so much. I thought you were dead," said Gabriel in a broken voice due to the crying. "I am dead. What you see in front of you and that you embrace right now is only a fragment of my soul that I sealed in this place to be able to talk to my children," said Eva, causing Gabriel's surprise. Separating from Eva, the woman turned around, looking at two white-haired boys with almost identical white hair. The only difference between them was their hairstyle and the clothes they wore. "So they are your children?" asked Gabriel, receiving an affirmative from Eva. "It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Seraphim Gabriel." "The pleasure is ours," answered the Sparda twins with a slight bow. After being introduced, Issei raised his hand as he wanted to ask her something that always caught his attention. "Mom? What is it, Issei? How did you and Daddy meet?" At that, the older white-haired boy and the blonde blushed as they looked away, laughing nervously. "I think it was during the faction war. On that occasion I was fighting against Kakabiel, Shimhaza, VERGIL, Armros, Sahariel, Penemu and Tamiel, being that unfortunately there were some humans on the battlefield." Flashback. "What about the strongest archangel in heaven? Can't she beat us? You have to give him credit, Kakabiel, to face us without the help of his brothers," said VERGIL. "My brothers are still young and don't underestimate me. I am capable of more, so get ready," said a blonde with sky blue eyes dressed in armor. This was the first and most powerful archangel of heaven, Eva. "There are some humans below us," said Armros. "Cuckoo, so that's why you don't fight with all your strength," said Kakabiel with a sadistic smile. "Then I'll free you from that restriction. By killing them." Then he threw a spear of light in the direction of a house where there was a family watching the fight of the contenders. Horrified, they saw a spear of energy heading towards them. Eva tried to go to their aid, but suddenly the spear was returned to the fallen man, who was wounded in the cheek. "Who the hell was it?" said the fallen one, furious. At that moment they could see a white-haired man dressed in a purple suit with a monocle in his right eye and sword in hand, standing on the roof of the small hut. Heir. I think you are in trouble. Are you alright, miss?" said the white-haired man, looking at the angel. "Why, yes," answered the blonde shyly, slightly blushing. Suddenly, 4 hooded men appeared. "Master, the humans are out of range." "Okay," answered the white-haired man. "Shall we fight together with you, or would you prefer to fight alone?" "On this occasion I'll do it alone. I haven't had an interesting fight in a long time." "As you say, Master Sparda," said one of the hooded men. Then the hooded men gave a slight jump and disappeared. But the fallen and the archangel heard them. "Sparda? Like the Dark Knight?" said Penemu, frightened. "The Dark Knight?" said Eva, surprised. "So he's the one who sealed that tower where those terrible devils came out," said Kakabiel to launch herself at him with a spear of light in her hand. "Stop, Kakabiel!" exclaimed VERGIL, but to everyone's disbelief, the Dark Knight stopped the spear with a single finger. "It can't be," said Tamiel, astonished. "He stopped the spear like it was nothing." "You're not a worthy opponent for me, come back when you're stronger, brat," said the white-haired man to cut the spear and throw Sekiryuutei with his companions. "Damn you," said VERGIL, creating lightning bolts, sending them against the white-furred man, who deflected them with his sword as if nothing. Impossible. Nobody had ever rejected my lightning bolts like that. At that moment Shamhaza, Armros, Sekiryuutei, Penemu and Tamiel attacked with everything, but as if it were childish things, the Dark Knight cut the attacks of the fallen, sending the attacks against the ground, causing a serious deterioration in the ground, but the hut was intact. Did he stop our attacks? As if nothing happened, exclaimed the 7 fallen ones in horror. The white-haired man sighed as he looked at them with a bored look, which surprised the Archangel, who had placed a barrier around them since the battle had started. "You really are pathetic, brats," said the white-haired man to get down from the roof and proceed to leave. "Come back in about 1000 years and we'll see if you are able to make me fight seriously," keeping his weapon on his back. At such a comment, the 7 furious fallen ones launched themselves against the white-haired man with spears and different types of energy, causing the white-haired man to let out a sigh of defeat as he drew his sword again. "Damned brats," Sparda whispered. Taking a great leap, he attacked Tamiel with slashes and thrusts, wielding his sword with only one hand, producing the visual effect of executing such attacks in slow motion. But such attacks had devastating power, speed and precision that left the fallen one out of combat and barely alive. Repeating the same method with Armros, Sekiryuutei, Penemu, Sekiryuutei, Shamhaz and VERGIL, leaning on the fallen as if they were steps, he descended to the ground as if with nothing. The result of this masterful demonstration, with a sword that left the enemies half dead and with a body full of deep cuts that caused severe bleeding, making them feel the fallen as the life abandoned them. The Dark Knight with a quick movement wiped the blood from his sword. "I told them to come back in 1000 years because at their current level, they are not even useful for me to warm up. The same goes for you, miss," looking at the Archangel. "No need," said the girl, to descend and give a bow. "Thank you for your help. Thank you for your help. Don't get the wrong idea, I did it because those poor humans were not to blame for the battle that brats like you fight," said the white-haired man, who after saying that left the place. "I think my father was right, I am very merciful with my enemies," he said to himself. End of flashback. After that, I didn't hear from him for the rest of the battle, but I burned his face and his aura. I never told my father about meeting the Dark Knight Sparda. I took a strong interest in him after seeing him fight those devils that came out of the team, and I grew, but saving me and seeing him fight like that for some humans made my heart pound. Well, I felt a great warmth. I didn't know what that feeling was due to. But what I did know was that I wanted to see him again. The war ended with the death of God and the Mayu, and of course the fall of the 2 celestial dragons that were sealed in the sacred gear," explained Eva. "But if you were there, why didn't you help the factions defeat the celestial dragons, father?" asked VERGIL. "That was a matter of some brats that was none of my business," answered Sparda coldly. "I understand." After that 100 years passed from that terrible war with the death of the biblical god as well as the Mayu, the 3 factions were affected by the casualties in the war, and as you must know, we angels cannot reinforce our ranks with pure angels because God was the only one able to create us. In our case, it was decided to choose a new leader. I was one of the candidates together with my younger brother Michael and my other younger brother Uriel. Wait a minute. If you were in the war of the factions, you saw how Ddraig and Albion were defeated. Besides being a candidate for the leader of heaven," said Issei. "That means," said VERGIL, looking at his mother. "I didn't tell you before because I was waiting for you to be old enough to assimilate this a little bit," said the blonde with a warm smile, and then she became serious. "I was an archangel, actually I am the first archangel that the biblical god created," declared Eva with pride in her voice. An archangel?" exclaimed the Sparda twins, quite surprised to see their father and Gabriel showing no surprise at all. "Of course I knew it when we met again after several years. He proposed to me after the first month of our relationship, he told me. I was as surprised as you were. That means that technically the biblical god was my father-in-law and his grandfather," said the older white-haired man, leaving his children surprised because they did not expect to be related to the biblical god in that way. "Well, VERGIL, Issei, it's time to give you my gift," said the matriarch Sparda to create 2 rings of light that landed on the twins that were transformed into a magic circle that was divided into 2, being one above the head while the other was under their feet. These begin to glow, creating a 3rd ring that made a kind of scanning to both young people. They separate into 2 smaller ones that were illuminated, creating an intense flash of light, which after a few seconds dissipated, leaving both twins visible. If anyone saw them, they would notice the fact that their skin had become a little lighter, while some minor features of their bodies matured and became slimmer. "What is this?" asked VERGIL curiously. "I can feel how my energies have increased," said Issei as Eva looked at her children with a smile. As I said, this is my gift, activate my genetic inheritance. Right now their magic radar is more refined and developed, their speed, vitality, regenerative factor and immunity to sacral elements have increased," said the blonde. Issei was about to say something related to his mother having used some of her magic, but the blonde woman beat him to it. "Don't worry Issei, inside the medallion we keep part of our soul, so this won't take the time I have, so you can introduce us to Sekiryuutei and the girls," commented the twins' mother. "Sekiryuutei?" said Virgil curious. "You mean Mau Serafol Leviathan, your fiancé?" he asked looking at his brother. "Yes, that's what I call her," answered Issei simply. "Issei, Virgil. I think we should have a talk about the relationship between men and women," said Sparda seriously while Virgil looked at his brother accusingly. "If you are going to have a harem you must please all your women and try to protect them. That's the main thing." "Sparda!" exclaimed Eva in embarrassment with a completely red face. "Come on dear, our Issei is already a man and should know about these matters, well Virgil can take this as information for the future," commented her husband. "In that case, I want many grandchildren Issei, Virgil," said Eva with a smile. "At least 5 each." At that the twins laughed nervously while sweating at their mother's indication command. "So? They can use light?" asked Gabriel, who was beginning to feel a bit left out of the conversation. "No, because when I had them I was already a human, so I had lost my wings and my sacral energy center." "Sacral energy center?" asked the twins, completely ignorant of the subject. "Well it would take a long time to explain, but it's like this," said Eva to cough slightly. "The wings of an angel are its source of connection with the system of the biblical God, it provides us with energy, as well as the ability to use sacral light, but in order to use that light in unlimited quantities, we need to use a physiological method, that's where the sacral energy center comes in. The sacral energy is stored in us to be combined with our magical energy. The sacral energy center performs the conversion of 1 unit of sacral light for every 200 units of energy that we angels use to create and use our weapons. The sacral energy center is a sphere of energy that is located between the stomach and the spine of the middle back, and that this center is connected to the wings, so they keep their solid form. That's why when you tear off the wings of an angel or a fallen, it ceases to be a supernatural. Losing its sacral energy center that breaks like a glass eye as well as its wings that are the sustenance of the energy center, besides losing the connection with the system in the case of the angels, and loses its powers in the case of the fallen ones. The sacral energy center of the fallen angels works differently being that although their wings are black, they absorb the energy of the moon being nocturnal beings, they store it and reproduce it, something like photosynthesis. You only got my combat, sensory and support abilities, plus the immunity to the sacral element, as well as the ability to wield sacral weapons, increased vitality and regenerative capacity," explained the blonde leaving her children surprised. "So that means that we are not half angels?" Issei asked. "Correct, Issei, you and Virgil are devil-human hybrids. Well in your case son you are a devil-dragon-human devil, that with time your weaker parts will disappear," answered Eva. "But if you lost your sacral energy center, how come you look so young?" asked Gabriel, who had remained silent during most of the conversation because many of the questions he was about to ask had been answered during the course of the conversation. "That's because my longevity as my eternal youth has nothing to do with the sacred power center. It's something that God gave us to watch over the humans, but I used a method to not lose those qualities. I became an immortal human before the passing of time," answered Eva. "I see. Well, I will continue with the story," said Eva. It had been 100 years since the end of the war, and it was time to choose the new leader of heaven. Flashback. In a room were 9 seraphim, Gabriel, Uriel, Raphael, Metatron, Sandalphon, Rigel, Raziel, Sariel and Remiel, and 2 archangels, Eve and Michael, discussing about who would take the throne left by God. "I nominate Eva One-Sama," said Gabriel. "What? Hey, she tried to say but was interrupted. "All in favor?" asked Uriel observing how all the seraphim raised their hands in favor. "Then I nominate Michael Kun and Uriel Kun," said Eva. "All in favor?" said Raphael while Michael and Uriel were shocked. "Then the candidates are Eva One-Sama, Michael and Uriel," said Ragiel. "I decline in favor of Eva One-Sama," said Michael. "I also decline in favor of One-Sama," said Uriel. "Then Eva One-Sama will be the new leader of heaven," said Raphael, not realizing that Eva was a little upset. "The appointment will be in a few days." Eva retired to her quarters. She was upset because she didn't want to be the leader of heaven, because she wanted to look for the Dark Knight and be by his side. "Eva One-Sama," said a voice to reveal a beautiful blonde with green eyes and a cross-shaped iris. "Why did you nominate me to be the leader of heaven, Gabriel?" asked Eva pouting. "That's because you are the strongest archangel in heaven, One-Sama," said Gabriel sadly. "I'm sorry." being hugged by his older sister. "Never mind what brings you here. I wanted to talk to you one last time before you take over," said the seraphim. "Gabriel. It is that now that you are leader of heaven, you will no longer have time for me or for the twins," said the blonde who was embraced by her sister. "Sis. I'm going to leave heaven." "Why?" "I want to look for someone. For a person I fell in love with." "You fell in love?" Gabriel asked, surprised and curious because he didn't know what that concept was. "Yes," said the archangel. "Someday you will understand, little sister. When you find the right person." Caressing the head of the younger blonde. "Who's?" asked Gabriel, curious. "From the Dark Knight Sparda." "The Dark Knight? The warrior who stopped those demons?" "Yes, I've tracked him down, but since I'm going to be the leader of heaven, I won't be able to go look for him, so I'll ask you to meet me at the entrance to heaven at night. Can you?" "Yes, Wani-sama," said the happy young blonde who after a few minutes left her sister's quarters while Eva took out a silver medallion with wings where she deposited some of her wing feathers and some of her blood. Later. Sky Gate. Gabriel stood there as she saw her sister with a sword which surprised and worried her in equal measure. But she didn't expect her sister to give her that sword as she turns her back to him to kneel, praying as she understood her wings. "Gabriel, I know what I am going to ask you is selfish, but take that sword and clip my wings," said Eva. "What?" said Gabriel incredulously. "What you heard." At that moment the young blonde girl dropped the weapon as she started to cry, backing up several steps. "No, no, 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 no. Gabriel. No. I don't want to lose you too. You're our Wani-sama. You can't leave us, you'll be the leader of heaven." "I know, but my heart tells me to go and look for Sparda. I want to be by her side." "No. I don't want to." "I knew you would say that," said Eva, picking up a sword in her hands, giving a rosary to Gabriel. Note. It's like Mocha Akashi is from Rosary Vampire. Wani-sama this is. From today you are the strongest woman in heaven, Gabriel. When I leave and Michael takes over, you will be like a mother, sister and leader to the other angels. Take care of them and love them as I did. Wani-sama. Wani-sama. Wani-sama, said the youngest blonde girl crying. I love you, Gabriel, as I love our brothers. I will always have you in my heart, said Eva, giving her a kiss on the forehead. Later she gave her a blow in the stomach that left her unconscious, passing a hand over the head of the unconscious blonde, observing how a kind of seal entered the mind of her sister. That from today on she would no longer be one. Goodbye, my brothers. Jumping from the sky, landing in a forest where she removed the medallion to take the sword and cut her wings. Giving a heartbreaking scream, the first wing fell, turning to dust, repeating the same method with his other wings. Barely with strength he put on the medallion that adhered to his body, becoming a tattoo on his chest that healed his wounds. Heaven's Gate. We found the young blonde girl at the entrance of the angel's home. When she saw the rosary she began to cry while her other siblings began to appear. Gabriel, said Raphael. Where is Eva Wani-sama? Asked Michael. Michael-sama, said a minor angel. What's wrong? Asked the blonde. Eva-sama's tablet is what? It's broken. That means, said Uriel. Yes, she is no longer an angel. She cut off her wings, said Michael, shedding tears. Why did she do something like that? Asked the other seraphim. She is looking for the man she loves, answered Gabriel. The man she loves? Asked Raphael. The Dark Knight Sparda. The Dark Knight? But he must be dead, said Sandalphon. No, he's not. He's still alive, said Gabriel. How? Said Rigel. I don't know, but his presence is still alive. That's what Eva Wani-sama told me, said Gabriel. End of flashback. I was wandering for a long time. I traveled all over the world that was known to humans as well as the New World until 22 years ago I found his father. Where? Issei, Virgil and Gabriel asked. In Kuo, said both parents. Flashback. Kuo City, Japan 22 years ago. The young blue-eyed blonde with a sensual body, 190 to 60 centimeters, who looked no more than 17 years old, dressed in clothes of the time, was walking through the streets when suddenly she saw short-haired brown, purple eyes, dressed in a suit with a light skin tie. But when she felt his aura she knew he was the person she was looking for, so she shed tears because she had finally found the man who had unintentionally stolen her heart. I found you, Dark Knight Sparda. At that moment an officer approached her to ask if she needed anything, and after hearing that the blonde was looking for the city's academy, he took her to the Kuo Academy where she enrolled, entering as a first-year student. Welcome to the new girls. My name is Alexander Van Helsing, teacher of literature and philosophy at the academy, she said. All the girls saw how handsome he was, so at recess they wasted no time and wrote him love letters. Although they knew that the teacher would probably not take them into account. you never knew. Maybe one of them would be lucky. 1 year later. The blonde had become the president of the student council at Kuo Academy and had created the advanced literature club that preceded her as Eva Delacour, being that Professor Alexander was in charge of the club. Academy Garden afternoon. Delacour-kun, may I ask what you are quoting me for? Yes, Van Helsing sensei. Better said. Dark Knight Sparda. The chestnut boy when he heard that got tense as he didn't expect this girl in front of him to know about his true identity. How do you know that? You really don't recognize me? Said the blonde sighing. First clue. Fight. Fight. Said Sparda confused. Second clue. Factional warfare. Did I confront you? Eva pouted as she saw that the Dark Knight didn't remember her. Third clue. Third clue. Third clue. Third clue. Third clue. Third clue. At that moment with a little magic and some elements of nature she created 12 angel wings of energy. You're that angel that I defended that time. Said Sparda quite surprised. Finally you recognized me. Said the blonde sighing defeated. I'm sorry, but I didn't feel your presence. Defended the brown who showed his true form. That's because I stopped being an angel, I became a human. Why did you do that? Asked the Dark Knight as he was embraced by the blonde. Because I love you, Sparda. What? Said the aforementioned. Tell me, Eva. Eva? How? We only met once. Ever since you defended me I couldn't stop thinking about you, and when that happened I felt my heart beating strongly, well I felt a warmth that comforted me. That's why I decided to be by your side, I gave up being an angel to be able to look for you and tell you everything I feel. If you sacrificed so much to look for you and tell you everything I feel. I'm so happy. If you sacrificed so much to look for me, I can't do anything else but accept your feelings. I'm sorry you did all that to be with me. At that moment they both looked into each other's eyes, looking at each other with love and devotion. Sealing the moment with a warm and sweet kiss as the blonde embraced the white-haired man, he took her by the waist, holding her close to his body. End of flashback. At that moment we started a relationship. One day I invited her to dinner where I introduced her to Ryu and my other disciples except Ristia, who was sealed by me in the tower, because although she had revealed against me when she found out that I would fight for the humans, I was not able to end her life. We also started living together in her mother's last semester. Said Sparda. I married her father after I graduated from the academy. My friends from the academy with their boyfriends came to my wedding, and after that we went to live in Okinawa, and 4 years later we had you too. Said Eva. But one day. I think I shouldn't tell you. Commented Eva sadly. Yes, we remember. Mom. Said the twins, shedding tears. Flashback. The Sparda family were at home, both Issei and Virgil were in the dining room waiting for the patriarch and his disciple. Mom. Said Issei, who was only 5 years old. What's wrong? When is daddy coming? Soon son, daddy and Ryu-san went to see an important matter. This is boring. I hope daddy will be here soon. Said Virgil. At that moment Eva felt an evil presence that terrified her like never before. She took her children and put them in the closet near the dining room, hugging them and kissing them on their foreheads. What is it, mama? Asked Virgil. Mom. Said Issei worried as he watched his mother put up a barrier that enveloped both him and his brother. They mustn't go out. Said Eva desperately. Whatever happens, whatever you see. Stay hidden. Don't come out of that barrier. Issei, Virgil. I love you. Closing the closet. The twins opened the door slightly, watching as their mother took a sword and fought against a being that seemed to be made of light, watching in horror as a sphere of energy pierced their mother's heart. Virgil held his brother and covered his mouth as they both cried helplessly. After mortally wounding the blonde, the being of light left. At that moment the Dark Knight came running in with Ryu too. We are late. Said Ryu, clenching his fists to the point that they began to bleed as he looked away, crying. Eva. Said the white-haired man shedding tears. Sparda. What happened? The strange being came and attacked us. What about the children? Issei and Virgil are fine. I hid them in the closet. What did that guy look like? He was a being of light that had 3 eyes. That answer froze Sparda. His aura began to increase exponentially, showing a great anger and bloodlust. I have little time left. At that moment Ryu appeared with the twins who were still crying because they saw how their mother was dying. Issei takes care of Virgil. Virgil takes care of Issei. Said their mother. Yes, Mom. Answered the twins. These years that I lived with you were the best of my life. I don't regret having left everything to be by your side and to have had this beautiful family. I am also happy because after so long we were able to see each other again and have a family. Sparda, Issei, Virgil. I love you. Said the blonde girl. And we love you, said the Pelablancos, so that Sparda kissed his wife, being that it would be the last one. Observing how the blonde closed her eyes forever. Eva. 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 said the Dark Knight to take a breath and exclaim with all his strength. Eva, Nuo. Shouted the legendary Dark Knight hugging his wife while crying. Mommy. Cried Virgil as he hugged her. Mamaya. Mommy. 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 Mamaya. Issei gave a piercing scream as she expelled a large amount of aura. At that moment Issei's aura grew exponentially, which worried Virgil, Ryu and Sparda. Calm down, little brother. Said Virgil crying. Issei. Please, you must calm down. I don't want anything to happen to you. Please, son. Said Sparda hugging his wife as his son. At that moment the aura entered Issei, causing everyone to fly away, except his mother's body. Virgil was unconscious. Sparda and Ryu saw how Issei had brown hair like his eyes. The now brown-haired Issei fainted, being caught by Ryu. What happened to him? Asked a blue-haired man. I don't know, but I think this is the best. Issei loved his mother as much as he loved me. I hope he doesn't remember anything of this life. I don't want him to suffer. Said the Dark Knight with a lot of sadness and pain. Ryu, I want you to go Kuo. In that place lived the Hyodo family. Ika Hyodo was a student of mine and Eva's best friend, as well as her husband Hiroki. What do you want me to do? Leave Issei with them and tell them that I disappeared and that Eva is dead. Make up a believable story. Tell them that my wife's last wish was that they should take care of Issei. What about Virgil? What about Virgil? I want you to take care of him, so you will put him in a boarding school when he wakes up. I understand. Said the blue-haired man. But what would you do, master? He asked curiously. I'm going to get Mundus. That bastard attacked my family and he will pay for it. I'm going to tear him to pieces. Said the white-haired man furious. I understand. Said the blue-haired man, so that Sparda approached his children shedding tears, carrying them in his arms and kissing them on the forehead. Issei, Virgil. Forgive me for leaving you alone, but I must make the one who killed your mother pay and seal that door again. I love you, even when I am not with you I will always watch over your well-being and happiness. He watched as the blue-haired man teleported in a magic circle, taking his children with him. The white-haired man wiped his tears to take his sword and pistols that were in a frame of the room to use a magic circle. Seal of the demonic world. At the entrance an angel-shaped being of light with 3 eyes was waiting for him. Mundus. Welcome, brother. Said the one identified as Mundus. You. Wretch, you killed my wife and attacked my family. That's why I come to kill you. Said Sparda while he used his devil trigger, using his pistols and sword, engaging in a fierce battle that the Dark Knight was winning by throwing Mundus to the deepest of the demonic world. Damn you. Sparda. At that moment he used his sword, infusing his power, slowly closing the door using the last of his magical and life energy to seal the door forever. His sword entered the demonic world as the white-haired man fell to the ground with his pistols at his sides while breathing heavily. While in Kuo, Ryu had arrived at the Hyodo's house. At that moment Issei woke up, and to the blue-haired man's surprise, he didn't recognize him. Sadly he said goodbye to him while the brunette took his son to bed. Ika-san, Hiroki-san. Take good care of Issei. Yes, we will. Said Hiroki-san. Don't worry about it, my condolences. I never thought I would know about Eva and Alexander Sensei in this way. Said Ika, very sad. But we will fulfill Eva's last wish. Besides, since years ago we wanted to know about Eva and Alexander Sensei in this way. Besides, we have wanted a son for years. Said the brown with a smile. Thank you, and I'll say goodbye. Said the blue-haired man shedding tears, but it wasn't noticeable because it was a rainy day. Place of the seal. At that moment Ryu arrives and sees his master lying on the ground, appreciating the fact that he was practically lifeless. Master? Ryu? Said Sparda with hardly any strength. What happened to him? I have resealed the entrance and the team in Nigru at the cost of the rest of my power and life. As well as my sword. Master? Said the blue-haired man in tears. Ryu? Keep my pistols. I want you to give them to Issei's wife or fiancé. Something tells me that they will be useful. Take care of Virgil and always watch over Issei. Thank you for everything. Son. Said the white-haired man, giving him his hand that Ryu shook with tears in his eyes as his master closed his eyes forever. End of flashback. Forgive us for having left you. Said Eva, shedding tears. I would have wanted to go to see you on the day of the observation. To live your childhood and adolescence as well as to see the day when you will get married. Forgive us, children, if we gave you such a difficult life. Said Sparda, who was like his wife. I have nothing to forgive. Said the twins, which surprised their parents. It's true that I forgot them, but. It's true that I forgot them, but. It's true that I suffered a lot, but. The Hyodos took good care of me. I met good people, a certain retarded bitch who hurt me a lot, as well as I met the women I loved deeply. I had Ryu and I knew Issei was alive as well as he rescued me from my darkness. The parents of both were surprised to hear their sons as they thought he had a grudge against them, but it was the opposite, so they began to shed tears. Even though they were gone, I always remembered them in my heart because my heart is full of their love, said the twins with a smile. Hearing that Eva and Sparda embraced their children while crying with happiness and joy. We love you children, said the Sparda patriarchs. And we love you, said the Sparda twins. Wait a minute. If they are your children, does that make them my nephews? Asked Gabriel, who due to his innocence and ignorance about the subject of the devils, had lost the conversation a while ago. No, they are not your nephews, because when I had them, I was already human, and I had cut off all possible blood relationship with you and the other angels living in heaven. I understand. The blonde answered, a bit confused. Gabriel-chan. I will ask you not to tell anyone what you have heard here, as well as the existence of Virgil, since that is something that the inhabitants of the world must discover on their own. Besides, the less people know about the existence of the demonic world, the better it will be for everyone. After that, Gabriel's figure began to fade away from the place. Well, it's time to seal that tower and return to the world where there is light, said Eva, who spread her 12 angel wings of energy as Sparda spread his devil wings while the twins imitated them. Using their power, the Sparda family sealed the tower that returned to the depths of the earth from where it would never come out again. Devil May Cry. They all felt a tremor, quickly went outside, watching as the tower sank and the portal in the sky closed. Ryu saw this and let out a sigh of relaxation. Issei made it, said the blue-haired man. Did he make it? Asked Toka, confused. Yes, he sealed the tower. This chaos is over, said Ryu, making everyone happy, but one person asked the most important question. And where is Issei-kun? Asked Akeno. He'll be here soon. I'm sure, assured the blue-haired man. The mention of the medallion. It's time to go home, said Issei, using a magic circle to go home where his fiancée, girls, friends and acquaintances were waiting for him with open arms. Second floor of Devil May Cry. The white-haired man arrived in a magic circle to his home with his family, but he noticed the fact that Virgil had disappeared, taking Force Edge with him, which was strange since Yamato was still with him, and he doubted that Virgil would leave without her. I think they're out. How about making a stylish entrance? Said the white-haired man. Sounds like fun, said Eva, for her son to use a spell that makes light while using a magic circle, being that with the glow they didn't notice this. Outside Devil May Cry. At that moment a glow appeared in front of the Gremory, Citri and Sparda. At first they thought it was some emissary from heaven, but they changed their mind when they felt the aura of someone they knew. Suddenly 2 white-haired men and a blonde appeared. The youngest white-haired man who came to the front had white hair, dark blue eyes, light skin which gave him a foreign air, as if he was from the Scandinavian countries. He had the bearing of a high society person. All the girls blushed when they saw him, but there was a girl who stood in front of the white-haired man. She was none other than the fiancée and queen of the Dark Knight's son, Seraphil. When they were in front of each other, the brunette didn't say anything because she was enraptured with the boy in front of her. But when she saw that his girlfriend didn't say anything, the white-haired man smiled at her, so she embraced him with a smile while she was shedding tears. Ice-chan, said the brunette, making everyone out of their surprise. Issei? They all exclaimed since he didn't look like the Issei that had gone to the tower. They immediately saw his hair as well as his eyes with a carefree, confident and simple look. Instantly the Sparda went to Issei. Issei, you look excellent, said Lilith, blushing. Wow. Issei, you look so, said Lise, blushing. I bet, completed Rebecca, drooling. Wow, I think that freeing you settled you well, said Pris with an evident blush. Ani-san, said Yui with a seductive voice. I didn't think Issei was more handsome than he already was, commented Akio, blushing. Your eyes, your skin like that and your hair make a good combination. Besides, now you give an air of being a prince. Although we know you are one, said Levi while he was smiling as the others complimented him on his appearance. Suddenly from Issei's right arm a violet energy came out and took on a human appearance. It was Ristia, who instantly attached herself to Issei. Meanwhile the Gremory girls were delighted as well as enraptured by Issei's new appearance, since his skin was something sublime due to the fact that in the part where he was in shadows, his skin looked white, while where the light hit him, he had white skin with a little touch of peach, while his hair did not clash, and his eyes gave him a magnetic attraction, plus his princely bearing that was now more noticeable. All the girls were almost bleeding from the nose and drooling while blushing heavily. Then Alana, Lady Citri and Grafia had an obvious blush due to the new appearance of the white-haired man. At that moment they all noticed that the white-haired man came with company that they recognized immediately, being the first Ristia, but on the left side of the spirit was a blonde with a too sensual body, large breasts. Narrow waist and sensual hips, being that her body was of a symmetrical and stylized structure, added to a youthful beauty, so I could tell at first glance that she was barely 17 to 19 years old. She also had an air of mature woman, very charming. Her skin was white as snow, plus her beautiful blue eyes like the sky. On the girl's right side was a man identical to Issei, but a bit more muscular and taller than the aforementioned white-haired man. You could tell he was an older version of Issei in his early 20s. Issei, Gremory, Serziches and Grafia were surprised, as if attracted by the two people that were with Issei, the men by the blonde and the women by the white-haired man, so much that they were in a trance, until Saji reacted. "Hey Issei, your sister is very pretty," said the blonde. "And your brother is not far behind, he is very attractive," said Momo. At that, the white-haired man held back his laughter because he thought it was funny that they thought they were his siblings, causing some of them to frown in annoyance. "Ara, what a nice comment," said the blonde with a blush on her face as she put a hand on her cheek. "Thank you for the compliment," said the white-haired man politely. "What are you laughing at, Issei?" said Tomo, a bit annoyed. "Sorry. Hahaha. But they are not my brothers," answered the white-haired man, trying to calm down. "Then who are they?" asked Mira, a bit jealous but curious as she watched her king take a breath to speak. "Gremories, Citrus, Serziches, Grafia-san, Sirach-an, Lilith, girls. Meet Eva Sparda and the legendary Dark Knight Sparda. My biological parents," said the white-haired one. "Mother, father. They are the patriarchs of the Citri and Gremory clans with their daughters and their servants, the Mayu Serziches Lucifer and his servant Grafia Lucifuge." But at such a statement everyone was shocked. 3, 2, 1. What? Hearing that, Rias as well as the others who were jealous felt like idiots for thinking the wrong things about the white-haired man's mother, besides that everyone present was more than honored to meet the founder of the underworld, the father of the white-haired man, and a legend like Sparda, so they bowed in front of him and said, "It is an honor to meet the legendary Dark Knight and his wife." They all exclaimed at the same time, while the girls who were in love with Issei understood why the white-haired man was so attractive and confirmed Ryu's words when they saw Eva Sparda's sculpted body. On the other hand, Rias was very afraid, as well as his first 4 servants, when they saw the sharp and penetrating look that the Dark Knight and his wife gave them. "Mama, Papa. I present to you my servants as my harem," said the white-haired man. "So it was serious," said the Sparta leaders. "Yes," answered the youngest son of the Dark Knight. "You thought I was joking." "Actually I was, but now," his parents answered in surprise. "Well, I introduce you, this is my Akio Fudoruk." "Much pleasure, father, mother," said the mentioned one nervously, excitedly and respectfully. "My bishop, Mirayamana." "My second bishop, Mirayamana," said the nervous, excited and respectful mother. "My second bishop, Yui Karada." "My second bishop, Yui Karada, much pleasure, father, mother," said the above-mentioned nervous, excited and respectful. "My horse, Akame Hyodo." "Much pleasure, father, mother," said the aforementioned nervous, excited and respectful woman. "My second horse, Levi Kazama." "Much pleasure, father, mother," said the aforementioned nervous, excited and respectful woman. "My sixth pawn, Priscilla Asagiri." "My sixth pawn, Priscilla Asagiri." "Much pleasure, father, mother," said the aforementioned nervous, excited and respectful woman. "My fifth pawn, Rebecca Randall." "Much pleasure, father, mother," said the aforementioned nervous, excited and respectful manner. "My fourth pawn, Selena Sherlock." "Much pleasure, father, mother," said the above-mentioned nervous, excited and in a respectful way. "My third pawn, Arin Kanazuki." "Much pleasure, father, mother," said the above-mentioned nervous, excited and in a respectful way. "My second pawn, Liselet Sherlock." "Much pleasure, father, mother," said the above-mentioned nervous, excited and in a respectful manner. "My first pawn and my fiancée, Lilith Asami," introduced the white-haired man, taking the hand of the red-haired woman. "Much pleasure, father, mother," she said nervously, excited and in a respectful way. "Lastly, I present to you the Mayu Levitan, my fiancé Serafol Citri," said the white-haired man while taking her hand. Much pleasure, father, mother," she said nervously, excitedly and respectfully as she bowed to her in-laws. "The pleasure is ours," said the white-haired man's parents. "Serafol-san, Lilith-san, girls," said the blonde. "Why yes, Akasama," asked the brunette and the others very nervously for the blonde to hug the red-haired and the brunette, which surprised them. "Thank you for taking care and loving Issei," said Eva to give them a smile. "I ask you to take good care of Issei and love him. For me he is one of the most precious things I have," said the legendary Dark Knight to embrace the Sparta handmaidens. "Yes, we'll take good care of Issei," said the Sparta handmaids. "Also if you must punish him, do it," said Eva and her husband, causing the younger white-haired man to laugh nervously because his mother had given them the green light to correct him. I also present the leaders Gremory and his daughter along with their servants, the leaders Citri and his daughter as well as their servants, one of the Mau Surziches Lucifer and his servant Graphia Lucifuge. Presented the white-haired man as the Dark Knight, and his wife stood in front of Surziches for the white-haired man to extend his hand, which surprised the red-haired man as well as those present. Surziches Gremory, I have seen everything through the thoughts as well as the eyes of my son, said the Dark Knight, being that Rias became even more nervous because there was a possibility that he knew what he did to Issei. I have also read Ryu's thoughts. You along with my future daughter, Ajuka Astaroth and Falbium Glaciolabolas, have done a great job filling in for the previous Mau, and have kept the world you create as I imagined, except for the stupid arranged marriage law. If possible, I would like that absurd law to go away. I created the underworld so that those slaves and workers who are now nobility could live in peace and have a home when the demonic world was overthrown, but I am deeply ashamed of what they have turned my creation into. I no longer belong to this world, so I ask you to do that for me, so that no more tragedies will happen, said the Dark Knight while looking at the younger Redeed, who felt a shiver violently run down her back. So be it, Sparda-sama. I will transmit your message to my comrades and to the underworld. I feel honored with your words, said the Redeed, shaking the hand of Issei's father, being for him a great honor while his parents felt proud. The blonde went to see the Citri patriarchs to take Lady Citri's hands. Lord Citri, Lady Citri, I entrust you with my baby, said Eva. Watch over him in my place. I will always be with him, but you need father figures. I know it is selfish but, said the blonde, only to be interrupted by the brunette. I know it is selfish but. No need to apologize, Eva-sama, my husband and I promise to take care of him, after all Issei-kun is our son-in-law. But with your request I promise to make him become a good man and to watch over his safety as well as his happiness for you. Thank you, really, thank you very much. Thank you, really, thank you very much, said Eva, more relieved. Lord Gremory, Lady Gremory. I think you have been too soft with your daughter, she is too naive and stupid. In short, she is a spoiled child who doesn't know the world, so she can be easily deceived. I know I am getting into matters I shouldn't, but I do it because of the spirited past that exists between our children, said the Dark Knight. The Gremory patriarchs clenched their fists because it was true. They had spoiled Rias too much. But that would end very soon. I suggest you to be even stricter with her and give her a corrective to your daughter so she learns from her mistakes and doesn't fall into them again, but you will also have to punish the servants. They failed to stop their mistress, so they followed the same path as Rias-kun. We understand, Sparda-sama. And we accept your suggestion. Rias will be punished, said the red-haired elder seriously. I understand. I leave it in your hands, Lord Gremory, said the older white-haired man. Thank you for the confidence. I am truly sorry for the situation you are in, Lady Gremory, said the blonde. You may call me by my name, Eva-sama, said the chestnut kindly. I understand. You should be more attentive to your daughter. Your son is already older, but Ria-san is still young, Venelana-san. Try to guide her as best as you can. I thought I was doing the right thing, but with what happened, I'm not sure if I'm a good mother, said the chestnut, giving a hurt look so that Eva denied her words. You have done a good job seeing your son, it's just that you neglected your daughter. You should be much stricter with her. More than you are now, and open her eyes so she can differentiate between truth and lies, recommended the blonde. I understand and thank you for the words, Eva-sama. It's nothing, Venelana-san. After several minutes of talks, all present watched with great sadness as Sparda and his wife began to fade into particles of light. The time they had available was over, and it was time for their souls to finally rest in peace. Everyone turned to look at Issei, who, after seeing how his parents finished disappearing, left the tent to contemplate the night sky. Everyone present followed him. Seraphil placed herself on Issei's left side and began to imitate her fiancé, observing the city sky. We're safe. For now, but I'm afraid trouble will be back soon. Very soon, said Issei as he watched the sky, dropping two lonely tears that ran quickly down his cheeks. Are you crying? Asked Seraphil when she saw that the white-haired man's cheeks were slightly wet. No way, it's the rain. The white-haired man answered, looking away, waiting for his tears to stop flowing. But it stopped raining a while ago, murmured the brunette, checking with her right hand that no raindrops were falling. Devils never cry, clarified the white-haired man, logically lying since some time ago he had proved that he had the ability to cry, but he said that because in front of other people, he had to seem as if he was invincible, and that feelings like sorrow and sadness had no effect on him at all. I understand. Maybe, somewhere, there is a devil who cries for the loss of a loved one, don't you agree? Maybe yes. Maybe yes. By the way, Issei, While you were gone, a friendly match was scheduled between Surzich's Sama and you, as the aforementioned wants to see how he would fare in a one-on-one match against you," said Ryu, making the white-haired man turn to look at Surzich's. "So that's what you want. That's fine with me, but how about we make it more interesting? What do you have in mind? Face me against the past, present and future of the Gremory house. If you win, you can ask me anything and I will fulfill it without protest, but if I win, I will keep 3 people that belong to the Gremory house or that have some relation with it. Do you accept?" That proposal took the members of the Gremory house by surprise, but in a way they could not refuse that bet, since if they won they could get their daughter and her servants to obtain Issei's forgiveness, but if they lost, they could lose a lot of potential within their house. But the doubt was, who would be the 3 people that Issei had in mind, since otherwise he would not have proposed that kind of bet. After discussing it for a few moments, the Gremory ended up agreeing, creating a pocket dimension to carry out the encounter, and that way they would not continue causing damage in the already devastated city of Kuo. Pocket dimension. In front of Issei were Lord Gremory, Venelana, Surzich's, Grafia, Rias and Akeno. Some would wonder why the rest of his servants would not participate. This was because Ria and Akeno understood the future of the Gremory house, due to the fact that both had been together longer than any other member of the WolfDeath's retinue. "I will explain the rules," said Ryu, looking at Issei and the Gremory. "It is strictly forbidden to annihilate or cripple for life any of the contestants. The way to determine that an opponent is out of combat is by KO, or by leaving him in a position that in real combat would mean his death. Begin," exclaimed Ryu as he walked away from the battle site towards the bleachers where the other spectators were located. Before they could react, Issei leapt towards them in a burst of speed, appearing several meters behind the Gremorys, who only felt a medium-sized breeze pass between them. To everyone's surprise and disbelief, Rias and Akeno fell to the ground, vomiting a large amount of blood and with their uniforms destroyed in the stomach area, with a perfectly marked fist in the stomach of each of them. After a few seconds of continuous vomiting, the WolfDeath and the brunette fainted, and thus they had been eliminated from the combat. Basic rule of numerically disadvantaged combat: eliminate the weakest and most vulnerable enemies you can find, said Issei as he turned around, pulling Rebellion out. "Who's next?" Lord Gremory and Surzich's lunged at the white-haired man. Lord Gremory had 2 swords of demonic energy, 1 per hand, while Surzich's wrapped his fists in the power of destruction. Faced with these opponents, the white-haired man decided to use the zone, since his victory would be sweeter if he managed to win without too much difficulty. With his range of vision extended and his brain receiving the essential information for combat, the white-haired man began to evade the attacks of his opponents with great skill. Picking Surzich's away from his range of action, Issei focused on the current patriarch of House Gremory, who was attacking him with multiple left and right swords, but they were blocked without problems by Rebellion. Sweeping the ground with his leg, the white-haired man forced Lord Gremory to retreat, taking advantage of that brief instant to begin attacking the red-haired elder with multiple swift frontal thrusts that were blocked with difficulty, shattering countless demonic blades as if they were made of glass in the process. "What strength this boy has. It's unbecoming for someone of his age," thought Lord Gremory, surprised to see how a boy of only 17 years old made him look like he was a novice. To him who had many years behind him. He was so amazed by the level of the white-haired man that he didn't notice when Issei infiltrated his personal space and placed the Rebellion blade just a few millimeters away from his neck, enough to make him bleed slightly. Resigned, he threw his swords to the ground and raised his hands in defeat, as if it were a real fight. His head would be rolling on the ground. Certainly this combat could make it seem that many opponents of great caliber were weaklings, but this was because none could use devastating techniques, because it was forbidden to kill the opponent, which to people like Lord Gremory, Surzich's and Venelana left extremely limited, since they all had attacks to finish their enemies in a matter of seconds. But the thing changed when killing was forbidden, since with the power of destruction, it was extremely difficult to fight without killing. Boom. Suddenly a sphere of the power of destruction collided with Issei's hand, creating a brief explosion. After that explosion, Surzich's, the author of the attack, created more spheres of the power of destruction around him, sending them against Issei, but his surprise came when he saw that Issei destroyed only with his fists. How can he possibly do that? Anything that touches the power of destruction should disintegrate in seconds, said Venelana, surprised. Then she noticed how the white-haired man had a pair of gauntlets and silver boots on. Light is an extremely damaging element for devils and their abilities. And by chance this beauty, referring to the demon arm Beowulf, has the attribute of light, so if I manage to hit them directly, it will hurt them quite a lot. Starting to run toward Surzich's, who kept attacking him with many spheres of destruction power that the boy was undoing by simply throwing punches. When he was close enough to Surzich's, he started attacking him with combinations of kicks and punches, all aimed at vital points such as the liver and the temple. Then Alana-sama. I think you should use it. We might be able to knock Issei-sama out if we use it, suggested Grafia. You may be right, but if I fail it would be fatal, said the Grimoire matriarch, hesitating whether to use that resource or not. Pam. Both Grimoire women heard a thud. Looking in the direction where the sound had come from, they could see how Issei had delivered a powerful kick to Surzich's chin, and he fell backwards like a sack of potatoes, with a lost look. That kick had shaken his brain in such a way that it had knocked him out practically immediately. Seeing that, Benalana put her doubts aside and summoned several magic circles that appeared around the white-haired man. At his sides, above him, there were magic circles in every direction. From the aforementioned magic circles began to generate spheres of the power of destruction, and it didn't take a genius to guess that the target of those spheres was Issei. Guarding Beowulf, the white-haired man drew his pistols. Bram demolition, whispered the white-haired man as magic circles appeared on his pistols, and after a few seconds they vanished. Leaping up, he began to shoot while performing several acrobatics in the air. With each shot he fired, he destroyed a magic circle. This was due to Gram demolition, a magic unknown to over 90% of supernatural beings. This magic allows its user to destroy the spells of opponents because it breaks the magical formula by which the spell is channeled. As he continued firing, he was closing the distance that separated him from the Grimoire matriarch, and by the time he had destroyed all the magic circles he was already in front of Venelana. Without thinking twice, she aimed at the Grimoire matriarch, placing the barrel of ivory a few centimeters from her face. Just like her husband, she surrendered, but as she did so she sketched a smile, ducking quickly, letting him watch the white-haired man as several ice stakes flew straight at him. Tilting his torso backwards, he narrowly evaded the sharp ice stakes. So I'm finally up against Queen Lucifer. Then as such, I think I'll take it seriously, but first, muttered the white-haired man, deactivating the zone because he had replenished much of the energy he had lost in his adventure in the tower, but it didn't make sense to spend the recovered energy in a simulated combat like that. Now tell me, Grafia-san, do you know how to do anything besides walk those melons wherever you go, leaving many of the men wanting to rub, kiss and suck them? Asked the white-haired man, getting the desired effect. The Queen Lucifer had become angry since she had literally been told that she was only physical. The temperature around him began to drop. Stretching out his hand, he created an extremely hard ice sword, while Issei put away his pistols and pulled out Rebellion. Issei and Grafia launched themselves at each other, beginning an exchange of slashes and thrusts. With an upward kick, the maid forced the Pelo Blanco to jump. Taking advantage of that moment, the Pelo Blanco descended spinning, attacking with a downward slash that was blocked by Grafia, but due to the force of that attack, the ground underneath the woman cracked. So the walking melons know how to defend themselves, exclaimed the white-haired man in amusement. Furious, the maid pushed Issei away with a sharp movement, touching the ground with her free hand, causing a killer stalactite to emerge and aim directly at Issei. Using the width of Rebellion's blade, he blocked the ice tip of the stalactite, but to his surprise, more stalactites appeared from his sides, forcing him to react quickly and cut them off, otherwise he'd end up skewered. He quickly realized that this was a distraction because after cutting the last stalactite, Grafia appeared and connected a downward kick directly to the back of his head, causing him to crash violently to the floor. Incredulous, he watched as the maid, using a magic circle, threw a huge ice ball at him. Rolling on the ground, he managed to avoid being crushed, but in return he received a kick that sent him several meters backwards, leaving him lying on the ground. Again. Certainly an angry woman could be quite dangerous, but the time for games was over. The maid, who was approaching the white-haired man ready to knock him out, was sent several meters backwards by an energy explosion that raised a curtain of dust. After the curtain dissipated, Issei could be seen with his devil trigger activated. All those present could feel the enormous pressure that the white-haired man exerted just by standing transformed in this way. It was then that they remembered the moment when Ryu told them that seeing the devil trigger through a screen was very different from seeing it live. From 1 second to the next, a white-haired one appeared in front of Grafia and attacked her with a diagonal slash that the aforementioned could barely block. With a spinning kick, the white-haired man pushed her several meters backwards. Without leaving her time to react, the white-haired man closed the distance with her again, attacking her from the right side, being stopped by the woman's ice sword. Disappearing from that place, reappearing from the left side where Grafia stopped his attack with an ice shield, but these blocks were by pure instinct. Touching the ground with her free hand, she made several stalactites emerge from the ground that made Issei jump to avoid them. The woman was already under the stalactites to take the white-haired man by surprise when he destroyed those objects, but to her surprise, the boy did destroy the stalactites, but he descended like a meteor on her, sending her against the ground with a kick on the head, leaving her on her back on the ground, with Rebellion's blade stuck a few centimeters from one of the sides of her head. with Issei on her body, looking at her with a look that said, "You move and I'll kill you." "The fight is over. The winner is Issei," declared Ryu, ending the fight. A few minutes later. Devil May Cry. Everyone was expectant, waiting for the choice that the white-haired man would make, since now he could choose 3 people related to the Gremory house. "Very well, I have already decided," announced the white-haired man, capturing everyone's attention. Standing up, he began to pass his gaze from person to person corresponding to the Gremory house. "First, I will tell 2 of the selected ones, and I will explain the reasons for their choice. The first 2 selected are Zenovia and Tokiyatagami." The mention took a step forward, a bit confused. "I chose them both because they have an enormous talent as well as a destructive power of a quite high level, but those qualities are being wasted since they don't have a proper training regimen and the way they have progressed so far. It only makes more evident their weak points, which is mainly their defense, reflexes and speed," explained the white-haired one. "But how will you bring them both under your command?" Sona asked, intrigued, since as far as she knew, Issei had already used most of his pieces and he only had 2 pawns and a rook left available. "With this," answered Issei, taking out a knight piece and a pawn piece, causing a huge surprise in everyone present since Issei was supposed to have used up the 2 pieces of that type on Akame and Levi. "How is it possible that you have another knight piece?" exclaimed everyone, shocked and surprised in equal measure. "A few days ago Ajuka contacted me, explaining that in the machine he had used to shape my evil pieces, he found another 15 pieces identical to mine, except that the king piece was missing. After studying them, he discovered that those 15 pieces were linked to the king piece I carry inside me. That means that those 15 pieces form what we could call my second team, so I have begun to look for people whose talents and skills are interesting to me and that could be useful for the future as more and more dangerous enemies appear," explained the boy. "Now it is time for them to become my vassals, which is the name I have given to this second team, giving the knight piece to Zenovia and the pawn piece to Toka. By order of Issei Sparda. You Zenovia and Tokiyatagami will walk again in this world, seal this contract and become my servants." After saying that, the boy's pieces entered Zenovia and Toka's chest with a scarlet glow as a knight piece and 2 red pawn pieces were expelled from their bodies. The red pieces fell into the hands of the white-haired man, who threw them to Rias without saying a word. "Now, the last person is her," pointing to a specific person. "Grafia Lucifuge. Issei-kun. Issei-kun, why do you love my lovely wife?" asked Serziches, but there was something strange in his tone of voice. "But that you will continue with your charade. I thought you would explain it yourself, but as it is not the case, I will do it," sentenced Issei. "For quite a long time I thought she was your wife, since you always walked together when you presented yourselves to society, but I proved otherwise for 2 reasons. The first one, the non-reaction on your part when I kept staring at Grafia's breasts. Any husband would have made it clear to me not to keep leering at his wife, but you didn't tell me anything, nor did you do anything. You didn't even notice. The second, this fact I checked due to Grafia coming in person when I was given a direct order from the underworld. If she was really your wife, who should already have been married for several years and therefore have already done it more times than they can remember, your aura should run through her body, warning anyone who looks at her with lustful eyes that if they touch her they are messing with you, but the only aura of yours that I feel in Grafia is solely and exclusively the one emitted by the piece lodged in her chest. An example of this is Lilith. She is my servant and I have also slept with her." Blushing, the mentioned one. "As you may notice, my aura covers her body and warns the others that if they touch a hair on her, they won't live to see another day." A splendid deduction of voice was heard, and immediately afterwards a magic circle appeared in the room. A magic circle belonging to the Gremory house. From the magic circle appeared a beautiful woman with long blonde hair and emerald green eyes, dressed in a cocktail dress that looked very expensive, a diamond necklace and shoes to match. Upon seeing the woman, the white-haired man made a slight bow. "It is an honor to meet the wife of Serziches, Lucifer." "What a polite young man," replied the woman with a hand to her cheek. "I must congratulate you, you blew Grafia-chan's cover with a perfect deduction. I introduce myself, my name is Karen Sarlanane." "Issei-kun, how did you know that she is my real wife?" asked Serziches in defeat, as a boy had so masterfully uncovered his secret. "Because as soon as she appeared your body tensed up and you got a bit nervous. Besides, of course, that apparently in the Gremory house who rules are the women, since I can notice that both you and your father are under the dominion of their wives," clarified Issei. "Well, I won't waste any more time. Giving the queen piece to Grafia. By order of Issei Sparda, you Grafia Lucifuge will walk again in this world, seal this contract and become my servant," finished saying the white-haired man while the queen piece entered the woman's body and a red queen came out of her body, handing the piece to Serziches, who in turn handed it to his wife Karen, who placed it near her chest, and after a few seconds it entered her body. "Well, if there is nothing else to do here. I'm going to take a bath and sleep for a while. Goodbye," said the white-haired man, waving goodbye as he went up the stairs. A few hours later, the white-haired man, after taking a bath and sleeping for a while, decided to go and watch the starry sky from the roof of Devil May Cry. He didn't know why, but he liked to do that, and while he was doing it, he felt a great tranquility and calmness. "I hope you're happy with everything you've done." Hearing that, the white-haired man turned around, meeting Sona and Tsubaki, who were looking at him with a serious look. "Have you come to scold me?" asked the white-haired man in amusement. "Don't be funny. You worried us all. We were afraid that something could happen to you, and after that we found out that you went to that place just for some fun. Do you know how devastated my sister and your servants would have been if you had died? I hadn't thought about that, but I already apologized." He shrugged his shoulders and looked at both girls with a mischievous look. "Didn't you miss me?" asked the boy a few centimeters away from Sona and Tsubaki's face. "Of course not. How could I miss a boy addicted to violence like you, who apart from fighting, only eats pizza and strawberry ice cream?" asked Sona and Tsubaki like complete tsundeers. With his characteristic speed, he hugged both girls against his chest, and like lightning, he sat down on the bench on the roof, with Sona and Tsubaki sitting on his lap. "That tsundere has nothing to do against me. It only reaffirms that she is madly in love with me," whispered the boy in the ears of the girls, kissing their necks by turns, smiling when seeing how the aggressive attitude of a few seconds ago had disappeared, changing to a submissive attitude, feeling how the breathing of the girls began to be more agitated. "Oh, could it be that they are liking this?" Lightly massaging both women's breasts. "I've never been touched like this," Sona gasped. "This is a little punishment for what you did the other day. Spying on me in the bathroom while I was having sex with Sarah-chan. I saw you both perfectly, but most of all, I could see your blushing face. You wanted to, don't you?" Both girls, with their body temperature rising, nodded while they started kissing the white-haired man's neck and cheeks, and for his part, Issei kept playing with both girls' breasts, using his other hand to caress both girls' thighs, going up little by little, infiltrating under their skirt, caressing their intimacies over their underwear. Checking, just as he had thought, their wetness. Using a magic circle, the boy transported himself and both girls to Sona's room, where he locked the door and placed an anti-noise barrier, as he was not going to let anyone interrupt this moment, as he had been waiting for a long time for the always cold and serious Sona Sitri and Shinra Tsubaki to fall under his charms. In front of him, the result was displayed. Both girls looked at him, blushing, heated. Walking slowly while taking off his shirt, he sat down on the bed, starting to crawl over to where Sona and Tsubaki were, beginning to kiss them as he undressed them with little resistance, leaving them both just as they had come into the world, etching every detail of their female bodies in his mind. No doubt that would be an excellent and very long night. The next day, 6 p.m. "Are you serious?" protested the white-haired man sitting with his feet on his desk. "Just yesterday I sealed the team in Nigru, now I must go out to another place, just because a bunch of mentally unbalanced people want to get demonic weapons like mine. It's not just that, Issei. It's not just that, Issei. If those guys succeed in their plans, it could be a disaster worse than what you experienced yesterday, since they will summon the devils through the second portal that connects the human world with the demonic world," explained Ryu. "And how are you sure those guys will make their move now?" "I know because the contact I had in that city arrived a few hours ago in very bad shape. And in her last moments she revealed to me and my relatives that order plans to gather the devils to transform them into their soldiers. And after that she died, as you understand, it's not a joke. Besides, she was the guardian that protected the tomb of an ex-general of the Devil's Army," said the blue-haired man, observing how the white-haired man let out a sigh of defeat. "Alright. Give me the magic circle and I'll go kick their asses and come back soon," said the white-haired man, extending his hand, waiting for the blue-haired man to hand him a paper with a magic circle, as it happened that time when he had to go to the Bible Academy. "Unfortunately this time you will have to stop them, so you will have to go as stealthy as possible," said Ryu. "So you will have to take a train that will take you to the port of Tokyo, and there you will take a boat that will take you to the port of Fortune City. It's about 2 days, I hope you'll be ready soon." Resigned, he went to prepare his things. Being the son of the Dark Knight had its advantages, but the work sometimes became heavy, since he had barely had time to loaf, but he had to see the positive side. Maybe he would find something interesting in that city. After arranging his things and saying goodbye to his girls, he took the train to the port of Tokyo. It took him about an hour and a half to reach his destination. He quickly took the boat that Ryu had indicated him, entered the luxury cabin that the blue-haired man had reserved for his round trip, left his things and rested for a while. After a while, he went to the bow of the ship, enjoying the sea breeze. "Companion. I know. They've been following us since we left Devil May Cry. but he's no one we know. His aura is one I've never felt before. I'll let him continue playing hide and seek for a while," answered the white-haired man, playing down the importance of the matter, ignoring how a person camouflaged in the shadows of the boat was staring at him. At that moment he felt 3 auras known to him because the owners of some of them had had a lot of contact with him. He went to his cabin, finding a certain loli, a certain blonde and a certain orange-haired woman dressed in light clothes that matched their exquisite figures. "Ani-san," said Yui very happily, crushing her breasts against the white-haired man's abdomen. "Yui? Liis? Rebecca?" asked the white-haired man when he saw 3 of his handmaidens on the spot. "Hello Ice," said Liis and Rebecca, who stood up and hugged him warmly. "What are you doing here?" asked the curious boy. "We came to see you and accompany you," said the red-haired girl while the boy separated from them a little bit. "I really appreciate your concern and I thank you for coming, but you must leave," said the white-haired boy seriously. "Why?" asked the blonde. "This is an infiltration mission, you are just in that phase of training and the less people the better," answered Issei, saddening Yui, Liis and Rebecca. "Come on Issei, don't be so hard on them. They just want to help you," said a voice while his right arm glowed purple, appearing a seal that gave the impression of a sword with devil wings. After a slight flash appeared a brunette with violet eyes wearing a cocktail dress of the same color as her eyes. "You must trust them more. They are not rookies anymore, after all they have fought against devils. Have a little more faith in your girls." "Beast," said the loli, the blonde and the orange-haired girl. "Beast," said the white-haired man, stroking her head, blushing the girl who had her eyes closed and a big smile because she liked to be pampered by the white-haired man. "How are you doing?" "Much better, after sleeping on your arm for the rest of the trip and sleeping with you before we left was revitalizing for me," said the spirit, making Yui, Liis and Rebecca jealous. "And about the stealth, I can teach you," she said. "Are you sure?" asked the white-haired man, a bit doubtful. "Hey, your father didn't train mediocre people like Rias Gremory does. He trained us as generals, warriors and masters. He was an excellent and at the same time a strict teacher and instructor," the brunette scolded the white-haired man. "You're right," said the white-haired man with a resigned smile, as he had no arguments to refute that because he knew his father's capabilities. "We will use your mental landscape where time passes faster and we can adapt it to a scenario suitable for that kind of training," said Ristia, cheering up the girls. "I was afraid that something would happen to you if what happened with Maxwell happened again. I would never forgive myself." Showing sadness in her words, the girls confirmed how important they were for the white-haired man. Taking advantage of the moment, Liis kissed him for 20 seconds, leaving a trickle of saliva when they parted. "Yui, Liis, Rebecca, Ristia. Yui, Liis, Rebecca, Ristia. Ice. Ice," the girls purred. Ristia with a shadow hand locked the door and put up 2 barriers, one anti-noise and the other reinforcement barrier. The white-haired man started kissing his girls, first Rebecca, then Liis, then Yui and lastly Ristia. "Her lips are very soft," said the white-haired man, touching her lips with his fingers. "Ice," said the 4 girls, blushing because they had loved to be kissed by the white-haired man. 2 hours later. The 4 girls were sleeping on the white-haired man. Rebecca was between his legs, Ristia was on his left side, Yui was on his right side, and Liis was on his chest. "That was amazing," said the older Sherlock after her 4th round of intense carnal pleasure. "You really are amazing, Liis," said the white-haired man as the blonde used her chest as a pillow while she ran her finger along her boyfriend's chest. "I didn't know how pleasurable sex was, I want to do it every day. I think I got addicted to you," said the blonde seductively while touching the tip of his nose. "Now tell me, why did you sneak in here? Ristia was on my arm resting, Rebecca and Yui, I'm sure they followed you. And you had no choice but to bring them," said the white-haired man as the blonde sighed defeatedly. "It's just that." Liis explained that he made a little joke about Serafal, and Serafal didn't like it, so he had punished her without sleeping with him until further notice. "Yes," answered the defeated Sherlock. "Well, I will try to talk to her about that punishment, but when she gets angry it is very difficult to convince her," said the white-haired man, sighing. "This is for you as well as for Ristia and the girls when I see them. Don't make jokes that go too far," she said very seriously. "I understand. Well, let's," finished the white-haired man's voice in a curt tone of voice. Both he and Liis watched as Rebecca played with his member using her melons, licking and enjoying his. No doubt the trip to Fortuna City was going to be extremely pleasurable. And there was still a whole day of travel left. You should take the long way around, since they were already waiting for someone to show up to try to get there. Going through his things, the white-haired man found a small gift that Ryu had given him for his trip to Fortune. It was a new outfit that the blue-haired man had made for him because his current clothes were already very worn out. Looking at the new outfit closely, he was quite satisfied. Note: Issei's new outfit is Dante's from Devil May Cry 4, so I won't give too many details about the outfit since I assume everyone knows it. Taking a look at his bed with a big smile. Watching the four naked sleeping beauties with a sweet smile on their faces. Getting dressed with as little noise as possible. Grabbing his things, he left the cabin, closing the door with utmost care. Heading towards the deck of the ship from where he contemplated the small port where he had arrived. The port of Fortuna City. Looking at the sky, he saw that it was already getting dark. He had slept a lot, but he wasn't complaining. He had had an incredible time. At a slow pace he descended from the ship, and after following a few signs he reached the city, but as he went deeper, he could notice how there were several people dressed in white uniforms with hoods and helmets covering their faces, carrying swords of a very striking design. Normally he would have killed them, as he recognized the emblem on their uniforms. They were members of the organization whose plans could cause another disaster like the one he had managed to avoid by sealing off the team in Nigru. Back to the subject. He could kill them, but that would draw attention, and they would know that there was someone in the city stalking them, so they would be much more vigilant. Taking a great leap, he landed on the roof of a building and began to move towards the great cathedral of the city, whose design was the most outstanding of all the buildings present. But as he was approaching the cathedral, he heard noises very familiar to his ears. The sounds caused by a fight. Looking over the edge of the roof of the building, he saw a young man with brown hair and green eyes, apparently 20 or 21 years old. The aforementioned young man was fighting against a new species of devils. Their form did not resemble any enemy Issei had fought before. Their bodies were irregularly shaped and seemed to be made of cloth joined together with a lousy stitching, although there was one detail. Most of them had a sword attached to some of their limbs, replacing either an arm or a leg. The white-haired man watched the boy's movements with amusement. He had good movements and knew how to use the sword quite well. After a few more minutes the fight ended and the young Brown started to run at full speed towards the cathedral. Everything indicated that he was behind. But the question was, late for what? Issei just looked at the cathedral, since as he remembered, the leader of this organization was an old fogey who was a kind of priest but who worshipped a devil. Sparda. The job was simple. To go and kill the grandfather in question, but there was something about that target that caused him some uneasiness. If the target was so easy, why did Ryu send him expressly to him? Any one of the girls in his entourage could have completed the job. This is going to get interesting, muttered the white-haired man as he continued to advance across the rooftops. Finally he had reached the roof of the cathedral where there were multiple stained glass windows that served as a skylight to the interior of the cathedral. Looking through them he could appreciate the situation. Everywhere he looked it was an ordinary mass with the exception that instead of worshipping God, they were worshipping their own father as if he were God. The only problem, in his opinion, was the fact that the mass as such was very boring. If he had to go to it like a normal person, he would end up shooting himself. Although on second thought, it wouldn't do any good since he had already been shot in the head and hadn't died. But he didn't come to hear that. But he wasn't coming to hear that mass. At least not exactly to hear it. Observing the people present, he located his target. It was the old man who was dressed as a priest, dressed in white robes. The white-haired man remained observing for a few more minutes until finally everyone present bowed their heads in prayer. "Time to act," muttered the white-haired man as he broke one of the crystals under his feet. Ascending quickly, he fell on top of the altar. Right in front of the old man, who looked up when he noticed that he had something in front of him. The boy drew ivory and aimed directly at the old man's forehead, pulling the trigger without looking. Leaving as the only warning of the attack the sound of the shot that caused everyone to turn their gaze towards the altar. Watching the back of the white-haired man who slowly turned to those present, allowing them to see how his left cheek was stained with the blood of the old man who was now lying on the ground. The whole place was plunged into a deep silence. "Your Eminence," exclaimed a brown man of about 35 years old, dressed in a white uniform and black boots, drawing his sword, followed by what seemed to be his armed escort. The members of the escort were dressed in similar outfits to the brown man with the difference that they had hoods covering their faces and wore metal helmets. Issei was watching in amusement as all the civilians were running for their lives. He was amused by the fact that they thought he had them as targets. If that had been the case, they wouldn't even have been able to get up from their seats before their heads rolled on the floor. As he looked at those present, his eyes met the green eyes of the young brown man he had seen before arriving to the cathedral. The aforementioned young man was standing in front of a girl of about 19 or 20 years old. Smiling softly, Issei saw in front of him a group of approximately 10 men, armed with swords, who were preparing to attack him. Leaping up, he attacked with a downward kick, hitting one of his opponents in the chest, sending him flying away from the battle site, hearing how the guy landed heavily on one of the many wooden benches in the place. Blocking a downward slash from his back, kicking his attacker, due to the momentum. The attacker flew against one of his companions, causing them both to fall to the ground. Turning his gaze, he saw how one of his fallen opponents tried to stand up, stepping on his enemy's chest. He thrust the blade of rebellion into the subject's torso, causing a small stream of blood to spurt out as the steel cut the flesh. This whole scene was observed by the young brown-haired man, who began to guide his companion towards the exit as quickly as possible. The white-haired man grabbed one of his attackers by the shoulder, turning him towards him, plunging his faithful sword in the center of the thorax, observing how the steel blade came out on the other side, raising his sword with the man still attached to it, starting to hit his companions with the body of the subject, and once he had knocked them all down, he spun on himself, sending the man crashing into an area of the wall that was several meters high. Without wasting any time, he finished off the 2 remaining enemies, starting to approach the brown man who was kneeling on the ground behind the altar, holding the old man's body in his arms. "Creed!" exclaimed the brown girl, starting to run in the same direction as the white-haired man. One of the hooded subjects that was still alive stood up, trying to attack the white-haired man from behind, but he only blocked the blade of his sword with his own, and due to the difference in strength, the subject was thrown a few meters backwards, making the brown girl stumble and fall to the ground right in front of Issei. Frightened, she saw how the white-haired man was looking at her. But due to the fear, she couldn't notice that in the white-haired man's look there were no bad intentions, but rather boredom. "Take this!" exclaimed a voice coming from one of the white-haired man's sides. Looking in that direction, he ran into the soles of 2 boots, which seconds later smashed into his face, sending him flying several meters until with a twist he landed on the hands of a statue that he assumed was a statue of his father, but it didn't look anything like his aforementioned father. The young brown-haired man took a run, and with a jump he jumped in front of the white-haired man, both on the statue. "Asara!" exclaimed the brown girl worriedly as she stood up. "Kiri, go with your brother and get out of here," replied the brown without taking his eyes off the white-haired man. "I'll be back with help. Get him in the meantime," exclaimed the man identified as Credo, throwing a sword to the brown man, who caught it without problems, and after that he left with his sister and his soldiers. "Take your time," muttered the brown, but then he saw how the white-haired man disappeared from his line of vision. The next thing he felt was how he lost his balance. Looking at his feet, he knew the reason why he had lost his balance. The white-haired man had used a leg sweep with such speed that he didn't have time to react. Suddenly he felt something above him. Raising his eyes, he saw how the white-haired man attacked with a downward slash. Unconsciously he blocked the attack with the sword that Credo had given him, but he could not avoid falling through the space that the statue had between his arms and chest, bouncing against the sword that held the statue, and against the front part of the statue. Using his leg, he managed to stop halfway, watching as the white-haired man stood on the back of the statue's hands, which were resting on the handle of the stone sword. Applying force with both legs, he managed to separate the sword from the statue, wrenching the aforementioned statue's hands away from the rest of the sculpture, causing the sword to fall with an Issei standing on the tip of the handle, with Rebellion resting on his shoulder and his other hand in his pants pocket. The chestnut began to run for the blade of the large stone sword, which due to its length as it fell, was apt to perform such an action, attacking the white-haired man with a frontal thrust. Leaning back a little, he evaded the brown's attack. Both contenders jumped in opposite directions as the stone sword continued on its way, shattering part of the place. Both the white-haired man and the brown-haired man fell face to face, but with a distance of about 7 meters between them. "What's the point of carrying such a sword if you're not even going to use it?" asked a brown-haired man, a bit annoyed because the white-haired man had barely used his sword to attack him. Faced with that complaint, Issei decided to give him a taste. If he wanted him to use his sword, then he would do it. To the consumer's liking. Throwing himself forward, he began to attack the brown man with a combination of diagonal, upward and downward slashes. While his attack pattern wasn't too varied, what he was accomplishing was quite favorable. With each attack that the chestnut blocked, he was retreating ground due to the difference in strength and speed. That rhythm continued until with one of his attacks, the white-haired man ripped the chestnut sword off with an upward slash with his Rebellion, leaving him unprotected. Advancing with a frontal thrust that aimed for the chest of the chestnut, the aforementioned put his right arm as a shield in an attempt to prevent the sharp steel blade from touching any vital part of his body, but when the tip of Rebellion reached the chestnut's arm, an intense flash invaded the place. "Flash. So you had an ace up your sleeve," Issei commented in amusement, observing how the chestnut's right arm was covered by a layer of silver metal. "I thought the cat got your tongue," said the brown man, panting slightly. "But if it's tricks you want, well, here's a trick." Pushing the white-haired man away with force, but he didn't suffer any kind of damage. Tilting his head slightly, the white-haired man avoided the huge stone sword that had been thrown by the brown man. Looking at the aforementioned, he could see how the latter wiped the dust from his palms. I'm sorry to cut you short, but I want to finish this before the cavalry arrives. Declared the chestnut while he took one of the many swords that were lying on the ground and that once belonged to those who tried to attack the white-haired man. While the white-haired man fought against the brown, the girls who were sleeping inside the boat, which Issei had used to reach for tuna, began to wake up little by little when they didn't feel the white-haired man next to them. Are we there yet? Asked Rebecca while rubbing her eyes. Lee said, looking for her beloved white-haired boy, observing, like the rest, how the room was shining because of the absence of the white-haired boy. There was no trace of Issei's pistols or sword either. That meant that again he had left without telling them anything. That somehow bothered them, but they knew that he did it because Issei didn't want them to get hurt. Although they had to talk to him about him treating them like glass maidens who would shatter at the slightest breeze of moderately strong air. Issei must have gone to fulfill the purpose of this trip, so it shouldn't take too long, but from what I can hear, there is quite a commotion, said Ristia, who seemed to have sent her creatures of darkness to investigate the surroundings. It just means that Ice has already started to work. I guess stealth doesn't really suit his style. Sighed Yui as she remembered that what identified her king was to cause a lot of commotion in the places where he fought his battles. I have sent one of my creatures of darkness to look for Ice. We will meet him at this place, said Ristia, creating a holographic map of Fortune City, pointing to what appeared to be the top of a tower, which was located in a complex of abandoned houses and buildings. We'd better hurry, said Ristia. The girls quickly began to look for their clothes to leave as quickly as possible, since, besides wanting to meet with the white-haired man as soon as possible, they had to be ready in case their help was needed. Massaging his shoulders, the brown man let out an exhausted sigh. He had finally killed the white-haired guy in the red trench coat. How had he done it? In the moment he took advantage of the combat, and after hitting him in the face on several occasions, he threw him against the statue of Sparda and then threw rebellion at him, causing the aforementioned sword to pierce him from side to side, leaving him pinned to the statue, suspended a few feet in the air. But when he turned around to leave the place, it was when he heard a voice. Not bad. Hearing that voice, he turned quickly towards the statue, where the white-haired man was lying dead, observing how the said white-haired man started to move. I may have even underestimated your abilities, said the white-haired man as he separated, with some effort, from the statue, with rebellion still crossing his torso from side to side, landing in front of the brown boy as if nothing had happened. You're not human, are you? Asked the brown boy as the guy in front of him was standing with a sword through him, causing him a wound that by force had to be lethal. In most cases I would say they are the same. You, said the white-haired man, withdrawing his sword from his body. And them, looking at the men he had killed, being imitated by the brown-haired man, observing how those men had extremely dark skin, almost as if they were burned, sharp teeth, and their eyes had no sclera or iris. They were only two orbs that seemed to be made of pure fire. Seeing that appearance, the brown-haired man approached to look a little closer, since it was the first time he saw one of those soldiers without their helmet, and he never thought they looked like that. Although I suspect that besides not belonging to the same class, you have something that sets you apart from the rest of the people, said the white-haired man sitting on the edge of the hole he had made in the roof to enter. What are you talking about? Asked the brown man, looking at the white-haired man, hiding his surprise because he had only looked away for a moment. And then the white-haired man, who was next to him, appeared in the ceiling. You'll find out soon enough. But first, I have a couple of pending matters, said the white-haired man as he stood up, standing on firmer ground on the roof. Hey! Exclaimed the brown man, throwing the sword he had borrowed towards the white-haired man, but the object stuck near the edge of the hole through which Issei had entered. Goodbye, boy, said the white-haired man with a mocking tone, because even though the brown was a few years older, he didn't know anything and lived ignoring the existence of very dangerous creatures, and that, in his opinion, made him a boy. The white-haired man began to move again across the rooftops, but he encountered a somewhat peculiar creature. It was a wolf with fur as black as the night and golden eyes that together gave shape to a cold and penetrating look. It was one of the creatures that Ristia could create thanks to her mastery over the power of darkness. The animal motioned with its head, indicating the top of a tower that rose among the other buildings that could be seen in the distance. Okay, guide me, said the white-haired boy, and then the wolf began to run with great speed towards the tower. What is this strange feeling? Thought the boy as he ran, as he felt that in addition to the person who was following him since he had left Devil May Cry, he felt two other eyes focused on him. One of them gave off an aura of concern, while the other gave off a rather hostile aura. But he couldn't recognize who the latter belonged to because the aura he felt didn't belong to any supernatural being he knew. Later that day. Welcome Ice, greeted Ristia accompanied by Liis, Rebecca and Yui, but they saw how the white-haired man ignored them because he was looking towards the cathedral. Is something wrong? asked Li's curious. This is not over yet, said the boy without taking his eyes off the horizon. What do you mean? You finished with the target yourself, didn't you? Asked Yui. That's right. But even though I assassinated possibly the leader of this whole bunch of weirdos, there wasn't the typical reaction that usually happens when you assassinate a leader. The normal thing would be for them to look all over for me and beef up their security about 2 or 3 times, but on this occasion none of that happened. So the answer to this becomes quite obvious. The target is still alive, said the 4 girls. That's right, but the doubt I have is, where could they have hidden him? The logical thing would be to have taken him somewhere far away. Anyway, girls, it seems that we will have to look for the old man since he is up to something, and I have the feeling that it is something that will cause chaos for sure. What do you plan to do? Asked Ristia, approaching the white-haired man, a gesture imitated by the other 3 present. We will search for him, hunt him down and kill him. But the fact that we are all going together will only make them more alert, so we will divide into 2 groups. Rebecca, Lis and Yui will search for him in the city and its surroundings, looking at the holographic map that Ristia had created, while Ristia and I will venture beyond this fortress city. We will start in the forest, it is the least inhospitable place to create a hideout. And isn't there a possibility that they were in the snow zone? Yes, there is, but that area is relatively difficult to walk through because according to the map, there is a large amount of snow accumulated on the ground, and leaving aside the extra work that would involve walking through the snow carrying another person, they would leave many clues about their whereabouts because their footprints would be imprinted in the snow. With all that said, it's time to start working. Yes. Then both groups began to search for the target, finding that, just as Issei had said, the security in the city was still the same as on a normal day. Almost as if nothing had happened. With Issei and Ristia. By the way, Ristia, when I was moving towards the cathedral I heard some guys talking about a door. Do you know what they were referring to? Asked the white-haired man as he walked towards the outskirts of the city with Ristia. Let me think. If I remember correctly, the gates are portals that connect the demonic world with this one, but unlike the team in Nigru, they connect random points, no matter if there are many of those gates together in the same geographical point. That means that no matter how many you place them together, each of them will lead to a different point in the demonic world. Right, that's why you don't know what kind of devil will come out of each one of them. They may come out weak devils or some quite strong ones that dominate certain terrains of the demonic world, and from what you tell me, they must have been making those gates artificially. And is it possible to achieve that? Yes, since the portal is produced by mixing certain materials that are here in the human world, and as a response another one arises in the demonic world, connecting both, otherwise you just have to wait for the devil or devils to cross it, and the presence of the gates can alter the environment around it. I see. That just means we will have more work to do, sighed the white-haired man with a smile. In a striking-looking room stood Credo in front of what appeared to be some sort of bed made of stone with multiple engravings on it. On the aforementioned bed was the old man who had supposedly been killed by Issei. Suddenly the old man's body began to shake violently, forcing the old man to hold on to the stone bed with the nails of his hands. This process continued for a few more seconds, but there was one detail that Credo, the only one present, overlooked. While he was shaking, the old man's eyes turned completely black, except for the iris that turned bright red. Finally the old man's body stopped jerking, and with a final deep sigh, he became calm again, closing his eyes, beginning to breathe normally. He has awakened, said Credo, observing how the old man opened his eyes. This time they were the eyes of a human being. Credo? Asked the old man weakly. My men have left in search of Issei. Credo clarified. We will soon know where he is. He came to us, spoke the old man. Luckily I was able to attend the ascension ceremony. Your Eminence. Your Eminence. Greeted a somewhat corpulent man, black hair, brown skin, wearing a monocle over his left eye, dressed in white clothes with gold and orange details, carrying a kind of list in his hands. You look magnificent. Attempting to get closer to the old man, but his path was cut off by Credo, glaring at the aforementioned man. Have you entrusted the foolish Basara with the mission of finding Issei? He hissed dangerously. Are you questioning my authority? Credo asked, advancing to the head of the stone bed. Yes. What will become of my SSSSS if he finds my research center? Capturing Issei is a priority, said Credo, ignoring his companion's complaints. YWYDT do you? Credo, spoke the old man. Tell me, Your Eminence. Gather everyone together. I must dispel any doubts about all this. Of course you must, Credo replied, leaving as he watched out of the corner of his eye as his companion gnashed his teeth. Meanwhile in the city. Kiriwani-sama. When will Basara Ani-sama be back? asked a beautiful girl with red hair, a double ponytail hairstyle and a physique that had nothing to envy to girls like Rias Gremory or Akeno Himejima. "He's busy solving some business, Mio-chan," lied Kiri since she couldn't tell her little sister that the brown-haired boy was fighting against demons. "I hope he comes back soon. Since he told me he would take me to the farthest ruins of the city to see interesting things," said the girl identified as Mio. "So, what do you say we go look for him?" proposed Kiri, receiving an affirmative from the retreat. Then, both girls got ready to leave in search of the brown, completely unaware that this day would be a unique day in their lives. A few hours later. Forest. "The forest?" asked a chestnut tree standing on the edge of a ledge that was the beginning of a huge valley containing a deep lush forest that stretched as far as the eye could see. "But what is this?" asked a voice that took the brown man by surprise, forcing him to draw his sword, turning in the direction of the voice. Bumping into the white-haired man in the red trench coat, standing very close to the edge of the ledge, who according to what he had found out, answered to the name of Issei. It must be the effects of the door. Turning towards the brown man. "Sorry, kid, this will have to wait." Letting himself fall backwards. Straight into the void. The chestnut quickly ran to the edge, watching as the white-haired man continued to fall. Watching him. Showing no indication that he would try to do anything to break his fall or at least attempt to land in the right way. "To what extent does he know?" murmured the brown man, putting his sword away. The white-haired man advanced quickly, covering a great extension of the valley in a matter of minutes, stopping in his tracks, observing his rear, checking that he wasn't followed by anyone. "I don't think he will follow us. That saves us problems," said the white-haired man, observing how Ristia appeared from the shadow of one of the trees. "How did it go?" "Well, for the moment there is no enemy that could be a problem for us," said Ristia, but suddenly she was pulled by the arm by Issei. Seconds before a shot of energy hit the place where she was standing a few seconds ago. The shot in question caused serious damage. It tore up several trees, leaving a medium-sized crater. But the curious thing was that in spite of having caused an explosion, in some points of the crater there was ice. "What was that?" exclaimed Ristia, surprised because she had not felt the presence of any enemy, and if it had not been for the white-haired man, she had been shot right in the head. "I have found you at last," said a voice from the heights. Issei and Ristia looked up, spotting a strange creature. Humanoid in appearance. Dressed in a white armor with blue marks on its chest and a strange symbol in the area that would be the mouth of its stomach. The most striking point of its anatomy were its arms, which were of a different color and had different shapes. His right arm was blue, and the area from the elbow to the hand had the shape of the head of a wolf, while the left arm was orange, and from the elbow to the hand had the shape of the head of a dinosaur. On his back he wore a white cloak with a red interior. "Do I know you?" asked the alert white-haired man as something inside him told him that this being, whatever it was dangerous. As it had no aura and therefore could not feel the place where he was, so he could only use his eyesight to evade its attacks. "You have something that belongs to me and that you have not earned the right to use. There is only one person that I allowed to use it." "And who was that?" "The only one I allowed to use my sword and gave it to was Raven, because he proved to me that he was someone I could trust and call my friend." At that clarification, the white-haired man's mind clicked and he remembered the words that Ddraig had told him during his work at the Bible Academy. Within his arsenal there was only one weapon that had been used by Raven. The transcendental sword. The sword that had served him on many occasions but had never exploited its full potential. Rather, he hadn't known how to do it. Stretching out his left hand, he made the aforementioned sword appear, wielding it with force, pointing it at the strange being. "Do you intend to use it against me, its original owner?" asked the amused being. "Maybe. But how about this? Let's have a battle, and if I win I'll keep the sword. If you win I'll give it back to you and we'll be even. What do you say?" "Alright." Putting some distance between him and the white-haired man, reflecting a bit of surprise in his eyes when he saw how the white-haired man threw the sword at him. Said object flew with speed to his left arm, directly to the area that corresponded to the head of the dinosaur, aligning itself in such a way that only the blade came out of the mouth. "What are you doing? That sword was originally yours, so you know how to put it to the best use. Besides, if you don't have it you would be fighting at a disadvantage," explained the white-haired man while materializing his gauntlet. Balance breaker boosted gear scale mail. Materializing his shiny red armor. "My name is Issei Sparda, current bearer of the Welsh dragon, which makes me the Sekiryuutei. Same title that was once held by Raven and many others." The white-haired man introduced himself while extending his right hand, making a magic circle appear which he handed to Rebellion. "I am a member of the..." "No. At this point I can no longer consider myself a member of the Royal Knights. I am Raven's partner, Omnimon." Both contenders rushed forward, clashing their swords in their first attack, which ended in a draw, but due to the strength in that attack, both were forced back, causing a powerful wind wave that due to its intensity cracked the ground beneath them and shook the surroundings, forcing the spectators, like Ristia, to hold on to something so as not to be blown away by the strong wind. Without wasting any time, the being identified as Omnimon attacked the white-haired man with a frontal thrust. Issei on his side avoided the attack by tilting his body, surprised to see how his dragon shield activated in the chest area. That only meant that this lunge had a great power in it. Ducking down quickly, he avoided a high kick from Omnimon. Using Rebellion as a foothold, he tried to reach his opponent with a double upward kick, seeking Omnimon's chin, but due to the height difference, the attack fell somewhat short, and in return, he received a horizontal cut on his left side that sent him flying until he hit a tree. Touching the area where he had been hit, he checked that his armor was still intact, as well as the shield that enveloped it, but he could clearly feel as if the sword had pierced him from side to side. Without a doubt, Omnimon knew how to exploit the true potential of the transcendental sword. Rising to his feet, he prepared to make another attack. Showing his speed, he positioned himself at Omnimon's back, launching 3 consecutive energy beams with his sword directly against his opponent's back, causing him to stagger forward a few steps. Boost, 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 boost. Dragon shoot. The energy shot impacted against the center of Omnimon's back, covering him with a dense cloud of smoke. Issei moved a few meters away, waiting for the smoke to dissipate so he could see the result of his attack. Suddenly, a shot of energy came out of the cloud of smoke in the direction where the white-haired man was. The Dimension gave a big jump and, with the help of his wings, began to float in the air, observing how the smoke finally began to dissipate, allowing him to see that Omnimon was as if nothing. His cloak was somewhat torn, but what was his body had no considerable damage. This is interesting. It's been a long time since someone impressed me so much with their combat skills, said Omnimon in amusement, preparing to make his attack. The white-haired man watched in surprise as Omnimon performed a horizontal cut without moving from his place, but milliseconds later, a powerful beam of orange horizontal energy advanced towards the boy's direction. Issei quickly moved out of the way of the energy beam, being whipped by a powerful current of wind that accompanied Omnimon's attack. That attack ascended until it was lost in the sky, eliminating all the clouds in the vicinity. Issei and Omnimon soared into the sky, beginning to exchange swords, the impacts of which echoed for miles around. Boom. Both contenders clashed their swords, remaining in a tie where each one tried to obtain the victory by breaking the tie in their favor. Suddenly, some green rays forced Issei and Omnimon to separate to avoid being hit by those rays. The white-haired man and Omnimon descended to the ground level, turning to look to one of the sides, finding a strange being wearing a black armor and golden edges, with what seemed to be 2 wings behind the shoulders, and like Omnimon wore a cloak, but unlike the aforementioned, this cloak was completely white. The aforementioned being kept looking at Issei and Omnimon. But it was then that Omnimon recognized the being in black armor. "You are? It can't be," Omnimon exclaimed in surprise. "I am Alphaman." The black-armored being introduced himself. "That's impossible." Alphaman was recognized, but it was never proven that he really existed. "An apparition. A legend of the Royal Knights," said Omnimon in surprise. "But here I am. For many years I was sleeping in the space between dimensions, and I was awakened thanks to the spirit full of courage of that young man," pointing to Issei. "His noble spirit and his determination to never give up led me here, and under no circumstances can I allow anyone to harm him." "You mean?" said Omnimon, getting an idea of what Alphaman meant by those words. "That's right, I have decided to become this young man's companion and fight for him until the end of his days," declared Alphaman while walking towards the white-haired man. "What is your name?" "Issei Sparda," answered the white-haired man, who had finally remembered that it was not the first time he had seen Alphaman. He had seen him a few days ago, although it was only for a few seconds. In that portal that was in the devil world. "Issei Sparda. From today until the day you die, I will be your partner," said Alphaman looking at Issei. "Okay. Then I guess I could consider you as my familiar," said the white-haired man, observing that Alphaman hadn't understood what he was referring to. "You see, I belong to a race that, like their descendants, adopted the custom of taking creatures of other races as their familiars. Therefore, said creatures accompany their master until one of the two dies or the master decides to end the bond with his familiar." "I understand. I suppose you have no problem with me becoming your companion or familiar, as you call it." "Of course I have no problem. Besides, I had been thinking of going to look for familiars, but I doubted I would find any that would catch my attention. And by the way, what do you say, Omnimon? Do you want to come with us?" asked the white-haired man, looking at Omnimon. "Do you want me as your familiar too?" "Right, since you are strong and I can't sense your presence, but that doesn't happen the other way around, since you can sense each other among your kind, and you can sense the beings of other races. Besides, I'm sure you noticed that neither of you fought with all your capacity, since if you did, this whole area would have suffered much worse damages. So if you want you can come with me and we can have fights like this whenever you want to. Then I accept, since in a way you remind me of Raven. You both have a formidable fighting spirit, although you'll get to surpass that level. By the way, can you tell me what kind of creatures you are? I have seen many kinds of creatures during these months, but nothing compares to you, said the white-haired man curiously. At that question Alphaman and Omnimon proceeded to tell Issei and Ristia all about the Digimon, the digital world, and about the group of high-level Digimons called Royal Knights, of which they were both once members. Moments later, the white-haired man together with his two new family members and Ristia were advancing through the forest when suddenly the white-haired man stopped dead in his tracks. I think it is time for you to come out. It is evident that I will not let my guard down at any time, so spare me the trouble of making you come out, warned a white-haired man who still had his armor on, looking towards some trees at his back. The companions directed their gazes towards where the white-haired man was looking. Omnimon pointed the cannon of his right arm towards the trees. Alphaman extended one of his hands and made a green magic circle appear that began to rotate at high speed, while Ristia prepared to summon her creatures of darkness. After a few seconds a silhouette began to become visible next to the aforementioned trees, showing a beautiful brunette with hazel eyes, dressed in an unkempt kimono, with two cat ears on her head and a tail coming out from the small of her back. The most curious thing was that she was looking at the white-haired man with a murderous and angry look. "Do we know each other?" asked the white-haired man, pulling back his helmet curiously. "Do you think I've forgotten what you did to me that time? It was the biggest humiliation I've ever been given. Am I not strong enough for you to kill me in a dignified way? Do you think I'm someone who begs for someone's mercy?" exclaimed the brunette really furious, raising her aura as she said each word. "Did I do something to you? Although I doubt it, since it's the first time I see you," said the white-haired man, intrigued because it wasn't common for people to appear before him with such an open declaration of battle. "It won't do you any good to play ignorant. I'd recognize that level of aura, that white hair, and that face anywhere," the brunette hissed dangerously. "Please. I'm telling you that I've never seen you in my life. And what you're telling me is practically impossible. How many people can have white hair and..." "Ooh," said the white-haired man, remembering a certain detail. It turned out that if it was possible for two people to have the same white hair and a similar level of aura, most likely it was Virgil who hurt the brunette, and the latter, being ignorant that they were siblings, followed him when she saw him leaving Devil May Cry. She found it somewhat unfair to have to pay for her brother's actions. But hey. Phi-woo. Boom. Ducking quickly, the white-haired man dodged two somewhat peculiar energy spheres, as they were not made with normal energy, but were made with natural energy, which made the brunette in front of him a Senjutsu user. "I guess it will be the hard way," sighed the white-haired man, putting on his helmet again. "Whatever happens, don't interfere. Although I haven't done anything. It's something between me and her." Then the white-haired man began to engage in a hand-to-hand fight with the brunette, but he had encountered a small problem. His opponent had an excellent ability to create illusions of herself. He could feel that his punches hit against a solid body, but after a few seconds, that body vanished, and then he had to evade an attack from her back or from one of her sides. But on the brunette's side, the situation was also quickly becoming difficult. The white-haired man was not distracted long enough with his illusions, and this forced him to make quick attacks, which in many occasions were not accurate enough. It was then that something caught the Nekomata's attention. The white-haired man that he was currently facing gave off an aura quite different from the one of the guy who had injured him some time ago. Not to mention that the aforementioned guy was not a Longinus carrier. He also had to recognize that the white-haired man had a really incredible reaction time, since after destroying one of his illusions, he reacted practically instantly, evading his next attacks, and immediately began to look for it to try to hit him with another punch. Bam. Jumping back, he evaded a punch from the white-haired man, which completely destroyed the trunk of a tree, as if it had been made of paper. Before she could even think of placing another illusion, she found that the white-haired man had already closed the distance and was now less than a meter away from her, concentrating an enormous amount of natural power, creating a sphere of Senjutsu of considerable size, firing it at the white-haired man, who received it head-on, releasing a great wave of wind that the brunette took advantage of to propel herself and move away from the boy, who had been covered by a curtain of smoke. The brunette waited for the smoke to dissipate, surprised to see that the armor that attacked him did not show any damage, not even a scratch. Backing up a few steps unconsciously, thinking about what his next move would be. The hand-to-hand fight would leave him at a disadvantage because no matter how much he strengthened his body using Senjutsu and continue attacking with energy spheres would end up exhausting his strength, since he had found that this armor was practically indestructible for his current level. He only had to use one of his best weapons. An illusory field that affected the mind of the target enemy. This made him see the people or beings he hated the most, giving rise to a great variability in the result, but the objective of this attack was always the same. The enemies affected by this technique exhausted their energies trying to kill the people they hated, but no matter how many times they did it, these would reappear as many times as necessary, and as time went by they ran out of strength. Then the brunette gave them the coup de grace. The only way to break this technique was to reach the Nekomata by luck, and the other was to cause damage so great that it would break the illusory field, but as of today neither of those options had happened. The brunette created a magic circle that descended until it came into contact with the ground, expanding rapidly, causing a dense fog to emerge around the chestnut tree in a radius of over 500 meters. The white-haired man could see how little by little the place began to fill with fog, appreciating how the figure of the Nekomata was becoming blurred. "What are you trying to do?" The brunette laughed amused as she disappeared from the place. After a few seconds, the first images appeared, showing 5 people, very familiar to the white-haired man. The people who had appeared were Rias Gremory, the Keno Himajima, Asia Argento, Tibayudo, Hineko Taoju. The Nekomata was surprised to see the image of her younger sister. Since of all the possible people, she never thought that she would be one of the people that the white-haired man hated the most. "What a nuisance," said the white-haired man with a slight smile. The 5 people took positions around the white-haired man who didn't move an inch from his place. The first to attack were Kiba and Kaneko, entering the white-haired man's personal space, trying to cut him and hit him, but the white-haired man evaded them by slightly tilting his body, making his own attack. With overwhelming force and speed, he connected 2 punches, one for each of them, splitting the bodies of his attackers in 2. Almost as if his arms were hot knives in butter. Having his attention focused on the wreckage now lying at his feet, he didn't notice the attacks that Rias and Akeno, which hit him squarely in his armor, but he suffered no damage thanks to his dragon shield. Focusing his attention on the one Isamas, he quickly fired 2 dragon shoot, causing 2 considerable explosions, leaving 2 craters in the place where both girls had been. After that he turned his head slightly, looking at Asia, but when he was about to start his attack against the blonde, he received 2 energy attacks from behind. Looking over his shoulder he could see again Rias and Akeno. Turning to look at his other gang he could see that Kiba and Kaneko had appeared again. He quickly finished off his attackers. Again. The white-haired man repeated the process countless times. Until finally his patience ran out. You. I told you that you were a fast," exclaimed the white-haired man, jumping up and down, evading the attacks of his former companions. While he was in the air, the white-haired man activated his cannon destroyer, landing without deployed his footlock. Die. Firing his glorious burst against Kaneko, wiping her off the map along with several meters of trees. Looking to his side, he saw how Kiba began to move to try to attack him. Without ceasing to expel the torrent of crimson energy from his arm cannon, the boy turned on the thrusters he had on his back and in the area of the twins of his armor. In an act that many would label as impossible, the white-haired boy began to turn while continuing to fire his glorious burst, performing a half-turn to the left. He reached Kiba with his attack, turning left again he reached and annihilated the one Isama. Looking over his shoulder he spotted the last enemy standing. The blonde Asia Argento. At the side of her, a sadistic smile was drawn on the face of the white-haired man, a fact imperceptible to the brunette and the other spectators, because the boy had his face covered by the armor's helmet. You too. Turning once again to the left, wiping his target off the map. Due to the massive damage caused by the white-haired man, the mist dispersed, leaving the results of his attack in sight. The entire surrounding area had been completely devastated. It had become a practically barren and deserted area. Where once there had been green grass and abundant trees, now there was only scorched and deserted land. The white-haired man's attack had even left its mark on one of the walls that delimited the valley they were currently in. One area of the stone wall had a large horizontal line, several meters long and deep. Even a little smoke was coming out of the edges of that mark. The brunette simply could not believe what she was seeing. Never in her life had she been surpassed to this extreme. The boy in front of her was several steps ahead in all aspects. But above all she felt fear. Her whole body warned her of the imminent danger. She had seen with her own eyes the destructive power that the white-haired man could unleash. To that she had to add the fact that her opponent was not alone. And if the 3 that accompanied him decided to attack her, she would have no chance of surviving. When she was about to try to move and flee, she felt a sharp object placed dangerously close to her neck and an arm grabbed her waist, preventing her from moving her neck away from the object that threatened to slice her neck. Looking straight ahead she ran into the face of the boy who was looking at her with amusement. "If you move you die," warned the boy without losing his smile. Now let me ask you something. You belong to the Nekomata race, right? Receiving an affirmation from the girl. That ends up confirming it. Your name is Kuroka, a SS class criminal, and you are one of the most wanted criminals of this category. I'm sure you must be wondering, how do I know that? To make a long explanation short. Some time ago I was given the job of hunting you down and bringing your head to the justice of the underworld. But after reading the information about your abilities, I found them quite interesting, said the white-haired man. Although it was the first time he saw Kuroka face to face, he knew something about her abilities, and now that he was looking for candidates for his vassals, she was someone with abilities that he really wanted to have in his team. Although many would ask him why not to include her in his main squad. The answer to that question was that Kuroka did not have the characteristics he was looking for his last 2 pawns and his last rook. I give you 2 options to choose from. Depending on the one you choose, it will define the future of your life. What are they? The first one. You try to escape and die in a pathetic way where nobody will even remember your name. The second one. You accept to be my servant, you get amnesty for your crimes, you gain a better quality of life, a place to call home, and you will be able to reach new levels of power that are impossible for you to reach at the moment. By the way, the fact that you have amnesty will not mean that you can continue doing bad things, because if you get out of hand, and even if you are my servant, I will be the one who will take your life. Now tell me, which one do you choose? Hypothetically speaking, what would happen to me if I choose the first one? Asked Kuroka, who still had the rebellion blade practically glued to his neck. You would have to fight, besides me, against them 3. Pointing with his head to Omnimon, Alphaman and Ristia. And giving you a quick summary. Ristia, in the past, was a general of a powerful army that terrorized this world, while they are beings whose real capabilities are unknown to me, but I know they are very powerful. Much more than you. Does that answer your question? More or less, answered the brunette with a nervous smile, since the proposition that the white-haired man had made to her practically forced her to choose the second option. Assuming of course that he was a person who appreciated her life. Okay. I accept to be your servant. Many people would say that the fact of how he recruited Kuroka was quite abrupt. But taking into consideration that the Nekomata was someone quite elusive and a criminal wanted by the justice of the underworld, there was no time to make a more kind proposal, since he would eventually have to hunt her down, and in his opinion, it was better to have her as vassal than to kill her, since it would be wasting her abilities. Let's see. First of all, I have to tell you that even though you will obviously lose the freedom you have had until now, but you will have many more benefits. That cleared up, it's time to begin, said the white-haired man, taking out from one of his pockets a piece of pawn corresponding to the set of pieces of the vassals, by order of Issei Sparda, you Kuroka will walk again in this world, seal this contract and become my servant. Finished saying the white-haired man while the pawn piece entered Kuroka's chest and 2 bishop pieces came out, but to the boy's surprise, the Nekomata destroyed the pieces as soon as she saw them. I thought you would keep them as a souvenir. I would never do it. 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 I would never do that. Those pieces symbolize an every that became the worst episode of my entire life and a shadow that haunted me to this day. It was partly the reason why I started living in hiding. I wanted to run away from those damned memories. I see. I think it's a delicate subject, so I won't ask questions, said the white-haired man, keeping rebellion on his back. I think it's time to continue. As you are new to all this, I will explain as briefly as possible. We are looking for a little old bastard who wants to create a tremendous chaos involving beings that belong to my race, and if he achieves his goal, it is very possible that the world will literally go to shit, explained the white-haired man. Curious way to sum up the situation, said Kuroka with a bead of sweat on the back of his neck. By the way, Omnimon, how did you come to this world and meet Raven? Asked a white-haired man looking at the white Digimon. After a battle I had. There was a disturbance in the space-time of our world, and several of my companions, besides me, arrived to this dimension while I arrived with Raven. My other companions, I guess they arrived to a location that is unknown to me, explained Omnimon. When I arrived to this world I was very weakened. I thought I would die without being able to do anything. I remember that I was somewhere near what humans know as Northern Europe. There I fainted, and when I woke up it was the first time I saw Raven. Because I was very upset for not knowing where I was, I attacked Raven, who was the one who had saved my life. And logically he defended himself. We both engaged in a duel that lasted several days where neither of us gave a single step. Finally the fight ended in a draw, but thanks to that we became very good friends. Unlike other people that after a fight only generate hate, and as a token of my friendship and gratitude for having taken care of me when I needed it, I gave him my transcendental sword, and after that I went into a state of hibernation. And I asked Raven to wake me up in 10 years, but I feel many more years passed. Actually more than half a millennium passed since Raven's death," said a voice coming from the white-haired man's left hand. "Ddraig Dono," greeted the white Digimon. "Long time no see, Omnimon. Do you know each other?" asked the white-haired man curiously. "Yes, remember I told you that I didn't remember who it was that gave Raven the sword. It was Omnimon. Raven used the balance breaker to fight him, and just like with Raven, we became good friends with him." "May I ask why Issei had my sword?" asked Omnimon. "I gave it to him because I considered him worthy to carry such a valuable weapon as the Transcendental Sword." "I understand. Well, it's time to pick up the pace," said Issei, starting to run at high speed, followed by Ristia, Kuroka, Omnimon and Alphamon. Moments later, exit from the forest. Issei's group had reached what appeared to be the exit of the forest, as in the distance they could see a large white castle that was connected to the forest by a bridge. In order to maintain the element of surprise, Issei had forbidden flying as not wanting to offend anyone, but Omnimon and Alphamon stood out quite a bit. As they were about to reach the bridge, Alphamon and Omnimon sensed a presence that made them stop abruptly. "This is," said Alphamon. "If I'm not mistaken, it's him," said Omnimon. "What is it?" asked the white-haired man curiously. "We feel the presence of another Digimon," answered both Digimon. "Where is he?" "We're not sure, so we'll go look for him. We'll meet up later." "Alright." Then both Digimons flew off in the opposite direction, leaving the white-haired man with Ristia and Kuroka. "Where to now, Ice? Naya?" asked Kuroka. Well, they're looking for the Digimon. We'll go take a look at that castle." The three present focused their sight on that castle that stood in the distance. The two girls and the white-haired man were walking towards the castle that loomed in the distance, but Kuroka had many questions. The Digimons knew almost nothing as well as the one who was now their master, but since she saw Ristia's face, the Nekomata had become familiar with that face. But she didn't remember where she had seen it. "Excuse me, Naya," said the Nekomata. "Yami-chan?" "Yami-chan?" asked the other brunette. "Since I don't know your name, that's why I called you that. I see that you are a user of the power of darkness, Naya," answered Kuroka. "Ah, about that," said the brunette. "My name is Ristia Ashdal. I think this might ring a bell. She is the Princess of Darkness," mentioned the white-haired man, leaving the cat in awe since in front of her was a person who was so famous that she appeared in the books of the underworld. Why you are very famous. You appear in the books, Naya," said Kuroka, pointing at the spirit. "Ara. I didn't know you had that well kept, Ristia," said the white-haired man in amusement. "Even I didn't know it," answered the blushing brunette. "But what are you doing with Ice, Naya?" asked the new vassal of the white-haired boy. "I am with Ice because I have a contract with him and he is the son of my master," answered Ristia as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. "Contract? I am a spirit contractor," answered the Princess of Darkness while Kuroka looked at her in amazement since she had never seen her in person, but she remembered something. "You said that you are also with Ice because you are a student of his father, right?" "Yes." "Who is your teacher?" "The Dark Knight Sparda." Hearing that she was left with her mouth open as she couldn't believe it. In front of her was a student of that legendary devil who was said to be stronger than the original 4-die mass. "So? You?" said the brunette looking at her new master. "I told you or mentioned it during the ritual. My name is Issei Sparda," said the white-haired man, leaving the Nekomata in shock. 3, 2, 1. "You're Issei Sparda, the same Issei Sparda who gave Volley a monumental thwacking." "How do you know that, idiot?" the white-haired man asked curiously. "I was, until a few moments ago, part of his team, but now I'm your servant, so I don't give a damn what he does," said the brunette simply. "And what did he do after our meeting?" asked the white-haired man, not out of curiosity. The subject simply came up. "I know. Now I want you to tell me why you attacked me," said the brunette to become serious. "I'm telling you it wasn't me," answered the boy, scratching the back of his head since the brunette was still blaming him for what Virgil did. "How do you want me to believe that it wasn't you if I remember perfectly your appearance, even though you are wearing that red suit?" commented the offended brunette. "Kuroka-san. Ice is telling the truth," said the brunette. "How do you know that?" asked the brunette. "When I made the contract with Ice I could see her memories, and at no time I saw when she attacked you. If there was an attack it was from certain creatures in the Kuo Academy," answered the spirit. "Okay, I can believe that. But if it wasn't you, then who attacked me in Siberia?" "Ice. You think that?" said Ristia. "The way Kuroka blames me, this has Virgil's signature all over it," said the white-haired man, sighing. "Virgil?" Naya asked the aforementioned curious. "He's my brother. And as I think you've noticed, we look a lot alike," commented the boy. "You look alike? "You're the same, Naya," said the cat. "That's because Ice and Virgil Kun are twins," said the spirit. "Twins?" exclaimed Kuroka in surprise. "But how do I know that's true?" she asked seriously, recovering from her shock. At that moment the brunette created a magic circle from which a hologram came out, showing the image of a white-haired man identical to Issei, but with his hair combed backwards, with a cold and aggressive look. "Wow. It seems as if it was a mirror," said the cat in surprise. "So it was that Virgil who attacked me." "It's most likely, but if that's the case, it's rare that he would leave an enemy alive," commented the white-haired man. "By the way, Ice," spoke Ristia, calling the attention of the white-haired man. "Tell me, why didn't you make Kuroka send your handmaiden directly if there are still places in your entourage?" "Because she did not meet the characteristics I am looking for in my remaining pieces. As I would like one of them to have a two-sword wielding fighting style like I can do. But such a person is not going to fall out of the sky," said the white-haired man looking at Ristia while extending his arms out in front of him. Pam. Suddenly he felt something heavy fall on his arms. Curious, he examined that something. Surprised to see that it was a blonde girl, dressed in what appeared to be the uniform of some sort of school. "I admit I didn't expect this." The white-haired man spoke in surprise, since he never expected his words to become real. "Who is she?" asked Ristia curiously. "I don't know, but she seems to be a student of some academy. Although the uniform she's wearing doesn't look like any I've seen before," answered the boy while he put the girl on the ground with her back leaning against the trunk of a tree. Later in the day. Slowly she began to wake up. She was dizzy. She could hear someone calling out to her, but she knew from his voice that it was no one she had ever met before. "Are you alright?" asked the white-haired man, passing a hand in front of her face. "Who are you?" asked a girl trying to focus. Everything around her was spinning. "That's what I was going to ask you. Who are you and how did you fall from the sky?" said the curious boy, and in a way he was thankful that he had caught the girl, otherwise she would have crashed against the ground in a very strong way. "I am Claudia Enfield and I come from the Sadaukan Academy." "Sadaukan Academy?" asked Issei, Kuroka and Ristia. "Don't you know it?" Curious. "I don't think that academy exists. I have never heard of it," said the skeptical white-haired man. "Wait. Where am I?" "You are in a forest on Fortuna Island," answered Ristia. "The best thing to do is to send you to the others to be taken care of, since we have no time to waste. When all this is over, we can talk calmly. Kuroka, go to the city with her, look for Rebecca and the others. I suppose that since you have followed me you already know who they are. Take care of her, since I am sure that she has no idea of what is happening," said the boy, receiving an affirmation from Kuroka. Following the instructions of the white-haired man, Kuroka, accompanied by Claudia, set off towards the city, since that was the place where the white-haired man's servants were keeping watch. "But that we solved this little setback. Now we must go to the Casti." "Lo," said the white-haired man, observing how Ristia walked towards some bushes. "Ristia." The brunette did not answer the white-haired man, as it seemed that something had caught her attention. Passing through the bushes she came across what appeared to be some sort of commemorative stone plaque. But unlike ordinary plaques, this one had something special about it. It showed the figure of a long-haired man, his right arm seemed to be covered by the metal arm of a suit of armor, wielding a sword with a curved blade. "Wilbert," murmured Ristia wistfully. "Wilbert." He was a general of the Devil's army and practically the only high-ranking devil who followed Master Sparda in his crusade to free the humans from the Devil's yoke. After having achieved that feat he did the same as the Master and remained watching over the world from the shadows. "But I never expected that he would have chosen Fortuna as his new home," said Ristia, observing the plaque. "And that sword? Its name is Brynhildr. It is quite a useful sword, but it was considered an incomplete sword." "Why?" "Because it can open the portals to the demonic world, but it can't close them, which Yamato can achieve without any problem." "I see. Hey. Is that a hut?" asked a boy, pointing to a building several meters behind the memorial plaque. "Eh?" Looking towards where the white-haired man was pointing, he saw a hut that by its appearance seemed to have been abandoned a long time ago. The white-haired man tried to carefully open the door of the hut, but when he touched it, it came off its hinges and fell to the ground, raising a curtain of dust that dissipated after a few moments. Entering the cabin. Like its outward appearance, the entire interior of the place was in extreme disrepair. The sun's rays were filtering through several of the holes in the roof. Suddenly, the chestnut-haired man spotted what appeared to be a diary of life on top of a mesa. After approaching the tree, he picked up the diary, dusting it off, and began to read it. But he stopped at an important part. Who would have thought? It says here that Wilbert had a daughter with a human. His daughter responds to the name of Mioneres, said the white-haired man. From one of the pages fell a photograph that showed a girl with red hair tied in 2 pigtails. Seeing the color of her hair, his anger began to flare up, as it reminded him of one of the people who had put him through hell in life, but it was something he had to overcome, since he was no longer the same loser he was back then. He had to calm down. Issei noticed how the boy's anger was starting to increase. This could be seen in the grip the white-haired man had on the diary. The force applied in the grip was increasing, and it was noticeable how he gnashed his teeth. You still think about it, don't you? You're strong enough to take revenge as you like, so why don't you do it? Asked Issei a little sadly. I didn't decide to get stronger for a mediocre reason like revenge. I did it so I wouldn't lose anyone else again. Answered the white-haired man while he continued reading the diary. What? It says here that after the death of his wife, and to protect Mio, he sent her to an orphanage so that she could be adopted by a family of ordinary humans with whom she would have the opportunity to lead a normal life, because if he had her by his side, she would live many dangers. Commented the boy, closing the diary. Time to continue. By the way, I should have told you this a while ago. It seems that Brynhildr is active and she is near the castle we are heading to. But didn't you say it was the late Wilbert's sword? Asked the curious boy. Yes, but his sword could be carried by another person if he possessed the metallic arm you saw on the plaque. And from what I could sense, it is a human who carries it. A human? It's the human you confronted in the cathedral. Observing how the boy patted his face. It can't be. I've only seen him twice and he's already making a big deal out of it. But I wonder, where did he get it from? Demonic weapons are not things you find lying on the street. Protested the white-haired man as they left the hut and headed towards the castle. I guess we'll have to ask him to give us back the sword, said the boy. Later. Not yet. I'm not done yet, exclaimed Credo, gripping his sword tightly, lunging at Basara. Credo's attack was parried by Basara, who used his metal gauntlet to stop the blade. In one swift motion he wrenched the sword from Credo's hands, pushing him backwards in the process and managing to knock him down with relative ease. You've gotten stronger, Credo mumbled, breathing heavily. Basara was slowly approaching the fallen chestnut, but suddenly he heard a scream behind him that made him turn around quickly. Finding Kiri and Mio. Kiri. Mio. Said Basara, trying to hide his right arm behind himself in a useless attempt for both girls not to see the gauntlet that covered his arm. The gazes of the 3 young men were directed for a few seconds towards the downed Credo, who was trying to stand up. Wait. This is not what it looks like, said the brown-haired man with green eyes, trying to get closer to the girls who were moving backwards as he advanced. Why? Why did you do it? Asked Kiri, hurt and scared. Behind both girls appeared the dark-haired man who wore a monocle over his left eye and who answered to the name of Agnes. Basara has demonic powers. Pointing at the man with a silver sword whose blade had strange decorative lines that changed color in a rather striking pattern. Son of the Great. Exclaimed the brown man, trying to reach Agnes, but he hid behind Kiri and Mio. Don't worry, I have no intention of hurting them. At least not for now. Placing the edge of the blade of his sword on the neck of both girls. I knew that the relationship between you two went beyond friendship. They have nothing to do with each other. They have nothing to do with each other. They have nothing to do with each other. I know that the relationship between you two goes beyond friendship. They have nothing to do with this. Let them go. Who are you to use my sisters? This fight is mine and I will finish it. Let them go. He hissed dangerously. His Eminence foretold your defeat and ordered me to use your sisters. What? Credo and Basara were about to launch themselves at Agnes, but were repelled back by a strong shockwave, accompanied by a brief flash. When the glow faded, they could see how Agnes had transformed into some kind of giant flying insect. If you want them, come and get them. Since I cannot guarantee their fate, exclaimed Agnes as he took flight with both unconscious girls in his arms. His Eminence gave orders to use them, muttered Credo. Where have they taken them? To the barracks, exclaimed Basara furiously while he grabbed Credo by the collar of his white uniform. Basara, I'm afraid we're going to have to postpone this fight until we find out the truth. Then Credo transformed into what he called his angel form and took flight, following the same path as Agnes. Ice. Are you sure he will come this way? Asked Issei, observing the room curiously. It was a rather large medieval-style room, but what stood out the most was the stone bed in the center of the place. Yes, this is the only way to go to where that giant flying insect was headed. So the only thing left to do is to wait, commented the white-haired man as he leaned on one of the pillars of the room. -1 hour later. He had already been walking for quite a while. But each passing minute his nervousness increased. He couldn't imagine what kind of atrocities they might do to Mio and Kiri. He considered Mio as his younger sister. And Kiri. She was the girl with whom he wanted to form a family. But he had never had enough courage to tell her for fear that she would reject him. While he was immersed in his thoughts, he arrived to a room. He bumped into a certain white-haired man who was waiting for him leaning on a pillar. "What took you so long?" asked the white-haired man as he separated from the pillar. "You? What are you doing here?" asked the brown man aggressively. "I'm sorry, but I don't have time right now," pushing the white-haired man aside with one hand. "Neither do I," answered Issei, placing a hand on Basara's shoulder, who, seeing that the white-haired man wouldn't let him pass, broke his grip and tried to punch him several times. One of them was caught by the boy. Issei, seeing that the brown-haired man was trying to free himself from the grip he had on his right arm, let him go. Observing how the arm, product of his own strength, shot backwards until it was slightly embedded in a wall. "I've come for the sword." "Well, very well," grunted the chestnut while he imitated the action of drawing a sword from his left side, making Brynhild appear. "It was the property of one of ours. If you give it back to me," pulling out rebellion, "I'll let you go, boy. Let's see if you still think I'm a child after the beating you receive," exclaimed Basara, throwing a beam of energy at the white-haired man, who with a quick movement evaded the attack. He watched in amusement as the energy beam shattered one of the pillars of the room, as if it had been made of paper. "A piece of advice, friend. Listen to those who know." The brown-haired man tried to continue on his way, but the white-haired man stood in his way. He knew that he was not going to let him pass for the good. So there was only one option left. Defeat him and force his way through. Without warning, he attacked the white-haired man with a frontal thrust. The white-haired man cocked his shoulders slightly, evading the chestnut with ease, attacking with an upward slash that was parried by Brynhild's blade. The blades of both swords began to rub against each other, causing sparks to fly, but it was there that the difference in strength between the contenders became noticeable. With each passing second, Basara was forced back, forcing him to retreat carefully so as not to break the balance between the two blades that clashed against each other. Finally, the chestnut's arm gave way, leaping back just before Rebellion's blade passed dangerously close to his abdomen, glaring angrily at the white-haired man, since the latter was looking at him with a smile, as if the battle they were having right now was nothing more than a game to him. Regaining his balance, the brown returned to the charge, performing a variety of attacks that sought to reach the torso of the white-haired man. Issei responded to these attacks with simple blocks, performed with slight wrist movements and footwork, looking with some boredom and pity at the chestnut. It was evident that he was fighting dominated by anger. If the fight between the two was a serious fight, the chestnut's head would have been separated from the rest of his body and rolling on the ground long ago. There was no point in continuing to play with him. The boy would end up hurting himself. With a powerful upward slash, which took the white-haired man by surprise, Basara ripped Rebellion out of his hands, sending her flying through the air, attacking right away with a frontal lunge. The white-haired man evaded the attack by tilting his body at the last instant, observing how the brown-haired man passed by him as he was unable to stop his attack, hitting him in the back of the neck, increasing the speed with which the brown advanced, making him lose his balance. Issei watched in amusement as the chestnut ate the ground while catching Rebellion. The furious chestnut turned around trying to stand up but was stopped by the white-haired man who stepped on his wrist with his foot and placed Rebellion's blade on his neck. "Have you calmed down yet, kid?" asked Issei, observing how the brown man looked away in disgust. "What's wrong? What's with that look? I get the feeling that you've been playing with me from the beginning." At that answer, the white-haired man withdrew the blade of his sword from the brown man's neck, moving a few meters away. "Look, that sword is used to open the doors that connect the world of devils with the human world," said Issei as he let the brown man stand up and catch his breath. "As you understand, I can't let such a powerful instrument walk around as if nothing happened. It must stay in the family. I need it," was all the chestnut said as he looked at Brynhild's blade. "Since you have relaxed and calmed down, go on your way," indicated the white-haired man as he stepped aside, pointing to the exit door behind him. The brown-haired man began to move towards the exit without hesitating for a second. "Hey!" exclaimed the white-haired man, calling his attention, making him stop. "What's your name?" "Basara. And you're Issei, aren't you?" said the brown-haired man. "The name sounds good." Continuing on his way. After a few seconds, the white-haired man turned around, looking at the place where the brown man had left. "Yours isn't bad either," said Issei in a low voice. Suddenly he felt someone hug him from behind. "Are you going to let him go?" asked Ristia as she ended the hug and stood next to the white-haired man. "Yes, I suppose he can take the burden. I know it's none of my business, but things could go awry. Look, if the kid screws up, I'll have to give him a punishment," answered the white-haired man in amusement as he put Rebellion on his back and accompanied by Ristia went on his way. Later. He could not believe it. He had made a mistake. He had the battle practically in the bag, but all it took was a moment of doubt and the situation turned completely around. But it wasn't as if he had deliberately wanted to hesitate. That old bastard had used Mio and Kiri as a shield. And even if it was hard for him to admit it, he was incapable of even thinking about hurting them. Because of that he found himself imprisoned in the right hand of the huge statue of the savior. At least that's what the old man had called him. Love stopped you? Too bad. Spoke a certain old man standing on the statue's head. Still, I bow to someone who can wield the weapon of an ancient general of the devils. Even if such a weapon is no match for the weapons wielded by Sparda. What? At first, I wanted the savior to absorb Issei, the bearer of Sparda's blood, but when this opportunity presented itself. Looking at Mio. I decided to play it safe. Raising his left hand, he pulled Brynhildr out of the chestnut's metal gauntlet, smiling happily when he could take the sword. When this sword is fused with his blood, we can move on to the final phase of our final plan. Suddenly Credo, in his angel form, appeared in front of the old man, who answered to the name of Sanctus, and gave him a horizontal cut in the middle of his chest. Making him fall backwards. Basara. Flee. Basara, in his attempt to free himself from the grip they had on his body, witnessed Sanctus, using Brynhildr, pierce Credo's stomach from side to side. Causing him to return to his human form due to the lethal damage received. You betrayed us. Why? Asked Sanctus in disappointment. I put myself at the service of the dream he told me about. Of that savior he preached so much about. But he used my sisters, who had nothing to do with this. And I cannot forgive him. Sanctus said. At that comment Sanctus plunged the blade even deeper into Credo's body, getting most of the blade to come out of the older chestnut's back. Love. For a brother. He mumbled in annoyance. What stupidity. Removing the weapon from Credo's stomach with abruptness, watching as Credo fell backwards to the ground several meters below and predicted a painful fall. All one needs is absolute power. He said. To the surprise of those present, Credo was caught by a certain white-haired man before he crashed to the ground. Issei carefully laid Credo's body on the ground. Oh, it's you. Issei. Sanctus mumbled in annoyance. Do you know me? Asked the white-haired man in amusement with Ristia at his side. That's right. We have always wanted to find out more about Sparda, and that desire led us to you. A few months ago we began to receive rumors of a devil hunter with white hair, whose center of operations was in an eastern city called Kuo. Following those rumors we found you, but we lacked the manpower to force you to come with us and help us with our plans. You are right, we never did. You're right, I would never join you guys, you're a bunch of weirdos. Issei replied. That's for sure. But you didn't plan for someone with the same characteristics as you to show up. Someone like me? Curious. Someone half human and half devil. I present to you the daughter of the former General Wilbert. My nurse. So it was her. Thought the white-haired man looking at the red-haired girl whose body seemed to be largely fused with the statue of the savior. What do you mean, mate? For a while now I could feel a rather peculiar aura. It looked a bit like mine, only much weaker, but I never imagined that I would run into Wilbert's daughter so quickly. What do you mean by that? Asked Mio with a broken voice. My parents were ordinary people. You're Wilbert's daughter. You're Wilbert's daughter. In order to protect you he sent you to an orphanage and asked the caretakers to tell you a false story when you asked for your parents. Eventually I learned of your existence and began to formulate this backup plan in case we failed to find someone who had come to inherit the blood of Sparda. That's where you failed to say. Man. You didn't expect someone who inherited the blood of a general of the devils to show up. Nor that a person who can wield the weapon that belonged to the father of this brat would show up. And thanks to this young man you have failed. Said Sanctus looking superiorly at the white-haired man. I don't know, I would have bet that this kid was still going to fight. But if you already have Wilbert's daughter. Why do you need the other two? Let's say they are backup batteries in case her magical power. Looking at Mio. Turns out to be smaller than we calculated. It's time to start. Exclaimed the old man as he went inside the statue just like Kiri and Mio. The white-haired man stared at the brown-haired man who looked quite weakened. Come on, kid, have you thrown in the towel already? I don't have much to choose from. Said the brown-haired man weakly. How melodramatic. Said the white-haired man amused. Don't you dare die without giving me back my sword, or I'll be very angry. Well, come and get it. Answered the brown-haired man, combing his hair before his body was absorbed by the savior. What an insolent man. Laughed the brown man amused. After a few seconds the gems on the statue began to shine. Then the statue began to rise, slightly shaking the surroundings. After rising a few tens of meters, some strange things similar to those came out of its back. They were in the shape of some kind of disc. Don't miss it. If it has wings. The design is in lousy taste. Ristia mumbled. The white-haired man turned around and watched as Credo tried to stand up. "Hey, where's that thing going? It's unfinished, isn't it?" Putting one knee on the ground to be almost at the same height as Credo. His heart desires to rid this world of chaos. So he'll start by creating it. Credo said with obvious difficulty in speaking. Now he has what he needs. Brynhildr. That sword was used to open the door that leads to the devil world. That sword is the key to the door. The real door that lies beneath the city. The sword that would give the devils free access to this world. Said Issei standing up. "I believe that, as the son of the Dark Knight Sparda, you are the only one capable of stopping the savior, Issei. It seems you have a reputation to uphold," said Ristia somewhat amused. "Yes, so it seems." Credo finally managed to get to his feet, but it was evident that just standing upright was an enormous effort. "Please. It is my last wish. Save Kiri, Mio, and Basara," Credo finished saying with his last breath. Falling towards the front. Being held by a hand of Issei, who watched as Credo's body began to fall apart into thousands of particles of light that rose towards the sky. Seeing this, Issei knelt down on his knees. Simulating the gesture of leaving Credo's body on the ground. "I will do it," said the white-haired man standing up. "I would not deny anyone his last wish." Hearing that, Ristia gave a mischievous smile. "I will go with the girls and help evacuate the people." "Hey, is this your way of running away and pinning the dead on me?" protested the white-haired man. "Do you want to change?" asked Ristia amused. "Alright. Let's stick to the plan," said Issei starting to walk back towards the city. That old man was really serious about ridding the world of chaos. Just as Credo had said. The old man was determined to cause a huge disaster in the city. Opening the door that connected the demonic world with the human world. Surely many innocent civilians would have died before the triumphal entrance of the old man and his damned statue. That only complicated things. Now he not only had to worry about eliminating more devils, but he had to deal with a huge destructive statue. But he couldn't just destroy it, since he had to take out the 3 prisoners inside. There was also the matter of the person who was still following him. At first I had thought that after making Kuroko leave that feeling of being watched would disappear, but it didn't happen. Every time he tried to find who was watching him, his presence magically disappeared. As if he had never been there. It always ends up complicating everything, said the white-haired man in amusement as he advanced through the forest. Suddenly he felt it. That feeling of being watched. He was going to find out who was following him, since the last thing he wanted was to have another enemy looking to cut his throat. Quicksilver. Snapping his fingers, he watched as everything went gray. He had stopped time again. Moving calmly forward towards some trees. Encountering something he hadn't expected. It turns out that the one following him was a girl, and she wasn't coming alone. She was accompanied by 2 other girls. The first was a young and beautiful girl of average height with a beautiful face, white skin, crimson eyes and slender arms and a very attractive figure, large breasts and a curvaceous slim waist. Long silver hair reaching to her waist, with a hair clip on the right side of her head. Dressed in a blue skirt, a long-sleeved shirt of the same color, red cape and red boots with outer castles and a sword in its scabbard strapped to her waist. Next to her was a slightly older young woman, long black princess-style hair with a shade of navy blue and purple eyes. She too possesses a voluptuous figure, with a large bust and waist with sensual curves. Her attire consists of a white silk dress that exposes much of her cleavage, and most parts of her dress are almost transparent. She also has roses of 3 different colors in their respective positions. A white one in her hair, purple rose color on her waist and some red roses that are in different locations. Some are on her scarf while the others are on her shoes. She carried a large scythe of crimson and purple colors. Beside her stood a beautiful young woman with green eyes, long curly blonde hair. Delicate shoulders, narrow hips with long slender legs. She has a voluptuous figure, with a well-developed chest, slender waist and splendid curves. She wears a long pale green and white dress, with sheer fabric in the front, almost exposing her breasts. She wore a flower hair clip and hairband made of pearls on her head. She had a heart-shaped pearl necklace hanging from her neck. In her right hand she carried a rather striking staff of sorts. At the sight of it he felt that there was something about it that would seem familiar to him. The white-haired man snapped his fingers so that time ran out again. The 3 girls saw a white-haired man dressed in a red trench coat, black shirt, jeans and cowboy boots with a sword on his back, as well as having his fringe parted, looking at them curiously. A few seconds later they began to shed tears while covering their mouths. After a few seconds some of them threw themselves into the arms of the white-haired man crying. This fact took him by surprise. Meanwhile at the place where the civilians were evacuated, Rebecca, Liis, Yui, Ristia. Unloading their rage with the devils that looked like scarecrows. Eliminating them with the use of a completely excessive force, but they all had a question that they exclaimed to the 4 winds. Why do I feel that they want to take away something that is mine? Exclaimed the handmaids. The boy was paralyzed without knowing what to do, enjoying the sensation of the attributes of the young girls who embraced him tightly. For a long time, said the blonde. I've missed you so much, said the silver-haired girl. We always longed, said the brunette. To see you again. Icon, said the three girls, causing the white-haired boy to have a memory inside his mind where he was at the beach near his house playing with a silver-haired girl, a blue-black-haired girl and an older blonde-haired girl holding their hands while laughing happily. Bilan-chan, said the white-haired man while the aforementioned girl wiped her tears giving an affirmation. Valentina-chan, getting the same answer. Sophie-san, receiving an affirmation from the aforementioned girls. It's been a while, Icon, said the girls with a smile. Same here, commented the white-haired man. I used to remember them as ironing boards, looking at Elin and Valentina. That comment shook them slightly while a certain white-haired man felt an imminent danger approaching. From one moment to the next, Elin unsheathed her sword while Valentina took her side, placing both weapons on the white-haired man's neck. Ara, what did you say, Icon? Said the two girls who had a shadowed look and were smiling. How insensitive you are, Icon, said the blonde. Look at you calling them three flat. You got yourself into a big mess, dear. She commented as an Oju-sama. Thank you for the support, said the white-haired man, making the girls lower their weapons. And I was saying it because after so much time they have become beauties. At the boy's comment, the two girls blushed while the one identified as Valentina took one of the hands of the white-haired man, making him grope her. Do you like my breasts, Icon? Said Valentina seductively. I'm not staying behind, she said, imitating her friend. Ara, if that's the case, said Sophie, hugging the boy, crushing her breasts against his chest. I won't let you guys have it so easy. After finishing that curious scene, the white-haired guy separated from the three girls, but the silver-haired girl looked at him with some tears forming in her eyes. Yes, long time no see. Icon, said Elin, throwing herself into the boy's arms, sobbing. Icon. Fool. You're a fool, we've all been looking for you for years. Forgive me, but for a long time my powers were sealed, answered the boy. Sealed? Asked the three girls. For now there is no time to talk. We have to go back. Back? Asked Elin. By the way, what are you doing in this place? Asked Valentina. I hope you're not doing something crazy, said Sophie, worried, observing how the white-haired man looked away. Yes, you're doing something crazy. That gesture always gives you away, said Elin. You'd better tell us everything, Icon, said Sophie seriously and was supported by the others. I really don't have time for this, said the white-haired man, sighing. Elin, Valentina, Sophie. Come with me and on the way I'll tell you what's going on. The girls, not very convinced, accepted since they had to find out what kind of business their childhood friend was involved in. And now what are you involved in, Icon? Asked Elin, walking beside the white-haired man. Well, a group of weirdos are trying to follow in my father's footsteps and save humanity from the devils again, but for that they needed to make a huge mess involving the devils themselves, and then they come to solve the disaster they caused. How twisted, Valentina murmured without losing her smile. And to save the situation they created a huge statue called El Salvador, which is currently using the daughter of one of the devils that followed my father to free the humans as a battery due to the magic power that resides in her body. But if I don't stop that statue, the indiscriminate use of that girl's magic power will end up completely exhausting her magic reserves and will kill her slowly and painfully. To that I must add that there are also two other hostages that will be used as emergency batteries. Wait. Are you planning to stop that statue by yourself? Asked Sophie, visibly worried. Yes, but don't worry. During this trip I got two helpers that will keep that thing entertained while I'm inside it to go rescue that girl and the other two, but on the way to the city, I must close some doors to prevent more devils from getting out and start causing chaos around the world. We'll help you, said Elin. Hey, are you sure? This can be quite hard, said the white-haired man doubtfully. Of course. You are very precious to us and we would never leave you to your fate, assured Elin. I thank you, but I will try to protect you as much as possible, since I wouldn't want you to get hurt because of me. The white-haired man's comment brought a slight smile on the girls' faces and a small blush, since even after so many years, Issei had not changed his way of being. Later, Issei along with his three companions had returned to the forest. Coincidentally, they had passed by the same place where she had had her fight with Omnimon. She was thankful that her friends didn't ask what had happened there, because if they found out that she had had a fight of that caliber, they would start scolding her for doing dangerous things. Muttered the white-haired man, raising his eyes. Locating a strange snake that was silently flying in circles over some trees in the distance. Observing how the snake released some kind of cocoons that flew towards him, he began to run towards the cocoons. "Icon?" asked the curious girls, since they had not realized what was about to happen. "You can call me Ice if you like," exclaimed the white-haired man while he began to kick the cocoons back to the snake. With a clean kick. Returning the last cocoon with a Chilean kick. The aforementioned cocoons flew with great speed back towards the snake as they bounced off multiple logs, altering its trajectory. From the snake's mouth emerged what appeared to be a woman at the precise moment that the cocoons were just a few meters away from it. Receiving all the cocoons in full, she was slightly stunned. "Who the hell are you?" the woman demanded to know. "I'm glad I got your attention. I was beginning to feel like a nobody," joked the white-haired man, amused. "Joke as much as you want. At best, you'll spend eternity attached to one of my offspring," exclaimed the woman as she hid inside the mouth of the snake again, lunging at the white-haired man who turned his back to her while holding the handle of rebellion that protruded above one of his shoulders. The huge snake caught the white-haired man in its jaws, leaving only one of his legs outside of them. The girls shrieked in alarm at such a macabre scene, but when they were about to come to the aid of their friend, they saw, surprised, how the snake's jaws began to open with some difficulty. After a few seconds, the figure of the white-haired man became perfectly visible, using rebellion as a foothold to hold the snake's snout open. "It sounds tempting, but I think I'll pass," said the white-haired man as he jumped out of the snake's mouth, turning around to face it. "Although there's nothing like a fight now and then to shake off the glanders, don't you think?" pointing rebellion at his enemy. The snake buried itself almost completely in the ground, leaving only the part that corresponded to its mouth on the surface, which comprised the torso of the woman who lived inside the snake. "This? Girls?" spoke the white-haired man, scratching his cheek. "Yes. Maybe they want to move away a little bit. Since when I fight I don't have much consideration for what happens around me and I don't want them to get hurt," recommended the white-haired man while he launched himself against his enemy who answered to the name of Echidna. From the ground, huge tentacles emerged. Waving her arms, Echidna ordered them to descend at full speed in an attempt to crush the white-haired man who was approaching at full speed. Evading the tentacles, he came within inches of Echidna's head. It began to attack him with a variety of slashes from every possible direction. Smiling slightly at the woman's moans of pain, Echidna hit her human part inside her body again, unearthing her body and taking flight swiftly. Flying swiftly as she tore apart the trees that crossed her path, steering her course towards where Issei was. Shooting some kind of thorns that flew towards the white-haired man as if they were missiles. "As if that would work," the boy exclaimed in amusement, putting rebellion away and drawing his pistols. Firing a curtain of bullets that shattered the thorns. Turning to the left, he avoided being rammed by Echidna, who, seeing that his attack had been unsuccessful, stopped in his tracks. Spreading its tail into what could be considered 8 legs, it stood firmly on the ground, letting the white-haired man see a strange sort of lilac-colored cocoon, which began to expel some strange creatures with a bizarre resemblance to a plant. Not that he cared exactly what they were either, as he would kill them as well as all enemies that crossed his path with unfriendly intentions. Taking a great leap, he came face to face with the cocoon. Pulling out rebellion, he covered his blade with part of his energy, increasing the damage he could cause, beginning to cut with great speed at his target. But he did not notice that the shockwaves caused by his attacks were beginning to shatter the surroundings, knocking down trees, cracking the ground around him, and, although he had not sought it as a priority, the creatures that Echidna had released were disintegrated as they were hit by the waves of high-density demonic power emitted by Issei's attacks. With a final upward slash, he broke the doomed cocoon. Separating from Echidna, he watched as she recoiled in pain until she was left with one of the gates at her back. The woman watched in horror as everything around her was devastated, and on her side she was badly wounded. "My forest. My children," cried Echidna. Issei, fed up with the wailing and whining, simply fired with ivory a bullet loaded with demonic power, blowing his enemy into thousands of pieces. "I think that look suits you better," commented the white-haired man as he walked towards the door, finding a greenish orb of light floating on the side of the door, taking the orb in his hand one less, being wrapped in a glow of the same color as the orb. Once the glow had disappeared, it could be observed how Issei had on his arms and legs a pair of boots and gauntlets, and on his face, he had a small mask that covered the lower half of his face. He also seemed to have some small wings on his back, but they did not seem to serve any function. It was noteworthy that both the mask, gauntlets and boots had a slight printed design that constantly changed color. After a few seconds, the mask covering his face was automatically removed. The white-haired man approached the door, measuring the distance between the object and his person with his right fist. Giving a short blow, he shattered the door with an enormous ease, almost as if it had been made of glass. Issei took a great leap as he began to turn on himself, punching and kicking at the fragments that once formed the gate. turning them into much smaller fragments of themselves. Perhaps it was a coincidence, but the fragments fell to the floor in such a way that they were perfectly arranged one on top of the other. The white-haired man on his side jumped again, this time in the direction of the pile of debris, attacking with a karate chop, cutting the debris like a hot knife in butter, finishing pulverizing them. The white-haired man said amused as he looked at the metallic back of his right gauntlet, heading towards where his 3 companions were, while his new demon arm that answered to the name of Gilgamesh disappeared. Ice. What was that? Asked Sophie, visibly worried. Well, we could say that it's how I make a living. Although now that I think about it, I don't think I'll get paid for this job. Well, at least I'll be getting new weapons, said the white-haired man with a shrug. But, aren't you impressed by these enemies? Asked Elin. No. During this time I have encountered and fought with creatures stranger than her. And frankly I'm used to the fact that wherever I find myself, there are bound to be beings with very strange appearances and abilities, answered the white-haired man simply. Anyway, it's time to continue. The white-haired man resumed his march followed by his 3 friends. Although he didn't show it, he was quite worried. The reason? His objective was to rescue the hostages that were inside the statue. And every second that passed their lives were even more at risk of being extinguished, since keeping a statue of those dimensions working at full capacity must consume enormous amounts of power. And for a girl like Mio, who was, like him, half human and half devil, to feed that huge statue on her own would be an enormous effort, since she had just learned that she possessed non-human blood and the power that this fact entailed. So that by all accounts, she could not adequately control her magical power, not to mention that she was not even aware of how great it was. At least he was closer to being able to rescue them. After a picturesque journey he had made it out of the forest, and passing a waterfall that hid a path he came to a strange castle. Fortuna Castle. A huge castle located in a snowy region of the island. Something curious considering that not long ago he had been in a forest where the sun shone splendorously in the sky, and instead now it seemed as if the castle was stuck in a bloody snowstorm. At least part of it, since he had just passed through an area where there seemed to be a thunderstorm. Through that area he had run into a creature that moved incredibly fast and used lightning within its arsenal of attacks. It was a mildly amusing combat, as he was amused to see an enemy that had that kind of speed, but in the end he ended up defeating it and was able to watch as his enemy exploded into 1,000 pieces. Surely his body would have been overloaded with energy. Back to the subject of the snowstorm. He was currently in what he could consider an atrium that was being lashed by part of the snowstorm. Suddenly a terrible smell began to fill the white-haired man's nostrils. Furious, he watched as 2 naked women appeared out of the icy wind. Their whole body was bright red. The aforementioned women were dancing in the air. They were sticking to each other in a provocative way in repeated occasions. Phew. Sofia, Valentina and Eleonora watched in horror as the white-haired man devoured the bodies of the women. Observing the bodies of the women from different angles. Ice. What are you doing? Shrieked Elin as she watched how the white-haired man had even laid down on the ground to have a better perspective. Suddenly a huge toothy maw appeared behind the white-haired boy, trying to devour him. Quick as lightning the boy moved aside, evading the attack. The one responsible for the attack was a strange frog-like creature. How did you know? The creature demanded to know, splashing the ground with its saliva that was strangely dark green and smelled horrible. You can hide that body. But that smell. You can't miss it, said the white-haired man in amusement. Insult me again and I'll make you suffer more than you can imagine, roared the devil, causing a strong wind current that made Issei's raincoat rise up and cover his face. I'd like to see you try, exclaimed the white-haired man as he pulled out rebellion, cutting a block of ice that had been created with the breath exhaled by the frog. In a way it reminded him of Cerberus. But he could assure that this enemy had no comparison with the 3-headed dog guarding the entrance of the team in Nigru. This frog was much weaker. This enemy belonged to the little group of idiots who talk a lot and do little. I could tell just by looking at him. If you have great power, there is no need to brag about it, just crush your enemies and let your attack speak for you. Closing the distance with his enemy, he began to attack him with multiple frontal thrusts. Impossible to evade due to the sheer size of his opponent's body. That size only made him an easier target to connect with. The frog took advantage of a brief interval between the white-haired man's thrusts, retreating ground with a leap. Inflating his throat he let out a great stream of icy wind, causing a mini snowstorm to rage through the place, managing to hide his massive body in the white wind that now whipped through the place. The only thing on his body that was now visible were the 2 red women that had turned out to be the frog's antennae. Shall we continue playing hide and seek? Asked the white-haired man with a half smile. I hope this doesn't hurt. Devil Axel. The white-haired man increased his speed drastically, beginning to spin around the body of both females. unleashing a lethal combination of cuts that hit the target from all directions. Curiously, those women seemed to have the ability to scream in pain, since with each attack that connected the attack, he heard guttural screams. After several seconds repeating the same process, the white-haired man stopped, observing how the woman's body now looked more opaque. Smiling slightly as he felt something approaching from behind him. Was he going to keep trying the same thing over and over again? Jumping to the side, he watched as his enemy jumped towards where he had been a few seconds ago. Watching him skid several feet across the ice-covered ground. Gilgamesh. Summoning his newest acquisition, he positioned himself in front of the frog. Connecting a powerful upward hook, he lifted the upper half of his enemy's body, beginning to strike with punches and kicks at the animal's throat. He couldn't say for sure if he was causing great damage or not because his enemy's body was quite soft and could well be absorbing the impacts of his attacks, but he didn't lose anything by trying. With a powerful kick, he pushed the huge devil back several meters. The kick was so powerful that the ice covering the ground around him cracked a little. "Don't think that this is the end," the frog began to say as he looked to where Issei had been. "There are others left," was the last thing he could say as Issei appeared from above and with a downward slash ended his life. Curiously, the frog's body turned to ice before exploding into thousands of particles that combined with a wind that was still blowing in the place. Issei could make out another gate which, just as it happened in the forest, had an orb of light on one side. Stretching out his hand, he made the orb fly quickly towards him. Upon catching it, the orb glowed and changed from white to golden color, transforming a few seconds later into a strange black briefcase with golden cracks on its sides. "Well, I wasn't kidding. This looks like an open buffet," commented the white-haired man in amusement. "What do you mean, Issei?" asked Valentina, curious. "Do them," answered Issei, pointing to the front where more of those frogs had appeared. The frogs began to jump from one side to the other, causing small tremors due to the group weight. The white-haired man placed the briefcase on the ground, transforming it into a machine gun, spraying his enemies with a hail of bullets. Lifting the briefcase, reloading it over his shoulder, he transformed it into a triple missile launcher, firing without hesitation. Watching as the missiles hit the center of the enemy group, exploding with such force that it sent them flying through the air. Transforming the missile launcher into a kind of boomerang with 3 curved blades. Throwing it towards the enemies, it propelled a cut to each of them. Once he had hit each enemy at least once, the boomerang returned to the hands of the white-haired man. Upon receiving it, he placed the briefcase behind his back, smiling as he felt it expand, taking the shape of a mobile tank with several cannons from which it was assumed that it could fire several missiles at once. Pulling the triggers he now held in his hands, the white-haired man fired all the cannons at the same time. The missiles flew directly at each of the frogs, exploding with crushing force, wiping them off the map without any difficulty. Again, the white-haired man set the briefcase on the ground, stepping on its top. He opened it, letting out a sort of golden-colored glow from inside. Quickly, Issei closed the briefcase again. A power like that was not to be used at a time like that. Suddenly, the ground beneath his feet began to crack with great speed, giving way to a huge hole, the bottom of which was nowhere in sight. "Ice!" shrieked the white-haired man's companions, running towards where the ground had given way under the white-haired man's feet. When they arrived, they saw a hole several meters deep. If the white-haired man had fallen through there, he would have broken his legs for sure. That's what they thought. Buff. It would have been a nasty fall. That sentence caught the attention of the girls, who, looking into the hole, found the white-haired man holding on to a small edge. "Are you alright?" asked Elin, helping the white-haired man up. "Yes, don't worry," answered Issei, massaging his shoulders. "We must hurry, I think we are already close to the city." After leaving the castle, they came across a snowy area. According to the map that Ristia had shown him before, this area was just before the city, so once they had passed it, they could say that they had already arrived at their destination. The only thing missing in his plan was how to get the attention of that huge statue. Something would occur to him. Looking ahead, he could see some sort of dogs with flaming chests and heads planted themselves in front of him and his friends. One of the dogs threw a fireball at him. The white-haired man jumped to avoid it without any problems. "Well, come on," exclaimed Issei, encouraging the dogs to attack him. "Wait, Issei. Let us take care of it and we'll show you that we don't need as much protection as you think," said Sophie as she walked in front of the dogs, followed by Elin and Valentina. "Okay, but..." The white-haired man couldn't finish what he was going to say as he saw how more of those dogs were approaching. "This will be long." Sighing, he went to sit on what seemed to be the remains of a pillar. Later. "The human playing God. Ridiculous," exclaimed a devil of enormous eyes whose body emitted an intense heat with flames coming out of different parts of his body. The answer to the name of Burial. At first glance, his main weapon was a huge sword with part of its blade burning red hot. VERGIL watched as the statue of the savior rose mighty in the distant sky. "Don't tell me," spoke a voice coming from behind him. Looking in that direction, he observed how a white-haired boy, wearing a red trench coat, was sitting on his tail covered with flames. He blew out a breath with one hand. VERGIL began to move abruptly, getting the boy off his tail, observing how he landed with a simple acrobatics on the ground, recognizing the boy's identity when he felt the power he emanated. "I wish you had realized it before," spoke the white-haired man, extinguishing a flame that was beginning to burn in his raincoat. "Now my coat is all scorched. The infamous son of Spidey. The infamous son of Sparda, I will avenge the fallen comrades under your sword," roared VERGIL, throwing himself against the white-haired man, who, neither foolish nor lazy, responded to his desire to fight. The spectators had a doubt. Why did the devil refer to Issei as infamous son of Sparda? Hadn't it not been Sparda himself who had saved the humans? After pondering for a few seconds, they understood. It was to be supposed that many devils see Sparda as a traitor for preferring humans over those of his own race. That explained a lot and reaffirmed the fact that the moral of every story depends on the character and point of view of the teller. For to humans, Sparda was a savior. While for most devils he is the worst of traitors. Once their doubts were clarified, they turned their gaze to where the fight was taking place. Taking a leap, the white-haired man avoided a horizontal cut from VERGIL's enormous sword, feeling the heat of his enemy's sword at the surface of his skin. Trickster. This style of combat allowed him to move with greater speed and agility. He had developed it especially to combine it with various combinations of attacks with his different weapons. Thanks to this style, he could change direction while in the air by bouncing against a magic circle created by himself. This opened up a wide range of possible attacks. The white-haired man went from defense to attack, attacking VERGIL from different angles, using magic circles to change direction for new attacks and to evade the attacks of the huge devil, who seemed to get more enraged by the second. Appearing from below, he delivered a powerful kick straight to VERGIL's chin, lifting him off the ground by at least 5 meters. Swordmaster. After landing, he covered the blade of his sword with demonic power, launching 3 beams of dark red energy towards his opponent. The white-haired man's attack caused great damage to his target, who fell to the ground stunned and on the verge of unconsciousness. Proof of this was that the flames expelled from his body seemed to have been extinguished, greatly diminishing the heat of the place. Positioning himself in front of his enemy, he prepared for the next round. Devil Bringer. The white-haired man showed his demonic arm, generating a large spectral hand, grabbing VERGIL by the head, slamming him repeatedly to the ground with crushing force. Releasing his enemy for a few moments, he began to give him a great combination of punches. It should be noted that the punches he delivered with the Devil Bringer were charged with a lot of demonic energy and strength. The white-haired man smiled happily as he felt how solid each of his punches were. In moments like these, he was grateful to be a person who never shied away from training, since he had talent. But in difficult moments, the daily effort was the pillar on which to lean. With a powerful right hand, he sent VERGIL crashing into a rock wall, finishing him off with a shot from Pandora in his missile launcher mode, sinking him further into the rock. "You're better than me. What a dishonor," roared VERGIL, seriously hurt. "Either you stay and die or drag your fat, scaly ass to that door. It's your choice," said the white-haired man. "I retreated once. I won't do it again," roared VERGIL, bursting into flames, channeling them into a torrent of fire that traveled directly towards the white-haired man. Curiously, the torrent of fire had VERGIL's face on the front. With a shot from Ivory, the white-haired man disintegrated the torrent of fire without any complications, leaving only a few sparks floating scattered in the air. "What a disappointment. I was expecting more than a few sparks of nothing," sighed the white-haired man in disappointment as he put away his gun and approached the door that VERGIL had probably used to enter the human world. As on previous occasions, there was an orb of light, this time golden in color, which upon contact with the white-haired man's hand, covered him in a white glow. Once the glow dissipated, it could be seen how the white-haired man was holding a kind of backpack with a skull design. Looking at the door, he had an idea of how his new demon arm would work. "First I pull it out," exclaimed the white-haired man, jumping up while making 2 crimson swords appear. With a slight movement of his hands, he made 2 more swords appear in each hand, giving a total of 3 in each hand. "Then I push it. With great desire." While saying those words, he thrust the swords into the door, making more swords appear. In all angles. Penetrate. In a way, you could say that Issei was dancing through the air. Until, with all my strength, I put it all the way in. After throwing one last sword, he landed on the ground, pointing towards the gate with his index and middle fingers. And with a brush on his lips that Satan knows where he had taken it from. And in the end. Plaff plaff. Clapping his hands 2 times in succession, he exploded all the swords in sequence except one, the one in the center, turning the gate into the figure of a stone heart. All happy. And you are free. Finished the boy, throwing the rose against the only sword that remained in the stone heart, embedded right in the center, that when it made contact with the chafe, exploded immediately, dividing the heart in 2. Thanks to the destruction of the gate, Issei was able to appreciate the statue of the savior rising in the distance. Placing his hand between his eyes and the statue, as if measuring the distance. "From here it doesn't look like much," said the white-haired man, clenching his fist. "Now it's just you and me, Mr. Salvador. Later, Fortuna Cathedral." After enduring a mild tantrum from Sophie and Elin about how could I shout those obscenities to the 4 winds, they had managed to get to where the real door that would open the portal to the demonic world was supposed to be. But it wasn't going to be that simple. Given that inside the cathedral was that stuttering, monocle-wearing moron. He probably had a name, but it wasn't like he cared. Normally he would have entered into combat without further ado, but it seemed that the stutterer wanted to hold a dialogue worthy of a dramatic play. Proof of this was that all the interior lights of the cathedral were off, except for a spotlight that illuminated him directly, revealing that he was sitting on a staircase while writing on a folder. If that was his wish, he wasn't going to deny it, as he would use this opportunity to prove to Sophie, Valentina and Elin that he wasn't just thinking with his lower head. "I had already foreseen that those devils wouldn't be up to your tactics," spoke the brunette, standing up as the spotlight on him was turned off at the same time another one was turned on, illuminating the figure of the white-haired man. Summon and kill, summon and kill. I don't see the logic in what you do," spoke the white-haired man, addressing his 3 spectators. "Is sanity the price to pay for power? Humans are stubborn and stupid," spoke Agnes with a human skull in his right hand. "They must feel the fire of hell to accept and worship their god. It is a most ironic paradox," crushing the skull in his hand as if it were nothing. "I have not come here to listen to your paradoxes," answered the white-haired man, "but to claim something that belongs to me by right." "Brynhilder?" exclaimed Agnes, transformed into some sort of giant flying insect, holding a sword whose design alternated colors. "And that's why I'm in your way." Raising his sword. "Ahahaha. If you get in my way, you'll have a bad time," said the white-haired man, giving a shot in the air, while with incredible speed he appeared above the head of the statue of Sparda. "Although I invite you to do so. Fighting someone with such delusions of grandeur as you," pointing to his future opponent, "it is a unique opportunity." Blowing a kiss to the audience. After finishing the dialogue, both contenders went into action. The white-haired man attacked immediately, ready to finish the fight as quickly as possible, but his enemy seemed to have other plans, since behind him, he made a strange magic circle appear from which more of those demonic dogs emerged. Counting them, he quickly spotted 10 secondary targets, while his main target was hiding behind them, waiting for him to get careless and lower his defense. Taking a leap, he was in the middle of the 10 dogs, starting to turn on himself at high speed. Slicing the animals with great ease, finishing them off in a matter of moments. He fell backwards at the precise moment when Agnes's sword sought to slice his neck. "I was close. Apparently it's only a matter of time before I eliminate you," declared Agnes, pointing his sword at him. "Don't count on it. I had a slight hope that you would be an enemy who would show his face, but you turned out to be just an opportunistic coward. I'm sorry, but this fight is over," said the white-haired man while his eyes turned red. What he was about to do he had never done before, as it involved a huge consumption of energy and physical endurance, but he wanted to end this fight as quickly as possible. Quicksilver. Devil Trigger. The Zone. Devil Axle. He had activated 4 of his best cards for a combat at the same time. All this to eliminate an enemy without him having time to respond. Watching as everything around him had turned gray, he launched himself into the attack. Cutting his distance with godlike speed, beginning to circle around Agnes as he delivered a diverse variety of slashes and thrusts, accompanied by powerful kicks. Many would tell him that fighting with time standing still was cheating, but to each his own, right? Taking a step back, he drew his pistols, firing a countless number of bullets loaded with much demonic power at his enemy. Undoubtedly, when the time would run again, a strong pain would invade his enemy, but he had to hurry, as he could feel his body starting to resent due to the excessive power he was using. Preparing to deactivate everything, the white-haired man delivered a powerful kick to Agnes's abdomen. At that instant, time ran again. Agnes felt his whole body shriek in pain and agony as he was thrown backwards by a mysterious force, landing heavily on a bench. Watching as the white-haired man approached him, he understood what had happened. There was so much difference between the two that he couldn't even defend himself or catch a glimpse of the moment he attacked. "How can there be so much difference between us? You have renounced your human condition. It's as simple as that," answered the white-haired man with simplicity. But you are not human. Why am I inferior? You take for granted the weakness of humans, said the white-haired man, looking sideways at his companions, passing his gaze to Agnes, observing how he began to take notes of his words. Okay, they don't have the physical capacity of a demon. But they do have something that devils do not possess. What? What is it that devils lack? Asked Agnes, desperate to know what the white-haired man was referring to, for the sake of my research. I beg you, tell me. The white-haired man just fired a shot at the folder where Agnes was taking his notes, sending sheets of paper flying all over the place. If you're going to continue your research in the other world, began the white-haired man, observing how the dark-haired man caught a sheet of paper and looked at him through the hole that the previously fired bullet had left. First do your homework. Finished the white-haired man, shooting him between eyebrow and eyebrow, sending Agnes's body back to the bench, where he exhaled his last breath. And the rest is silence. Bound to his spectators, firing one last shot in the air to finish his performance. Receiving the applause of his 3 front-row spectators. Suddenly a sort of secret hatch opened behind the white-haired man. Surely that secret passage would lead him to where Brynhilde was. Girls, wait for me for a few moments, I'll go get the sword and come back, watch that nothing and no one enters or leaves this place. Yes. Answered the 3 of them in unison. What the fuck? The white-haired man jumped backwards, putting distance between that strange creature and his person. Although it was chained, it had some meters of chain that allowed it to get closer to the white-haired man, allowing the boy to appreciate the creature in greater detail. It seemed to be some kind of dragon. Taking out rebellion, the white-haired boy prepared to attack. Wait! Exclaimed a voice behind the boy's back. Turning slightly, the white-haired boy ran into Alphaman and Omnimon, but there was something strange. They were accompanied by what seemed to be another Digimon. He was wearing a strange golden armor that covered some parts of his body, whose skin was blue. Alphaman, who is he? And why did you stop me? He is Magnamon. His presence was what we felt in that forest, so we went in search of him, but after finding him we found that he was shackled with very special chains, as they restricted the power of the captured, but were easy to break for those who were at liberty. I understand, but why did you stop me? So you wouldn't make a mistake, explained Alphaman. Who you have in front of you is one of our old comrades. His name is Imperialdraman. Imperialdraman? Asked the white-haired man, looking at the man now identified as Imperialdraman, while Omnimon cut the chains that held him prisoner with extreme ease. I'm sorry to have surprised you, but when I saw you enter I thought you were one of the followers of those who imprisoned me here so long ago. I'll guess. The Order of the Eggs. Mumbled the white-haired man. How is it possible that a small group led by a little old man could cause so much trouble? Wait. How exactly did you guys end up being captured? Looking at Magnamon and Imperialdraman. As far as I can tell, both Alphaman and Omnimon are very strong. And if they are your companions, they must also be very strong. Or at least hundreds or thousands of times stronger than the people of this island. That was due to the orders that were given to us, said Imperialdraman, staring at the white-haired man. After a strange phenomenon that affected the digital world where we lived. Some of us ended up here. At that time a great battle was ravaging this world, and due to our past experiences, we decided to support the humans who, of the opposing sides, were the ones who were losing and by far. But it was then that we met some very special people. Very similar to you. Me? Pointing to himself. If I remember correctly, their names were Sparda and Wilbert. My father? Asked the white-haired man in surprise. That's right, even though their race belonged to the demon side. They were fighting to protect the humans with all their strength, even though no one was forcing them. That's why we decided to place ourselves under their orders, and we also saw their great strategic and military capacity. But it was many years after those events that we ended up being captured. By the very people we had been entrusted to protect. How did that happen? Asked the more serious white-haired man. About 14 years ago, the order that governs this island became obsessed with their savior Sparda and everything related to him. That's why they began to look for information, weapons and objects related to the war in which Magnamon and I participated. So it was only a matter of time before they came after us, but not to use us. But to prevent us from thwarting their plans, since we carried the desire and will that Sparda and Wilbert inherited from us. That's why they had to get us out of the way to carry out the plan that they are about to complete today. Unleash chaos and then try to do the same thing Sparda did in the past. The leader of the order came up with a plan to capture us and lock us up because they knew that we would not attack them with killing intent. So once they knew there was no mortal danger, they charged at you and captured you. Finished the white-haired man. I know we just met, but I need to ask you a favor. What favor? You see, the little old man who caused all this got a huge destructive statue, although I have allies who could help. I need someone who can keep him busy. Busy? Normally I would choose to destroy it until there's nothing left of it, but I can't do that since inside it is Wilbert's daughter. And her adopted family, and morally I can't eliminate 3 innocent people who got caught up in the plans of some pretty weird religious fanatics. Imperialdreman and Magnaman looked at each other for a few moments, returning their gaze to the white-haired man. It's okay, we'll help you. A little later. I'm aware of the cultural value of this tidbit, but it's bad for the community, said the white-furred man, drawing Yamato, throwing slashes into the air in the direction of the huge gate that loomed behind the cathedral. Its dimensions were much larger compared to the other gates he had been destroying. After a few seconds the gate showed a diagonal slash, falling its upper part to the ground with a huge clang. Did you manage to recover the sword? Asked Ristia, accompanied by Liis, Rebecca, Yui, Kuroka and Claudia, who was looking around with curiosity and amazement. The aforementioned, except Claudia, froze when they saw how the white-haired man was accompanied by 3 other women. Issei. Who are they? Hissed Ristia and the other handmaids of Issei. They are friends of mine that I met on my way back here. I met them during my childhood, before my memories were sealed. And since then they've been looking for me. And now, given the current situation, I brought them with me. For something like this. Looking at the statue of the savior that was displayed behind the rubble of the door. We need all the help we can get so that this doesn't get out of hand. And by the way, Wilbert's blissful sword is quite powerful. But it doesn't compare to this lady's sword. Raising Yamato. Do you want some company? Asked Liis and the others, standing next to the white-haired man. You'd better help the others. Try to take them as far away as you can, this could get ugly. Understood. Answered all the girls. Although it was hard to accept it, the power of all of them was not enough to be able to face the savior. Nor could they trust that they could stop that statue's attacks with their current level. They still had a long way to go. Now, let's begin. The white-haired man looked up, smiling as he saw Alphaman, Omnimon, Magnaman and Imperialdreman hovering above him. Landing on a small platform on top of one of the few tall buildings that were still standing, the white-haired man reduced the height that separated him from the savior, which floated imposingly in the sky. You have destroyed the gates of hell. Roared a voice behind the white-haired man. Turning around, Issei saw floating armor. If he remembered correctly, that was the armor that responded to the orders of the old leader of the order. The armor stood out from the others present because of its ostentatious design. What need was there to do such a thing? It was as if you were openly shouting, "Hello, I'm here. Kill me." Yes, they just didn't fit in with the scenery. Answered the white-haired man in amusement. You've come all this way to face me? Asked the armor. You couldn't even dream of matching the power of the savior. We're already exaggerating. Besides, I didn't want you to get a stiff neck from looking at someone as insignificant as me. The white-haired man mocked. Silence. Ordered the armor. What would make you reconsider your position? Death, for example. With a simple movement of its arm, the armor ordered those armors, which floated around it, to attack the white-haired man. Smiling in amusement, the white-haired man launched himself against his attackers. Leaping through some debris that floated unnaturally in midair. Narrowly evading the attacks of the armor advancing towards him. Throwing rebellion at the savior, watching as his sword seamlessly thrust into its target horizontally. Landing on top of it. Watching as the little old man's armor came into his range of vision mere meters in front of him. Ready to swallow your words? The white-haired man asked, amused, touching the back of his hand to the surface of the savior. Do what you want. Your efforts are useless. Mumbled the armor, turning around. Turning suddenly, he attacked with a horizontal cut. Incredulous, he saw how it cut the air. The white-haired man was no longer in that place. Looking over his shoulder, he could see Issei land on a piece of flying ground behind him. Shooting him a shot with ivory directly in the head. Disassembling the ostentatious armor into several pieces. The real one must be inside. Commented the white-haired man, looking at the imposing statue of savior. Looks like I'm going to have to take care of this critter. Jumping backwards quickly, he evaded one of the hands of the huge statue that was trying to crush him. Let's see. How do I deal with this thing? Muttered the white-haired man, jumping between the different platforms that were conveniently around the huge statue, managing to reach a particular platform that had a strange kind of cannon. Activating what he assumed was the cannon's firing mechanism. Firing a powerful beam of energy that knocked down the huge statue. Watching as the huge statue was indeed unconscious, but despite that it remained suspended in the air. Leaping towards the statue after propelling himself with a magic circle. Heading towards the center of the savior's chest, where a huge bluish-colored jewel was located. Noticing how the statue had more identical jewels on different parts of its body. Possibly they were its weak points. Alphaman! Exclaimed the white-haired man, calling the attention of his new familiar. Search and destroy the other jewels that this piece of garbage has on the rest of its body. The Digimon was followed by Omnimon, Imperialdramon and Magnamon. The Digimon quickly set about searching for the jewels that the white-haired man had indicated to them, destroying them without problems after having found them. Rising in the air, the white-haired man positioned himself at the height of the forehead of the huge statue, beginning to hit repeatedly the jewel that was embedded in the forehead of the savior. Crash. But the sound similar to that of glass shattering the last jewel had broken. Instantly the white-haired man had to jump back, narrowly evading the statue's hands that sought to catch and crush him. "What the hell is that?" exclaimed the surprised boy as he saw how the statue began to gather a huge amount of energy on its back, channeling it through a magic circle in a powerful energy shot, which unfortunately was directed towards his person. Okay. He could evade that attack, but if he did, who knows where that torrent of energy would go and how many would get hurt. So evading was not an option. Cannon destroyer. Footlock. Deploying the entire firing system, the white-haired man began to gather energy in his left arm. Glorious burst. Firing his own torrent of energy, the white-haired man watched as the two energies collided violently. Looking down at his feet, he noticed how he was being pushed backwards due to the savior's attack having superior power. "Issei!" exclaimed the Digimon standing next to Issei. "Digital Eyes of Soul. Extreme Jihad. Garuru Cannon. Ozatron Laser." The digital beings fired their own energy attacks, combining them with the white-haired man's attack, increasing the size of the energy torrent, managing to push back the savior's attack, causing the huge statue to receive the combined impact of the attacks that had collided seconds before. Watching as the statue curved slightly while multiple rays of multiple colors began to run through it from head to toe, dulling its movements until it finally seemed to have frozen. Possibly it suffered an energy overload. The white-haired man muttered, looking at the motionless statue. "I'm surprised at how resilient it turned out to be. To take that attack and go on with hardly any damage. Not something you see often. Well, you know what they say. If the outside is tough," said the boy as he activated his armor, launching himself like a bullet directly against the statue's chest, piercing through the remains of the jewel that had once been located in that area, passing through that area with no problems, finding himself in what must have been the interior of the savior. "We'll have to try it from the inside." Turning slightly, he visualized two strange cocoons embedded in the wall in front of him. Deactivating his armor, he brandished Rebellion. Performing two downward slashes, he opened the cocoons with ease, watching curiously as from inside each cocoon a person fell. If he remembered correctly, their names were Basara and Kiri. Without saying anything, he grabbed them by the collar of their clothes and threw them through the same hole through which he had entered. Both youngsters were greeted by the Digimon flying around the statue. "I'll be on my own from here on, girls." "Ice!" exclaimed the girls when they heard the white-haired man's words from inside the savior. "The opportunity to save the world doesn't come along every day. Enjoy it. It's 2 down and 1 to go. It's time to end this," muttered the white-haired man, resuming his march towards what he thought were the levels of the statue, since if he remembered correctly, that old man had entered the inside of the statue through the forehead. Minutes later. To say he was annoyed was an understatement. He had finally made it to what would be the brain of the savior, but what he saw when he arrived did not please him in the least. That red-haired girl named Mio was with half of her body fused with some sort of light wall. That was surely the method by which he drained the power from her to give to the statue. But what had bothered him was seeing the face of sadness and pain on her. It was not for nothing. Just by looking at her, he could tell she wasn't used to fighting and violent things. Nor did it help that she was being used as a battery, forcibly extracting her magical power, which surely hadn't been trained. Although he had to admit he was surprised to see how the girl was still feeding such a huge statue with immature magical power. That indicated to him that the girl possessed enormous talent and combat ability, but that was no excuse for suddenly thrusting her into such a cruel world. Or rather, making her experience the cruelty that made up this world. "Our first intention was to make you form the core of the savior," Sancta spoke, appearing from the ground, letting the white-haired man see how his appearance had changed radically. From being fully human in appearance, he now possessed wings made of pure energy, his eyes were red with a black background, and he had a strange, but equally nauseating aura of reddish-black, emanating from his middle back. "It's a bit late to regret it," said the white-haired man staring at the old man. "Free her. Why do you oppose the order? Don't you want to perform the same glorious deeds that your father, Sparda, performed in ancient times?" "No. Frankly, I have never been interested in repeating past deeds, but I have strived to keep the honor of the Sparda family at the top, and I am sure my father would be extremely embarrassed and disappointed to see what humans have turned his legacy into. What is so heroic about annihilating an entire population for a little recognition? Did your parents not pay attention to you as a child? Or did they just drop you headfirst from a 10th floor? Besides, If there's one thing I won't accept under any circumstances, it's that you would put an innocent girl in the crossfire to try to carry out your plans. What's that? Love? Asked the old man with a slight laugh. Don't talk nonsense. I can't be in love with someone I've only seen for the first time. Let's say I'm driven to do this by the values my parents and close ones instilled in me over time, but if you want to know what love is, look in an encyclopedia. Exclaimed the white-haired man, launching a powerful energy cut from Rebellion's blade. The attack was repelled without any problem by Sanctus, who stared at the white-haired man with an almost psychopathic smile. Come on, Ice, it's time to end this. Looking up slightly, the white-haired man heard Ellen's voice coming from outside. I've got it almost ready over here. Don't be so sure, boy. Exclaimed Sanctus, evading another power cut from Issei. Even weakened, the power of the savior is beyond their capabilities. Even if they have the help of those useless Magnaman and Imperialdraman. Launching an energy cut that impacted with force against another attack of the same type that had been launched by the white-haired man. Finally, the decisive combat was about to begin. Great. The bastard has a barrier around him to avoid being damaged. Observing how Sanctus was wrapped in a sphere of energy. But until today, cheap tricks like that have never stopped me. Leaping up, he caught up with the old man. Beginning to launch a variety of horizontal slashes. Striking hard at the barrier protecting the old man. Weakening it until finally the barrier had broken. Devilbringer. Materializing his demonic arm, the white-haired man made his spectral hand appear, whose size could grow or shrink as he deemed useful. Connecting a kick in the stomach, he sent Sanctus flying while preparing another solid punch. Here comes the punch. Exclaimed the white-haired man in amusement as he drove his spectral fist into Sanctus's body, smiling as he watched it smash into one of the walls. Curious, he watched as the old man stood up again while he returned to generate the barrier and took flight again. At this the boy only sighed, but there was nothing he could do, because if that was the only way Sanctus knew how to fight, he would have to stick to it if he wanted to survive. Moving quickly and without pause, he returned to attack Sanctus's protective barrier. Hitting repeatedly at the same point of Sanctus's barrier. Breaking it again into 1,000 pieces. Quickly moving away when he saw how the old man made multiple lightning bolts appear and fall around him. You won't get out of here alive. The old man roared as he threw energy slices across the ground directly at the white-haired man. Assuming a defensive stance, the boy blocked one of the energy cuts. Being pushed back a few meters. Recovering his posture, the white-haired boy looked bored at the result of his opponent's attack. So much trouble Sanctus had caused him. To only reach that level of power. The savior was much more powerful than this. Pinning Rebellion to the ground, he began to do some light stretches. Closing his eyes. Relaxing his breathing. Such looks like I'll have to show you how a true hero does things, growled the white-haired man, opening his eyes. Allowing him to see Sanctus as lightning emanated from his pupils. Making him feel an enormous pressure. Surprised, he watched as the boy retreated a few more meters on his own. Attempting to resume his attacks, the old man watched as the white-haired man reacted instantly. Analyzing every movement of his body. It's impossible. He has me at range from where he is. Thought the old man, worried, since the distance that separated him from the white-haired man was more than 8 meters, and yet he felt as if he was standing just a few centimeters away from the boy. Opting to move a little farther away, Sanctus backed up a little to get to safety. Are you sure you're all right there? Asked the white-haired man in a calm voice. You're within the confines of a restricted area there, he said. Pushing himself forward, the white-haired man appeared in front of the old man in a moment, taking him by surprise. Embedding his left fist in the old man's stomach. Feeling it tear multiple muscles. Smiling slightly as he watched Sanctus practically doubled over his fist in pain. Withdrawing his fist, he chained a high kick accompanied by a downward slash from Rebellion. As a result, the old man spun backward several times in the air, falling heavily to the ground. Running at full speed, the white-haired man kicked Sanctus in the chest, taking advantage of the fact that he was struggling to get up. Making multiple magic circles appear around him, the boy used them to change direction in mid-air, passing again and again by Sanctus like crimson lightning. Taking the opportunity to deliver punches, kicks, slashes and thrusts at full speed. Approaching from above, he grabbed the old man's head by the back of the neck. Crashing it with crushing force against the floor of the place, cracking it at the site of impact. Flipping backwards, he took the opportunity to take a breath. Moving his sword to the side with some force, he cleaned the blade, which was full of blood coming from Sanctus's body. On his side, the old man was trying to stand up with serious difficulties in doing so. He created an energy sword, using it as a support point to stand up. Coughing up a large amount of blood that fell to the ground, joining the rest of the puddle that began to form under his feet due to the various wounds he had all over his body. The powers of Sparda and Wilbert. Why don't they give me strength? The old man shrieked into the air. Am I not worthy? I never took those legends at face value, even though I knew they were real, said the boy, catching Sanctus's attention. But I know that my father and Wilbert had a heart capable of loving another person, a human. And that's what you don't have, Sanctus said angrily. Sanctus angrily stood next to Mio, aiming at her neck with the sword he had created. The white-haired man said in a kind voice, observing the red-haired girl's pleading and fearful face, walking towards the old man. Don't move, or… exclaimed Sanctus, threatening to slice Mio's neck. Throwing rebellion forward, the white-haired man extended the spectral palm of his devil-bringer, smashing Sanctus against the wall, causing him to drop his sword. Throwing himself forward as well, Issei retrieved rebellion, performing 3 slashes against the light wall that held Mio prisoner. Placing his back to Sanctus, he reversed his grip on his sword, leaving the blade pointing backwards, plunging it straight into the center of the old man's chest. Hearing clearly as the tip of the blade exited through the old man's back, withdrawing his sword without any mercy and stowing it in his back just in time to catch Mio, who had been freed from that strange light wall. Undeterred, he heard the piercing scream Sanctus gave before disappearing in an explosion of light. It's all over now, the boy spoke in a soothing voice. Hearing this, the girl hid her face in the boy's chest. Being in the arms of the white-haired man made her feel safe for the first time in her life. Almost like the shelter a person found in the arms of their parents or older siblings. A feeling she had never experienced before. Even having lived all this time next to Basara and Kiri, she had never felt family. She had always felt out of place within that family, even though they had always treated her with love and affection, but as she had mentioned before, now in the arms of that stranger who was practically the first time she had seen him, she felt that this was the place where she belonged. Something inside him told him so. Getting up without difficulty, carrying Mio princess style, she made her way to the inside of the jewel that should be located right in front of the statue of the savior. It was the quickest point of exit if he didn't want to have to go all the way back to get out through the hole he had opened to get in. Assuming a defensive stance, the Digimon known as Alphaman took the huge punch from the savior, sinking slightly to the ground due to the force and weight of that blow. Noticing how the statue's movements after that blow had ceased. It's over, muttered the digital being, pushing aside the statue's fist. Although it was a slight movement, the fist caused a small tremor as it fell to the ground. Everyone present gathered a few meters away from the statue, looking up, waiting for the white-haired man to decide to make his presence known. Crash. With a sharp sound, the remains of the jewel on the statue's forehead shattered. Landing smoothly, the white-haired man made his way at a leisurely pace to where Ristia and the others were. You sure it took your time? Protested Ristia jealously as she watched Mio being carried by Issei. Do you want me to apologize? Asked Issei, amused. Suddenly a thunderous roar interrupted that moment. Turning around in boredom, the white-haired man observed how the savior had activated again. Perhaps he still had some of the magic power he had extracted from Mio. What an irritating wretch, mumbled the white-haired man as he handed the sword Brynhilder to Basara, who seemed ready to fight. This all started with those who sought the power that runs through the blood of my family, so I'll be the one to finish this matter, said the white-haired man, cracking his knuckles. Advancing with a quick step, he cut the distance that separated him from the statue. Now that he only had the leftovers of what was once his personal battery, the statue barely had the strength to keep leaning on his knees and hands, occasionally throwing a punch from either the right or left side. Despite the fact that he was his enemy, it was pitiful to see him in such a deplorable state after having seen him with such incredible power. It would be best to put him out of his misery as quickly as possible. Devilbringer. Taking a great leap, the white-haired man stood at the height of Savior's head, throwing his spectral hand until it was large enough to hold his enemy's face without difficulty. This arm, as well as the other powers inside my body, were created to eliminate guys like you. Now, die, exclaimed the white-haired man, closing his fist, finally crushing the head of the savior that collapsed on the ground, causing a great roar. Hours later, dusk. Finally it was all over. Crossing his arms, contemplating the horizon dimly bathed in an orange light that indicated that night was near, was the white-haired man. The case of Team Nigru and Fortuna Island was finally over. But that didn't mean his schedule was free of work. Now it was time to return to Kuo and prepare to go to the underworld, to officially introduce himself as the son of the legendary Dark Knight Sparda. Crap. It was one thing to declare that you were his son on the battlefield, since in the battlefield that commanded respect and made them take you seriously, but in the underworld, it meant having a huge bunch of ass-kissers clinging to you to try to climb the social ladder and brag about it. Another item on the list was to help Claudia get back to where she belonged, since after talking to her and seeing that many of the places she talked about didn't exist, I could only assume this point by placing myself in the assumption that she comes from another world. It was not so far-fetched to think that, since he himself had traveled with Virgil to another world completely different from Earth, but as always, it was easier said than done, since so far he did not know how to open portals connecting his world with other realities. He had to catch up with his training and regain his work rhythm. Just thinking about it made him lazy. "I think I should thank you," said Basara, walking to the side of the white-haired man, with Brynhord leaning on his right shoulder. "That wouldn't hit you," replied the white-haired man, amused. "Instead, maybe you should just leave it at a couple of insults." "Yes, that's true. But I'm indebted to you." "Relax. I had my reasons to help you," said the white-haired man, turning around, lightly patting the chestnut's shoulder. "Take care." "Wait," called the brown, causing the white-haired man to stop and turn to look at him. "You're forgetting this," showing him Brynhord. "Keep it," answered the white-haired man simply. "I thought it meant a lot to you," asked the brown man in surprise, regaining his composure after a few moments. "Like all worthwhile gifts, I suppose. I want you to have it. I entrust it to you," replied the white-haired man, turning around again, starting to walk away from the brown, heading towards the port of the city. "What you do from now on is up to you." "Hey Issei," called the brown. "Will we meet again?" The white-haired man said nothing, he simply continued on his way while waving goodbye. "Are you sure about this?" asked a white-haired man, looking at Emio, who was standing next to the boat with a suitcase in her hands. "Yes, I want to know more about my father and the race he belonged to. Once I get it and have everything clearer, I will decide what to do with my life," answered the Riti, determined. At the girl's answer, the white-haired man smiled a little. It would be normal that after having lived all that, the last thing he would want to know were things related to the supernatural. "By the way, I see that Magnaman decided to become your familiar," looking at the golden armored Digimon next to Mio. "That's right. I decided to follow Wilbert in the past, and even now I plan to continue to do so, but protecting his offspring." "I understand. Although I must ask you something. As there are many dangers and opponents around me and my close ones, you must remain hidden as well as Alphaman and the others, so that they can be our cards up our sleeves and appear only when necessary," asked a white-haired man with sincerity. "Alright, but if Mio is in danger, I will come to her aid," finished the Digimon, entering through a dimensional portal. According to what Alphaman had told him, that portal was exclusively for the use of Digimon like them. Said portal was the access to a dimensional space where they could rest and allowed them to appear wherever their companions they had decided to follow needed them. Unfortunately, that space was not useful for them to try to return to their world and was only accessible to them once they found their battle partner. Maybe this trip had not turned out to be pleasant, but at least she had managed to get new companions, plus she was able to meet up with old friends. That was a good thing perhaps. Although if he kept gaining allies in this way, it wasn't necessarily all positive, as it could be an indication that perhaps in the future he would face enemies so strong that he alone would not be able to defeat them. But even if his enemies were extremely strong, he would not under any circumstances allow them to harm those close to him, let alone kill them. He would never allow it. But that thought in his mind, he boarded the ship that was to take him back home. The long journey home. Later. Standing on the deck of the ship, a certain white-haired man watched the horizon illuminated by the beautiful stars of the distant starry sky. Perceiving the soft sea breeze on his face, Lies and the others were sleeping in their respective cabins. She didn't blame them. They had worked hard during the whole Fortuna thing. "Do you need anything, Kuroka?" the white-haired man asked without turning around. "How did you know I was here?" Naya asked the Nekomata, stepping out of one of the many shadows on the deck. "I have pretty good sensory abilities," answered the boy, looking sideways as the brunette stood next to him. "We are talking about something beyond perceiving the auras emanating from the people around me. Let's say that they are the intentions they give off, for example. Until recently you were staring at me hidden in a blanket of natural energy, camouflaged in the shadows, but you could not hide your intention, which was to take me by surprise as I let my guard down. Once I perceived that I can emit a magical pulse practically imperceptible, it doesn't hurt or anything like that. It's like a kind of magical radar that sends me information about the objects, energies and people with whom the pulse made contact," explained the boy, capturing Kuroka's attention. "In this case, the information I received and analyzed was that a Nekomata hidden in natural energy was watching me from my back about 9 meters away. Unbelievable. I ask you again. Did you need something? Since you should be resting. I wanted to ask you a question. Now that I'm a woman under your vassalage, why haven't you tried anything with me?" "Eh? What's the reason for that question?" asked the white-haired man curiously. "You see, as I told you before, I was once the bishop of a devil who is already dead. At first I thought that my life would improve, but then I witnessed that it was just a stupid dream. The one who was my owner tried to sleep with me as soon as my physical attributes began to develop, and he also thought of turning me into a fighting machine due to my great talent in senjutsu. And as you should know, I ended up killing him with my own hands, since my powers at that point had surpassed his. After that I became a fugitive and roamed the underworld for a long time, frequenting bars and other places, but wherever I went, all the men I came across approached me looking to sleep with me and satisfy their lust. Explained the brunette with clear annoyance in her voice. After a long time I met Volley Lucifer. He told me he wanted me to be in his team since he needed my abilities in the battlefield. Because of that and my past experiences, I assumed that every man I came across would approach me for those two reasons. Pleasure seeking or to use my power, but you are different. In what way? Despite the fact that I am your vassal, you didn't try anything with me and even offered me amnesty for all my past crimes. The Nekomata murmured, looking at the boy who was staring at the stars. It's because as heir of the Sparda clan I can't have servants who are weak, that's why you called my attention, since I didn't have anyone who could handle the natural arts until now. It may sound bad, but if I don't have servants who can be strong, they will leave the reputation of the clan in a bad place, and in the same way it would be irresponsible of me to reincarnate them if they don't meet a minimum of strength, since there are many powerful enemies who seek to eliminate everything related to the Sparda family. So if I reincarnate them just because I would be playing with their lives and surrounding myself with cannon fodder to send to death, said the boy, letting out a deep sigh. And regarding your question, I have not tried anything with you because, although I want to have the best harem ever recorded, I will not force any girl to enter it because my harem will not be just something to satiate my lust and carnal desires, but it will be where all my partners will meet and they can have a family. If I force them to enter just based on the fact that they are my servants and as such they must obey me without complaining, besides becoming a male chauvinist pig, I would be denying them the possibility of finding true love. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? Let's see. Have you ever wondered what's the difference between girls who lose their virginity through rape and giving it voluntarily to the people they love, even though the act itself is the same? Those feelings can turn a girl's first time into something magical or terrible, and I don't want to limit myself to just having the body of the girls around me, I want them to be happy by my side. That is to say, to have their heart too, since relationships that are only based on sex don't usually reach a good destination, since they are on the high risk that both sides of the couple get bored of each other. When we get to Kuo you will realize it, there are the other girls who are in servitude to me, but I have not slept with all of them, because some are more shy than others, and although they may be in love with me, they are still afraid to take the next step. For my part, I just limit myself to respond to their actions. That is to say that I only sleep with those who are sure of wanting to do it and to put their heart into it, so I will not try anything with you until you decide what you really want to do. Devil, who are you? Huh? Muttered the white-haired man, looking around, searching for the origin of the voice he had just heard. Is something wrong? Devil, who are you? Your answer will open the door. Ddraig. Do you hear it too? That's right, but I don't know where this voice is coming from. I've never heard it before. This voice. Where did it come from? Why was I hearing it now? Issei, what's the matter? You're acting strange, said the Nekomata, standing in front of the boy, pulling him out of his thoughts, examining him up and down, looking for something abnormal in the white-haired man's body. It's nothing, I was just thinking about something and about what we talked about. Think about what you want to do from now on. Take as much time as you need. Finished the white-haired man, turning around, starting to walk towards his cabin to rest. What do I want to do? Asked the Nekomata to the air. 2 days later, Devil May Cry City of Kuo dusk. Serafal and the residents of the place waited anxiously for the white-haired man after hearing from Ryu that he should be in the city by now. On the horizon they saw how the white-haired man arrived accompanied by 10 girls, 6 of which they did not know, making the first 4 Grimoire jealous, seeing how again there were more barriers that would stand in their way of the day when the truth would be known. Tsubaki and Sona could not credit what they saw, while the Spardas sighed as they watched their master bring new conquests to their home. However, Rias, Akeno, Sona, Tsubaki, Kiba stood in front of Kaneko with the intention of protecting her, since the Rook Grimoire was wide-eyed, as her body shuddered as the person she glimpsed was a young woman with a voluptuous figure, long black hair and hazel eyes with feline pupils. Her attire consists of a black kimono, yellow sash, a set of gold beads, and a bandage adorned in detail. The inside of the kimono is red and is open at her shoulders, exposing her large breasts that rivals those of Rias and Akeno in terms of size. With a pair of black cat ears on her head and 2 black tails. Kuroka. Ni-sama? Asked the Grimoire lowly in disbelief. The one Isama and the prince went on the offensive, the knight appeared a sword, the queen created a yellow magic circle in her hand, and the king had a sphere of power of destruction in each hand, releasing a dark crimson aura. The three boys were sure that the Ebony Nekomata had come to the house of the Heir of the Dark Knight to take the Kuo Academy mascot. "What's wrong?" asked Yui without understanding why the situation had turned this way, simply because of that cat girl. "Sirafal-san, that girl is." "Yes, Lilith-chan, that's her." The two leaders of the group of Sparda girls were serious, since they both recognized her. The first one by her Mayu's post and the second one by ordering the requests from the underworld that came to her a couple of months ago. "What do you mean?" asked Akame. "She is Kuroka," answered the pinkish hair. "She is a Nekomata, older sister of Kaneko Taoju-san. She is also a wandering SS-class devil and is one of the most wanted criminals in the underworld, on the charge of having killed her master. If that's the case, we must intervene," said Akio, preparing for battle. "I wouldn't do that if I were you," commented the white-haired man's second girlfriend. "Why?" asked Sparda Rook. "Because Ice would not like us to harm a member of the family," answered Pawn Sparda. "What do you mean, Lilith Dono?" asked Grafia curiously. "Don't you feel that resonance with Kuroka-chan?" asked Quimao. "Resonance?" asked Selena, feeling the aura that emanated and enveloped the eldest of the Nekomata sisters. At this, the white-haired man's handmaids lowered their weapons and fighting instinct. "But just in case, let's stop the Citri and the Gremory," commented Mira, seeing how the servants of both groups prepared for the attack, lowering their weapons, telling them that they had better stay out of the situation or they would not be responsible for what would happen to them. They watched as indeed, the Pelo Blanco was about to draw his pistols, understanding that if they made a false step, they would end up full of lead. "Kuroka," snarled the red-haired woman firmly. "Kuroka," snarling in a cold and merciless voice, but the possessive comment made the demon hunter very angry. "Naya, your house?" asked the aforementioned mockingly. "As I understand it, the house is his," pointing at the white-haired man, causing the Riti to grind her teeth. Ara, so the kitty wants to be smart, fufufu," said Akeno, showing his sadistic side. "I won't let you hurt Kaneko-chan," Yudo decreed seriously. "Tsubaki, we can't let our guard down," said the Citri heiress. "She's not considered an SS-class criminal for nothing." "Yes," Kaicho said, preparing her Naginata infused with demonic energy in the blade, a technique she had been practicing after watching the battle of her partner and her father-in-law's student. At that moment a wind arose and shook the place, lifting the girls' skirts and making them close their eyes. "What was that?" asked Mio. "Huh?" noticing how 5 of her companions had disappeared from her side. "Put down your weapon," said the Archdragoner, pointing his gay bulg at the head of the student council president. "It's better that it's for my cause than Ice's, don't you think?" he asked with a charming voice, making the brunette shudder, not from pleasure, but from the terror of imagining the boy's fury. "I don't know you, but I ask you the same, put the weapon down and disperse that aura," asked Claudia with a smile while she placed her 2 swords on the neck of the vice president in scissors formation, giving her to understand that if she didn't desist, she would cut her head off with a double-cross lash. He may not have known much about the people he had come to the city called Kuo with, but defending them was the least he could do to thank them for agreeing to help him settle, even though they were under no obligation to do so. Without understanding how, Kiba found himself on his knees, unarmed and with the tip of the Princess of Darkness's sword in his jugular. It was all so fast that his brain was barely processing it. "If we fought 1,000 times, I would have defeated you 2,000 times, and 500 of them I would have cut you into little pieces before you become a bloody mass," said Ristia with a mysterious smile. "My rays," said Akeno incredulously as she saw how her magic circle had been cancelled. The basic concept of magic, lightning is cancelled by the wind or in this case, by the vacuum, said a voice behind her back, feeling how she had the edge of a sword very close to her neck. Turning her head slightly, she saw a pair of red eyes and a white hair. Rias didn't know what happened until he felt a cold steel in his throat, noticing how he had on his neck the edge of a large magenta purple scythe, which was millimeters away from cutting his head. "Fufufu, I recommend you to calm down or you'll die of a slash, in the worst case, Icon will kill you," said a seductive voice that made the Redeed look behind her back, seeing purple eyes and navy blue hair. "Are you alright, Kuroka?" asked Liis. "Why yes, Naya," answered the brunette, quite surprised to see how her companions had come to her aid. It was the first time they had done that for her. "I want to make one thing clear. Sona, Tsubaki, pretty face, busty sadist and Redeed idiot," said the white-haired man, taking out his pistols. "If you touch a single hair of my kitty, I'll blow your brains out with one shot." The 5 mentioned did not know what to say, while the lowly Nekomata had mixed feelings. On the one hand, she still couldn't get over her shock at seeing her sister. She was amazed to see how the prince of the underworld himself defended the brunette, and jealous as envy that a stranger was considered her senpai's cat when the title was hers, according to her perspective. "Why are you defending her?" asked the Redeed hurt. "She's a criminal and she wants." but fell silent as she felt the gun in the middle of her eyes. "If you want to know why I'm defending her. Simple, because she is mine," answered the white-haired man with simplicity. "What do you mean, yours?" exclaimed Akeno, completely jealous. "She's a servant of the Sparda clan," said a voice, revealing Serafol. "I apologize for the rude reception. Welcome to Devil May Cry, Kuroka-chan." "Thank you," answered the cat, a bit surprised to see the Mayu in the place and be the one to welcome her as she opened the doors of the place. "Well, let's all go inside. Ryu-san prepared tea and I made your favorite coffee, honey," commented Lilith, entering the conversation. "Okay, I'm in the mood for some good coffee," said the white-haired man, putting away his weapons while looking at his house. It seemed a bit different than when he had left. "Why does it smell to me that this is one of the plans of a certain nosy married couple and a certain Mayu Siskin?" wondered the white-haired man in a low voice. Slowly they all entered, leaving the first four Gremory confused because they saw how they had been left out. Despite the very tense reunion between the Nekomata sisters. "It's been a long time since I last saw you, Eleonora, Sofia, Valentina, it's good to see you," greeted Ryu kindly. "Me too, Ryu-san," greeted the three girls with a smile. "Issei, I think it's time for you to introduce all the ladies that are accompanying you," explained the blue-haired man, looking at the boy swaying on a chair. "As you must have noticed, Ryu knows three of the ladies that accompanied me. Their names are Eleonora Voltaria, Sofia Abertas and Valentina Glinka Estes," pointing to the trio of girls. "I've known them since I was little, but I lost contact with them after my memories and powers were sealed, and during my journey in fortune I met them. It is a pleasure to meet you," the three girls greeted again. Continuing, "As you have already noticed, the Nekomata Kuroka, former fugitive of the underworld justice, has become one of my vassals of pawn type after having accepted the deal we made where she would get amnesty for all her past crimes, but receiving the warning that if she committed others that were of serious gravity, she will be executed by my own hand, and as you may have noticed, she is the older sister of Kaneko Taoju. Before you ask, I decided to convert her because she possesses an enormous talent for the natural arts, and within my Sekidos, she did not possess anything similar to that," explained the white-haired man while he stood next to Mio. "She is Mio Nerus, daughter of the former devil Wilbert, who was one of the devils that, like Ryu, followed my father in his crusade to protect humanity from the devils and has come here from Fortune City to learn more about her father and the race of the devils. She is Mio Nerus, daughter of the former devil Wilbert, who was one of the devils that, like Ryu, followed my father in his crusade to protect humanity from the devils and has come here from Fortune City to learn more about her father and the race of the devils. It's a pleasure, take good care of me," greeted Mio with a bow. The finish. "This is Claudia Enfield, but I never expected to meet her because she is not from this world." "What do you mean?" asked Serafol curiously. "As I was walking through the forest with Ristia, Claudia literally fell from the sky, but the interesting thing is that she claims to come from a certain Sadoukan academy, which does not exist on this planet, although she is obviously human. During the trip back I asked her more about where she comes from, but her answers only led me to conclude that she is not from this world, since where she comes from almost all humans have capabilities far superior to what most humans have in our world, not to mention that the technology most people have access to is much more advanced. So if that's so, what are you doing here?" asked Akame. "According to what she told me, she was an observer of an experiment that would revolutionize her world, but something went wrong and the experiment got out of control. What she remembers is that a strange portal opened and absorbed her, and when she came to her senses she was in front of us in the forest of Fortune City," said Issei, crossing his arms. "The only thing I can think of is that the experiment tore the space-time continuum and sent Claudia through that gap to our world, even if it was a causality. I am thankful that she fell into my arms, otherwise, the blow she would have taken if I didn't kill her. At least I would have left her in a vegetable state, so as I couldn't leave her alone in a world she doesn't know, I brought her with me to take care of her and try to help her return home. I hope I don't cause you any trouble." "I hope I won't cause you any trouble," said Claudia with a slight bow. "Welcome," greeted all those present with joy. Finally everything was over. At least for now. Hours later, night. Stargazing had always been her favorite thing to do. Watching those beautiful stars gave her tranquility and inner peace. "What do you need?" the white-haired man grunted as he heard the door leading to Devil May Cry's rooftop. He didn't need to turn around to know who they were. "Eyes. Wait, don't go," asked Ria's Gremory, accompanied by her faithful queen Akeno Himejima. Turning around, the white-haired man examined them up and down. The eyes of both of them were full of deep pain, sadness and guilt. That only made him smile slightly. It amused him to see how things could change in a matter of a few weeks or months. Those dignified and polite girls he had known had been reduced to what he now had in front of him. "If they came just to apologize to me, again. You're wasting your time. Commented the white-haired man with his hands in his pockets. Why? Asked the redhead in a whisper that was heard by the boy. Why? Asked the white-haired man amused. It's simple, you don't deserve it. Do you honestly think that after everything that happened you can come and ask for forgiveness is enough to solve everything? And while we're at it, do you know why I still haven't taken revenge for what you did? Pausing, the white-haired man took a breath of air. That peace and tranquility that the stars were giving him was beginning to disappear quickly with the passing of the seconds. In the beginning it was what I most wanted. My hands burned just thinking about it, but as time went by I realized that even if I took revenge, I would not get anything, besides. That if I took revenge in the same way you hurt me, with physical punishment, it wouldn't hurt you half as much as it hurt me, because you are willing to accept the punishment, that is to say that you expect it, but I never expected it after all the effort I made for something that was not necessarily my obligation. Since I was sent to fight against a guy who was born being aware of his powers while on my side. I was only a few weeks into my sacred gear awakening. I could have perfectly well settled for it and said I'd better not try, he's too strong for me anyway, but you know what? I went and faced those duels so I could give you the freedom you craved because I wanted you to be happy. Ice-kun. I tried to say Akeno, but was interrupted by the white-haired man. Do you have any idea how much it hurt me to receive such tortures by those I considered my companions? That's why I became more aware that common revenge would not be enough to settle the score between us, so for a while, I started to think of other ways that would really hurt them. For example, how much would it hurt you if I killed your father and brother, in addition to keeping your mother to turn her into my sex toy, or would you prefer that I spread the truth before all the members of the underworld to leave both the Gremory house and the Phoenix in misery, stripped of all titles of nobility and wealth? To leave them in the most dangerous streets of the underworld. Increasing his smile as he saw how his words shocked and terrified both girls. But then I realized that if I did that, I would become a shitty person, so I decided not to do anything for the moment, or at least nothing similar to that, because at least I have good values instilled in me. I'm straying. The fact is that I will not forgive you no matter how many times you come asking for forgiveness, since you lost the trust I once had and placed in you. And to recover that is not easy to achieve. Even less with what you are now. Empty shells. Empty. Empty. That's right. The only reason why I made the effort is because I wanted both you. Looking at the redhead. And the rest of you to be happy and without anything to tie your hearts, even if that happiness could not be by my side, since for me you were worthy, educated, delicate and above all proud girls, due to the standard you represented as belonging to the Gremory family. But after what happened between us, the rias and Akeno that I knew when I entered the world of the supernatural are dead, and now I only have in front of me at this moment dolls of appetizing physique, but that are only empty shells. I have my doubts about whether there is anything good left inside of you or not. Turning around, the white-haired man was ready to leave at once when he saw how the one Isamas were not able to say even 4 words together. Before I go to sleep I will tell you something. The day I forgive you, the Gremory team will cease to exist forever. Declared the white-haired man before resuming his march. There was no way he could forgive them for everything they did to him just like that. He simply couldn't, since what they had done were not simple betrayals of his trust or physical punishments. No. What Rias Gremory, Akeno Himejima, Asia Argento, Kibayudo and Kaneko Taoju had caused had been to trigger Issei Hyodo's death. The only way to pay for ending or inducing the death of another person was to pay with one's own life. That's right. The only way Issei Sparda could ever consider forgiving any of his former companions was to take their lives, to have them die in front of his eyes. At their funeral. When he was in front of their graves. He would tell them whether he forgave them or not. That was the decision he had made. There was no turning back now. Devil, who are you? Your answer will open the door. It had been nearly a month since he had returned from Fortuna, but despite that he hadn't had much time to rest. Between devil may cry missions and stray devil hunts through the underworld, his free hours had been reduced to only 8 hours of sleep if not less. Luckily for him the summer vacation had been brought forward due to the repairs to the entire city of Kuo and the memory wiping of its inhabitants due to the Team Nigru incident. Although the lives that had been lost during that incident could never be recovered. But, as he had said before, he didn't have time to goof off like before. Which led him to his current situation. Opening his eyes the boy noticed how he was unable to move, observing that on his left side lay Lilith, using her breastplate on that side as a pillow while on his right side lay Seraphil in the same manner, both sound asleep. Since he had returned from Fortuna, Seraphil forgave Lisa's punishment, but still would not allow her future husband's other wives to sleep with him. Lilith was the exception, being the bride of her betrothed. Both of them had positioned themselves as the leaders of the harem and the first in the life of the Dark Knight Sun. I can't move, thought Issei feeling something writhing inside the sheets of his bed. He had an uneasy feeling due to the fact that he was just waking up, but something was definitely moving under the sheets, and it was giving a soft touch of peculiar elasticity. Breasts? He wondered as he imagined who it might be. When he was ready to summon his weapon with a magic circle, he stopped on the spot when he saw a pair of black cat ears. "Naya," meowed a certain Nekomata of incredible attributes. "Good morning, Ice," greeted the girl flirtatiously. It was her most recent servant and former SS class criminal, Kuroka. She was completely naked, approaching his side, and silently she was able to snuggle up next to him. In the space between her thighs and breasts, he felt the soft, lithe body of the woman next to him. The sexy Nekomata put her face close to the white-haired man's neck, stopping herself from moving. "I have arrived," commented the brunette, sweetly hugging him tightly while the boy inhaled the scent of the brunette's hair. Noticing how her hair was loose, she really looked even more beautiful than before. "Juu." As a surprise attack, he received a kiss on his neck while the kitten clung to him. All the sensations of Kuroka's body were being transmitted to her body. Their legs intertwined, or rather, the new girl's legs had him entangled. The ex-criminal's thighs were wonderfully soft and smooth, almost on par with Seraphol's. The brunette intertwined her fingers with her master's. Kuroka trailed the fingers of his free hand over the demon hunter's body. "Ice's body is well worked, you dull any guy I've ever met, even Volley and the monkey are scrawny compared to you. Naya. A man's skin feels better than I imagined, or is it because it's the body of a brave warrior like you?" Whispering in the white-haired man's ear while he stood still. "I wanted to know the body of my new master," said the girl sensually. "Yufufu, you can enjoy this body even more if you want, you know. I also want to know more about Ice's body. Even though I say that, since there is a scary lady sleeping next to you, there may also be a limit. But if we get caught, that critical moment will also be fun." The brunette lifted her body a little, crawling over him while looking at him. Her long black hair fell on top of him. Then, the face of the cat in black came closer and closer to his. Their lips connected. The white-haired man grabbed one of her buttocks, making her moan as she increased the contact until she could no longer hold her breath. "I really didn't think you had any experience," said the brunette in amazement. "Have you felt their aura?" asked the white-haired man. The brunette, using her senjutsu abilities, noticed how the boy's aura covered the bodies of both of them, giving him to understand that they were his women. The brunette's was denser, while the pinkish hair's was lighter. "I lost my virginity to Sarah-chan, so I have a lot of experience in sex since she came to live with me," commented the demon hunter. "Then that makes things easier," said the brunette. "What do you mean?" asked the white-haired man, confused. "I barely noticed it, but your face is very manly. Even though you are young, Naya, do people become more manly when they reach balance breaker? Or is it because you already experienced the body of a woman, Naya?" he commented seductively. "Lick." The white-haired man felt a rough and wet sensation run down his cheek, watching how the brunette had her tongue out and showing it flirtatiously. "So what's the favor?" the white-haired man asked as he remained impassive in the face of such direct contact. "Would you try to make a baby with me?" "Huh? You know, I've been thinking about it for a while, and I remembered something I've always wanted, and that is to have a child with a dragon. The child of a dragon is especially strong. I also asked Volley, but he rejected me. So, the only one left is you. Humans who carry a dragon are valuable Naya beings, and you can't ask for more, since you possess the genetics of the two heavenly dragons, plus that of the great dark knight Sparda. I want to have a son. That's why I want someone who will give me his genes, Naya." "I was really surprised to know that you would ask me that," said the white-haired man, being completely sincere. The white-haired one didn't expect someone besides Lilith, Seraphol, Liis and Rebecca would come to ask him something like that. "Naya, haha, you'll get a good profit if it's now. How about if we have physical contact until I get pregnant, Naya?" asked the brunette. "Ouch," she exclaimed as she received the blow her master gave her with his index finger on her forehead. "I would never have sex with someone I don't love," said the white-haired man. "I told you, if I'm going to have a harem, they will give themselves to me for love and not for profit." "You're not getting it," said the brunette with a crestfallen head. "I would never ask this to anyone I haven't fallen in love with." "Kuroka." Genes were an excuse. "I've never felt like this before." The white-haired man didn't expect the brunette to tell him that, but he preferred to let her get it off her chest. "I feel strange to have a bed, a room, people to tell me good morning. To care about my well-being. To chat with girls about things that don't make sense but it's fun. To have someone who loves me and cares about me. To see your smile fills my heart with joy and love. To see how excited you are in a battle, you look so cute. Why am I crying when I'm so confused? Damn it." As Seraphol told Issei, Kuroka had been distant from the others and behaved like a tsundere towards them. Now he understood why she was like that. It reminded him of him when he started his journey and met Seraphol. He had been alone for so long, but that would change, he was now part of the Sparda clan. I'm sorry I didn't understand how you felt, but you will never be alone, because now you have me, Ryu and the others. We are your family from now on. Why you're serious? Why you won't leave me alone? Of course not, we will always be with you. The brunette hugged Issei with much affection, she was really glad that someone so kind and gentle was her master. All the sad moments were erased with moments that she shared with her companions and friends of the white-haired boy's little team. And about the babies, said Issei. Although it's always a pleasure to spoil my girls. I'm sorry, I can't please you with that, said Issei. Why not? Asked Kuroka, seeing how his wish was denied. I told Sarah-chan in the beginning and I'm saying it to you, said the demon hunter. If I'm going to have children, it will be when there's nothing and nobody that can harm them and use them as my Achilles heel, because I want them to be happy and not live in a chaotic time like the one we're going through. Besides, my mother would never forgive me if one of her grandchildren were in danger. When I have finished eliminating the threats, we will have the babies you want. Kissing her forehead. But, replied the brunette. It's better if you leave him, said a voice that caused both the white-haired and the brunette to turn their faces to see how Serafal had already woken up. We have tried to make him change his position, but we didn't succeed and we accept that fact, said another voice that belonged to Lilith who, like Serafal, had just woken up. But if they get pregnant because of the sex we have, then there won't be a problem. Commented the white-haired man, giving a light spank to the brunette who moaned softly. I really can't get used to this, Gremory really liked to do things in a big way. Looking at her room. The previous day had ended so tired that he hadn't noticed how his bed seemed to be excessively large. Because even though he was next to his fiancée and girlfriend, there was plenty of room to spare. It was so big that there was still more than enough room even with 4 people in it. Even a curtain too, looking carefully, he noticed how it was wider, but still retained the same design it had before, added with a few touches that gave it elegance. The room was only 8 tatamis wide and now seemed to be twice as wide. His 32-inch flat screen was now 64 with the latest in gaming consoles. He put on his slacks and a thin tank top to go out of his room to see his house, which was normal until yesterday morning. The corridor was twice as wide as before, there were also stairs going up and down. His house, which was a 3-story building with an open roof, but now had more floors, he went up to the top floor where he noticed that. What the fuck? Asked the white-haired man, surprised because besides having more than twice the area it had before, it had become an 8-story building. Later in the day. Dining room. No, it was renewed. I was also surprised when I woke up this morning. The house was renovated while we were sleeping. Commented Akio while serving breakfast with the help of Sophie, Mio and Akeno. Zeodicus Gremory did the work related to the construction and remodeling of the house. Commented Ryu. What happened to our neighbors Tomita-san, Kagami-san, Suzuki-san and Tamura-san? Asked Mira curiously. It seems that they moved. I heard that they suddenly got some favorable plots of land and then moved there, said Zenobia. It's alright, it was a peaceful solution. So everyone can be happy. Explained Rias, who smiled broadly, who to everyone's surprise, was in the same place as Issei. He couldn't get up because it would be rude to Sophie and Mio. The white-haired man already knew that this was the Gremory's work. At that moment, Valentina placed the house plans on the table. It seemed to be the guide for room assignment. On the 2nd floor are the living room, kitchen, dining room, Japanese-style rooms and Ryu-san's room. On the 2nd floor are Issei's and our rooms. The arrangement has the other 2 next to Issei's room, which are Serafal-san's and Lilith-san's rooms. But per se, Issei's room is a double room. It seems to be structured so that you can go from one room to the other from the inside. On the 3rd floor are the rooms of the Gremory and Citri, the study and the cellar. On the 4th floor is the guest area. The 5th and 6th floors only have spare rooms. For the time being, we intend to use them as storage rooms. Since Rias Dono said he didn't mind letting anyone have the other rooms. On the 7th floor there is a meeting room, other rooms and a helipad next to a logistics room. There is also an outdoor rooftop garden. It has a defense system that is better than the one Ryu-san put in the academy. Valentina commented. Apparently, there are also subway floors. Added the blue-haired girl with green hair. Subway floors? Asked Pris. Yes, there are a maximum of 5 subway floors. Answered Ellen. The first basement is Ryu-san's workshop where only he, the Sparda and their trusted people have access. The second basement is a large room. Not only can it be used as a training room, but it can also be used as a cinema room. It is also equipped with a large covered bathtub. The third basement is a fully covered swimming pool, which also has the capacity to use warm water. In the fourth basement there is a library and a storage room. In the fifth basement is the training area for the Gremory, Citri and Sparda, with special instruments for their group and individual practices. explained Rebecca as she pulled up additional plans. Since there is also an elevator, you can go up and down from the 5th floor to the 7th floor without any problems. I didn't really expect that, but I'm not going to complain. Answered the white-haired man as if it was nothing. After all, he had expanded his house without any cost to his pocket. It's a building attached to the house with a 1st floor and a 1st floor. Everything is as if nothing. Ryu-san didn't allow the Gremory clan workers to touch anything, as he knew you would be angry. On the 1st floor is everything like a few more things that Pris and I added, while on the 2nd floor is the 2nd bathroom with a jacuzzi tub and shower, your room and your demon arms room that no one except Ryu-san and you can access. Despite being divided by a wall. From the 1st floor and Ryu's room, you can access Devil May Cry. 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 At the end of the explanation of the elder Sherlock, everyone began to eat quietly and chatted pleasantly, but when Rias and his first servants tried to engage in conversation with the white-haired man, he ignored them or changed the subject. Devil May Cry. Moments later. The white-haired man was looking at some brochures about Paradise Islands online from a tablet. He decided to take his girls on a family trip during the summer break. If he thought about it, it was the first time he had traveled without having to do with his store contracts. He imagined what it would be like to see his girls in sexy bikinis while playing in the sea under the tropical sun. Well, it looks like Havana has good conditions for this summer, said the heir of the Dark Knight. What are you doing? Asked the blue-haired man who was accompanied by Serafal and the other white-haired man's servants. Oh, Ryu, said the white-haired man, greeting him without seeing him. I was looking for recommendations on islands. The Caribbean has good references, and I have chosen Havana in Cuba for the first vacation of the Sparda family. I need you to make some reservations for the hotel. Asked a boy while he was looking at the hotels. The girls really didn't want to do this to their master and beloved because he looked very happy organizing the trip. Then they looked at Ryu, who sighed as he understood the indirect message of, you better tell him. Issei, I'm sorry to break your illusions, but, said the demonic blue ray to breathe. But you will have to cancel the trip. This summer you will go to the underworld where you will be introduced as the son of the Dark Knight and current leader of the Imperial Sparda clan. What? Exclaimed the white-haired man while the tablet fell on one of his thighs. After putting it on the table, he looked at the blue-haired man. He already knew that he had to go, but he didn't know the exact date. It's time for you to enter the underworld through regular channels, answered the blue-haired man. And that's it? Asked Issei, irritated to see that his trip to the beach of Cuba went down the drain. We will go by train, said the brunette with pigtails. In this city there is a train service used by both the Gremory clan and the Citri clan. Do I have to swallow a damn trip of I don't know how many hours on the train of that red-haired walking piece of meat with tits to see a bunch of ass lickers, where my in-laws are the exception? Asked the white-haired man, saying this last thing so as not to make his fiancée angry. Are you kidding me? I already made an itinerary for the Caribbean and you come up with this. Don't blame me, I told Serafal-sama to warn you before, said Ryu, washing his hands. Sera-chan? He asked coldly, looking at his fiancée, who got nervous. It's just that Serzich's-chan didn't confirm it to me until a few hours ago, and I didn't know how to tell you while you were preparing our vacation plan, said the Mayu, somewhat intimidated seeing the growing vein on the boy's forehead. So the shitty Siskin is to blame, eh? Asked the white-haired boy with an icy voice. He was really earning a little game much worse than hunting. Don't worry, we'll use those bikinis to give you a little present exclusively for you, commented Lee sensually while hugging him, sticking her breasts on her partner's right arm. Even so, it won't be like what I had in mind, said the white-haired man, depressed. It's one thing to be enjoying paradisiacal beaches of white sand and crystal clear water. And it's quite another to be putting on a good face in a place where there are protocols even for going to the bathroom. They didn't think I really wanted that vacation. If they were to analyze it carefully, he really deserved it. He had struggled a lot. Razor, something the girls don't know. The Kabiel. Bali. Demon Nigru. Fortuna. All four of them were of their own free will, the last one was out of obligation in the name of their family. They agreed with what the white-haired man was saying, given that even though an event may be the same, the environment where it takes place severely influences. On this occasion we will all go in the Gremory family train, Ria-san will be our hostess, and we will stay at the Gremory mansion, said Lilith while the white-haired man released a black aura of death. Was it the Siskin's idea or his stupid sisters? Asked a white-haired man with dead fish eyes. Since Gremory-san will return home this summer, she offered to take us in her personal train, and Serzich's-sama asked her parents to give us lodging while you find the territories of the Sparda clan, answered Valentina with a smile. This really infuriated the white-haired man. That pair of brothers were about to spill the glass of their tolerance, and the consequences for both of them will be very serious. Yes, those two would pay for spoiling his well-deserved vacation, but if he thought about it, maybe at some point he would have those 5 wretches in front of him, and he could vent some of his anger against them. If he thought about it that way, it wasn't such a bad idea to go see the bunch of egg lickers that are the aristocrats of the underworld. The blue-haired man, knowing how stubborn his young apprentice was, knew that Issei would try until the last second to refuse to go, since there were too many negative points than favorable ones regarding going to appear before the nobility of the underworld. It would be best to make it clear to him that he would go whether he liked it or not. Issei, I'm not giving you a choice. Ryu hissed seriously. I demand a second choice. The white-haired man demanded. Alright, here they are. Either you're going to introduce yourself to the underworld, or I'm going to hit you in the crotch with a hammer until your entire pelvis turns to dust. Issei thought for a moment, because even though being hit by a hammer to those extremes would be annoying, he would end up recovering anyway, so it would only be a small punishment in exchange for getting rid of that disgusting meeting. And then I can go to enjoy my vacation. No, then you have missions to complete. It's okay. I'll go to that stupid meeting. Then, why did you bring me here? Asked the white-haired man curiously looking around. It was a pocket dimension prepared by Ryu. It was a somewhat curious scenario. A strange mixture of urban and mountain environment. Ever since we met again, we've been gnawing at each other. If you're looking for people for your second team, why didn't you ask us? Asked Ellen. And you haven't tried to get us to join your harem either. Don't you find us attractive? Asked Valentina, posing provocatively. Don't make a storm in a glass of water for those things. If I haven't tried anything like that is because I don't know if they can be high enough to be one of my servants, since they have a very high level to be human, but currently, a Kame or any of the girls could defeat them. And about the second thing, leaving aside that I don't force anyone to join my harem. First I must see if they can satisfy me like Sekiryuutei and the others do. The white-haired man's comment caused the girls to take both points as if they were a challenge. Furious, he watched as the 3 girls in front of him got into a fighting stance. Oh? What are they up to? If that's what you think about our abilities, the first thing will be to show you that we can match up to any of your handmaidens and defeat you. Let's do this. If they can defeat me, which I doubt, I'll think about making them my handmaidens, then we'll see about the harem issue. Without warning, Ellen launched herself at the boy, attacking with a horizontal slash, clicking her tongue in annoyance as she saw how the white-haired man blocked the attack without problems. Suddenly pulling away, narrowly dodging an attack virtually identical to the attack she had just made. You didn't expect me to stand alone defensively, did you? The white-haired man commented with a subtle smile on his face. Tilting slightly, evading the blade of his scythe. Turning his head to look at the one responsible for the attack. Punch. Taking a direct to the jaw with considerable force. Enough to knock him back a few steps. Touching the corner of his lips, he saw a thin trickle of blood trickling down his right side. While not that it was serious damage, considering that a person's mouth would always be a rather delicate area, but he had to admit that it had been a good hit. Leaning back, he evaded a staff that was aimed at his neck. The ones responsible for the last 2 attacks had been Valentina and Sophie. They certainly knew how to work as a team. It would be best to start taking things a little more seriously. Wiping off the blood, he proceeded to do some light stretches, cracking his knuckles and neck, doing little hops to warm up his legs. Alright. Here we go. Exclaimed the brown-haired man in high spirits, launching himself at the 3 waiting girls with a determined look on his face. Disappearing from their line of sight before arriving, attacking with a kick to the blonde's ribs, forcing her to separate from her 2 companions, appearing in front of her and delivering a series of frontal thrusts, forcing her to retreat quickly, feeling how the wind alone caused by the boy's thrusts opened small cuts on her body. Despite this, the blonde knew that those attacks only sought to separate him from Ellen and Valentina, since as a general rule, the white-haired man's attacks usually split his opponents in half at least. Striking head-on with his staff, he tried to reach the white-haired man, being surprised to see the boy infiltrate underneath his weapon, throwing a punch straight towards his chin, flying off into the air helplessly. Ryu-san. How hard did you train Issei so that she can do this, thought the blonde as she fell heavily on the ground, falling unconscious. Without wasting any time, she charged at the silver-haired princess, starting a sword duel. Both launched attacks that ended in a draw or were narrowly evaded. Ellen had no choice but to try to close in after each attack, since in terms of range, she was at a serious disadvantage, since a rifle, her sword, was considerably less long than Rebellion, forcing her to have to risk much more if she wished to connect attacks. Performing a downward slash, using both hands to employ more force in the attack, he met Rebellion's blade horizontally, resisting the onslaught with no problem. Charging his body weight forward, he tried to push the white-haired man back. The amused boy imitated him, pushing the girl back quickly. Opting for another tactic, he leapt away, putting distance from the white-haired man, beginning to gather, to the boy's surprise, a stream of wind around the blade of his sword. Grabbing a rifle with both hands. Mow the very air. Admo's law. Roared the girl, launching her attack. The projectile of considerable size composed of silver wind that spun like a tornado, advancing with power and speed towards the white-haired man. Issei on his side placed part of Rebellion's blade on the palm of his left hand, with the tip of the blade pointing towards where Ellen and her attack was, starting to gather demonic energy in the blade, dyeing it with an intense crimson color. Waiting a few more seconds, he finished gathering the amount of energy he was looking for, launching a frontal lunge, watching in satisfaction as the energy gathered in the blade separated from the latter, being propelled forward like a spear. Colliding head-on with Ellen's attack. Both attacks struggled to win the clash, releasing intense waves of power throughout the room that, although it was of considerable size, allowing the combatants to move quite freely, unfortunately did not allow the energies that were released to have enough space to disappear, as it would normally happen in an outdoor fight. So the duration of attacks like those launched by both young people lasted. Boom. With a violent explosion, the attacks ended their participation in the battle, leaving an apparent tie for both contenders. Apparent. Keyword. The reason. Due to the waves of power released. The true winner of that intense battle had been revealed. Even though both Issei and Ellen were still standing. The silver-haired girl had been dragged several meters backwards, while the boy was still standing in the same spot. That was dangerous, buddy. Why? If that girl's attack had been less powerful, your attack would have gone through him and the girl as well, leaving a nice hole in the center of her torso. Really? But if they were so evenly matched, a little less power wouldn't have made that much of a difference, would it? Actually yes, since while her attack was a concentrated mass of air that would expand upon impact with its target, yours had much of its power at the tip, causing all the force of the attack to be concentrated in a single point, so it had greater penetration capability. I'll have to be more careful with the attacks I launch in training, muttered the white-haired man to himself. Well, I think it's time to end this. Appearing in front of Ellen, who was panting hard due to the energy consumption, hitting her belly with his open palm, sending her against the nearest wall, which was more than 40 meters away. I hope you were able to get good information from all of this. Valentina-chan. Ara, what do you mean? Asked Valentina with closed eyes and an innocent smile. Let's see. You could have continued attacking as you did in the beginning, that is to say, taking advantage of the fact that I was busy fighting with Sophie and Ellen, but seeing how your surprise attack wasn't so effective. You let them two be your scapegoats to gather information about me and my fighting style. I see that you noticed, but you know. My fighting style has always been more calculating than theirs. There's a point there, but. It won't do you much good to gather information about me if you don't have the strength to face me, said the white-haired man as his eyes began to emit red rays. Once again the zone of the white-haired man had manifested itself. Feeling how his brain got rid of all thoughts not useful for combat as well as stopped capturing useless information. If he had to describe it. In that state, everything around him except his enemy seemed to lose color and some details. Only retaining useful details for combat as dimensions and distance that separated him from the objects around him. With incredible speed he evaded without problems a wind cut and a wall of light that crashed against the wall behind him. I hope they understand. They were never a threat or even a rival. I don't hope to offend them, but I want them to understand the size of the wall they must overcome in order to be by my side. For now their goal would be to reach this state. Pointing his thumb to their eyes. What is that? Asked Sophie, already recovered from the KO that the white-haired man had given her. It's called the zone. In this state you can use all the power you have at the moment in exchange for exhausting yourself faster, since you use yourself to the maximum. Logically, the stronger you become, the greater the increase in your combat level when you access this state. But can we be able to use all the power we have at the moment? But can we reach this state? Asked Ellen doubtfully, since in terms of talent and combat capacity, they couldn't match Issei, since they were made of completely different pastes. Of course, it's not that they lack talent or anything like that. Although the first thing would be to make them aware of their trigger. Trigger? That is, the trigger that allows them to access the state, otherwise they would not be able to activate it at will. Said the boy, disappearing from the girl's angle of vision. Pam. 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 With a sharp blow to the back of the head, the three girls fell unconscious to the ground. Maybe Valentina hadn't had a chance to attack him one by one like Ellen or Sophie, but the game was already over by the time their turn had come. The best thing to do is to take them to their rooms to rest. The next day. Although I dislike having to depend on Ria's grimoire, I have to admit that this is not so bad, said the white-haired man settling into one of the many seats that made up one of the guest cars of Ria's grimoire's train. As one would expect from a noble family like the Gremory family. Even the guest carriages were filled with luxuries worthy of a 5-star hotel. She didn't want to imagine what kind of luxuries the carriages meant for the heiress nobility or the carriages meant for the most important members of the family must have had. Perhaps in the not too distant future he would have the opportunity to have his own train. Although he could not resort to the now classic joke with gambling and harlots, as he would possibly end up running for his life with his 2 henchmen after him. He didn't blame them, since they already had enough competition between them to win his attention without letting random lizards get close to him. He wasn't going to complain, but girls, when they got angry, they tended to lose their temper and cause a lot of havoc. The only thing she regretted was that Serafal had returned to the underworld alone, since, until her official introduction to the ass-kissing nobles of the underworld, they had to keep up appearances and keep pretending to be the Mayu who ran her own retinue. Another point to address was the fact that Kuroka was still somewhat nervous about having to present herself to the underworld, since it may have been a fact that she had been granted amnesty, but that didn't mean that they could act as if nothing had happened. Possibly the nobles would never forget the crime he committed, no matter how valid the motives were. She wanted to see them dare now to lay a single finger on her. Because at that very moment they would lose the arm where the finger with which they had touched her was located. What was currently occupying her mind was her eventual arrival in Sparda territory. According to what she had discussed with Ryu, during her stay in the underworld, she should go to the main entrance to the territories that once belonged to her father to put them to use, since it seemed that, to date, and after the death of their ruler, the grounds had been turned off, remaining hidden from the other inhabitants of the underworld. Moving to one end of the wagon, he called Ryu with a visual signal. "What's wrong?" "I was thinking of doing a little experiment regarding the meeting," said the white-haired man, calling Ryu's attention. "You're not thinking of running away, are you?" "Hardly it has to do with that, but mainly it's to see how the attendees will behave with people from the Sparda family, since as soon as I dare to set foot in the meeting place, I'll have hundreds of devils licking my ass in a crude attempt to get on my good side and get closer to our family. Maybe the older, more conservative devils like that kind of attention, but to me it is the behavior and kind of person I detest the most, and this leads me to think. How would those same devils behave with someone who, while related to the Sparda family, is a stranger they know nothing about and is dedicated to criticizing them? Would they put up with his comments in pursuit of having a chance to get close to me, or would they yell at him about everything?" "What do you have in mind?" asked the interested blue-haired man. "Call him and have him represent me at the meeting. Let him speak, expose his views on the current demonic society, and criticize without any fear. Let's see how many devils can keep their mouths shut in pursuit of their goal. If they are capable of giving up their egos in order to try to win our favor." "I understand what you mean. So I'll play along, but I hope you'll understand that even with this, you won't be completely free of the issue of presenting yourself to the underworld properly." "Whatever." But that said, the white-haired man returned to his seat. Looking out the window, he was once again immersed in his thoughts. Something that had been happening to him quite often lately. It was not for less, since until now, he had gone through many things and had practically no time to reflect. But he always ended up getting to the same point. That day that became a turning point for the, at that time, Gremory team to which he once belonged. The confrontation against Razor Phoenix had changed them. It could be said that no one was ever the same from that day on. The Issei Hyodo and Rias Gremory who had returned after that event. They were not nearly the same people they were before that affair. That incident had marked the beginning of the return of Sparda's son, as well as the birth of a new Rias Gremory. A completely different woman than the one he knew. That was why his dealings with her had changed from respect and admiration, even desire, to indifference, hatred and repulsion, for no matter how tempting an apple looked on the outside, if it was rotten on the inside you would throw it away after the first bite. He certainly still felt guilty that he couldn't save the Rias Gremory he knew, and if he could have one wish, he wished he could see the Rias Gremory one more time. Too bad he would have to, eventually, crush to dust the woman who took his place. Finally, there was also his own change. It could be said that Issei Hyodo and Issei Sparda were two polar opposites. For while one had rather limited combat resources, the other had resources to bore, making advances in his combat power in a very short time. One showed well below average capabilities, while the other was brimming with talent. It could be said that Issei Hyodo's death had allowed Issei Sparda to return. Was that a good thing? Or a bad thing? Time would decide. "Devil, who are you? Your answer will open the door." "Huh?" Looking up, he began to look around. The girls were still chatting animatedly with each other. "That voice again," thought the serious white-haired man. But this time it was louder than before. Ever since he had finished the Fortuna affair he had been hearing that same phrase, only its intensity was much lower in comparison. Later. Gremory Castle. They had finally arrived at Castle Gremory, but despite the fact that they were guests, the atmosphere was very tense. Proof of this was the fact that the dinner was split. While the Gremory team was placed in the main dining room, the white-haired man and his handmaidens had to eat in a more secondary dining room, but despite being secondary it was full of luxuries. The normal thing would be that, considering that Issei could be one of the most important guests that had passed through the Gremory castle, the white-haired man and his servants would have been placed in the main dining room, but the owners of the castle were not fools. They knew that to place their daughter and the white-haired man at the same table would be stretching the thin rope of tolerance that Issei Sparda had for his daughter too tightly. Right now he was lying on the bed in the room that the Gremory family had been kind enough to lend him. Despite the fact that today practically nothing important had happened, from tomorrow things would start to get busier, since early in the morning he would go with Ryu to explore the surroundings near the entrance of the Sparda territory. Despite the fact that no dangers were expected, it was better to be safe than sorry. "What are we doing here, Naya?" asked Kuroka lazily. "Well, last night Ice gave me these coordinates," explained Lilith. "Theoretically we are near the entrance to the Sparda territory, but..." Looking around, observing what seemed to be the remains of an ancient village. "The question is, where is Ice?" asked Lies, looking around for the white-haired man. "Right here." Everyone present jumped in surprise as a hologram of the white-haired man appeared in front of them out of nowhere. "Ice? Where are you? I thought you were going to meet us in this place so curious," said Rebecca. "Sorry for not informing you sooner, but I didn't have much time. Answering to your question, I am together with Ryu exploring the surroundings of the Sparda territory to make sure that when we activate it, we don't release something bad by mistake, but the reason why I asked you to come to this place was to meet someone." Walking calmly, a silhouette appeared behind the white-haired man, advancing to stand next to him. It was a person dressed in a dark suit with a cloak that covered most of his body, along with a helmet that covered all of his head, although the helmet had a glass, so that whoever was under it could see. The glass was completely opaque, preventing to see even the eyes or any facial feature that would allow the girls to know who it was. "Who is this person?" asked a serious Akame. That expression of seriousness was also shared by Levi and Kuroka, since they had not detected his presence or his aura at any time. "He is Zero. Logically that is not his real name, but his identity is kept secret so that his family and acquaintances are not targeted by his enemies," explained the white-haired man, while the masked man was observed by all the girls. "I could say that he is my apprentice, and he will represent me in the meeting of the young devils that will take place in a few days." "What?" shrieked all the girls present. "What's going on?" surprised by the shock of his handmaidens. "How is it that he will represent you at the meeting?" asked Lilith seriously. "Oh, that, it was something we talked about with Ryu during the trip from the human world to here. Zero will be the one attending the meeting with you to represent me, since I want to see what those damned nobles will do when an unknown servant of the Sparda family criticizes them. That will make them angry to a very high level, and they will most likely want to kill me," commented Zero in a calm voice. "Exactly, and to add fuel to the fire, Zero will be the one who will also participate in the Young Devils tournament that is scheduled to start this summer. It is for this last reason that I made them come. Now they will fight against Zero so that he can check their level, since not all of them will be able to participate at the same time in the tournament, and according to the evaluation that this will give them I will make my decision." "And what will we gain from this fight?" asked Lies defiantly. "The fact of participating in this tournament would only mean that we would have to train even more, so this prize becomes more of a burden than a prize. For those who wish to participate, they can abstain from participating, although they will not be able to aspire to the prize. As I was saying, for those who participate and get the best scores, you can ask me for anything," said Issei, observing how the girls were excited about the prize. "Now I will explain the rules. For you girls, you must try to defeat Zero. You can use any means at your disposal. I must also add that there will be an extra prize for the one who manages to take off the case." "How should I fight?" asked the masked man looking at the hologram of the white-haired man. "You can defeat them only with incapacitating attacks, but without any mortal risk." The boy's statement put all the girls on guard. "Ice? Why do you make him fight in such a limiting way?" asked Selena, intrigued. "This may seem like a disadvantage for him, and to a certain extent it is, but this also applies terrible pressure on you, since how would you feel if you are defeated by an opponent who is obviously holding back while you fight at full capacity? I do this so that, when it comes to pass, you can move forward and not be stymied by such a defeat. Having said that, I'm leaving. When you finish, report the result." Having said that, the hologram of the white-haired man disappeared just as it had appeared. "How do you want to do it?" asked Zero. "Duels one by one or all at once?" "The second one," said Lilith, stepping forward. "Well, what I said is true, we are a team, and this is a great opportunity to train our group work. I understand, you can start whenever you want. Instantly they all got into formation before starting their attack. Appearing from the sides of the masked man, Akio and Pris attacked with powerful blows, being stopped by their opponent, but forcing him to bend his legs to withstand the onslaught. Good hits, R1 and P6, but they won't be enough to take me down. Quickly moving away, he evaded a downward slash from Zenobia and his Durandal. So, you take advantage of every space you see without thinking, K3. Bending backwards, he dodged by millimeters the katanas of Akame and Levi. Good coordination, K1 and K2. Good coordination, K1 and K2. To the girl's surprise, Zero extended his right hand to one of the sides, creating a magic circle from which he extracted a black sword with golden details and edge along with some crimson red engravings on the blade. His surprise increased a little more when he saw Zero's posture. In front of him stood Akame, Zenobia and Levi. The first to attack was Zenobia, cutting the distance instantly. Trying to attack from every possible angle, but his attacks were blocked, deflected or simply dodged. Infiltrating into the blue-haired swordswoman's personal space, he delivered a slash to one of her sides, causing her to bleed after withdrawing the sword blade, forcing Zenobia to retreat. You are a good K3, but your sword is too heavy, and that takes away your speed. It is possible that, if you were smaller or increase your physical strength, you could connect those attacks without problems, since the weight of the sword itself added to your physical strength would force most enemies to soften their guard. The same trick wouldn't work twice, said the masked man as he ducked with speed, connecting a fast and compact punch in the pit of Akame's stomach, destabilizing him for a few seconds. Seconds that Zero took advantage of to attack Levi. Attacking with an upward diagonal slash aimed at the ninja mage's neck, being blocked just inches from his target, receiving a kick from the ninja to put distance between the two. Placing her sword at her side, she blocked a horizontal slash, looking at a surprised Akame, who was struggling to make her katana advance to touch, even if only by millimeters, Zero's body. Did he read my attack? Good try, but such direct attacks, without a feint to hide their target, are relatively easy to predict and block. Disappearing from the red-eyed girl's angle of vision, appearing behind Levi, delivering a kick to his back, which sent him directly against Akame, forcing her to pull her katana away to catch her partner. From a distance, Alina, Lilith and Mira watched the situation with analytical eyes. I really find it hard to believe that he is Ice's apprentice, Selena commented in surprise. I'm surprised too, added Mira. If he were her apprentice, it would be normal that their fighting styles would be a bit similar, but they are completely opposite because while Ice's is a freestyle full of surprises, she added. Zero's style is a freestyle full of surprises. Zero's style is the most orthodox you can find, but in the same way, that orthodox style has been refined to the highest possible level, commented Lilith with her rifle in hand, waiting for a critical opening that would allow her to deliver a critical hit. Returning to the forefront of the attack, the masked man was now engaged in combat with Rebecca, his spear Gabolg. Normally the spear should have a certain advantage by having a longer reach, but the masked one had taken care to leave almost no space between the two to fight, dragging the fight to the ground where the sword had the advantage. Exchanging attacks that released powerful waves of wind. Attacking with a heavy downward slash, she forced the spear wielder back. Turning on herself to return to the attack, advancing with a zigzag, she returned to the attack with a frontal lunge, being intercepted by an upward slash. Surprised, she managed to block a side slash, putting all her strength to resist the thrust that sought to break her guard. Zero attacked with a side cut from the left side, but to the horror of the Redeed, when she was about to block the attack, the golden-edged blade quickly changed its orientation, attacking again from her right side, this time unprotected. Feeling as if a scalpel was tearing without difficulty her belly, staining her clothes red, forcing her to kneel down trying to contain the bleeding, before everything went black for her. The reason? A sharp blow to the back of his head had knocked him out. Out of nowhere, purple ribbons with multiple numbers engraved on them surrounded him, limiting his movements, being surprised by a triple attack between Pris, Akio and Kuroka. Being forced to drop his sword to engage in hand-to-hand combat. Receiving a kick to the back of the neck courtesy of Kuroka, being displaced a few meters due to the force of the blow. Pris and Akio cut the distance swiftly, sweeping across the terrain like a pair of twin lightning bolts. Attacking both at once, forcing the masked man to retreat ground with each attack. While their pace was not quite in sync for the attack, it was that very fact that was allowing them to slowly begin to overwhelm their opponent, as they were not giving him a chance to adjust. Take this! Exclaimed Yui, Lilith and Mira, releasing a powerful torrent of combined energy. I'll give this to you too, Naya. Releasing 2 Senjutsu spheres. Quickly freeing herself from the ribbons that restricted her movements, swinging her sword towards the spheres released by the brunette Nekomata. surprising all those present to see how the masked man used those natural energy attacks to propel himself backwards in the air, evading without problems the magical attack that had been released by Yui, Lilith and Mira, falling several meters away from his attackers. Excellent combination. Congratulated the masked man. But it's time for this to end. I was told not to use deadly attacks, so as long as this doesn't touch them directly, they shouldn't die. Picking up his sword with both hands, he raised it above his head, beginning to gather a ridiculous amount of energy in his blade. The girls could see how he seemed to be drawing energy from the trees and plants around him as multiple red particles emerged from them to concentrate on Zero's weapon. Ars Nova. After exclaiming that, he swung his sword in the direction of the girls, releasing all the gathered energy in the form of a huge slash of energy of great size. Frozen by the caliber of the attack that threatened to kill them, even though the masked man had said he would not aim directly at them, it was hard to believe that an attack of that size would not connect with them. Belatedly, they had realized that all this time they had danced to the sound of Zero's clapping, since now they realized that they were all lined up in a straight line towards their opponent. Had he planned it from the start? Had he managed the fight to achieve that goal, or had it simply been the result of chance? As a last resort, each of the girls launched their own attacks to try to slow down or ultimately deflect the attack. Unfortunately, the difference in power was too great. Their attacks were disintegrated with little effort. They were all sent flying by the intense wind that accompanied Zero's Ars Nova. Indeed, that attack had not hit them squarely, but continued traveling until it hit a distant mountain, bursting it with a colossal explosion whose shockwave reached the place of origin with a powerful wind accompanied by a strong tremor. Once the wind ceased and the earth stopped shaking, Zero began to walk towards the Sparda handmaidens, checking how, in fact, all of them were unconscious. Later, Grimory Castle. Issei laughed as he sat with his feet up on the desk in front of him. Everyone present looked at the white-haired man with a frown. Zero had certainly won, but they didn't expect the boy to rub their faces in that defeat. By the way, Ice, Lilith asked, tell me, why did Grafia-san and Toka take part in this fight? Instantly all eyes focused on the boy. As for Grafia, is simple, she has an extensive combat history and even participated in the last war between the factions and the demonic civil war, being her combat level equal or a little below Sarah-chan. And about Toka, that's a little more complicated, said the white-haired Sirius. Since I made her part of my second team, she began to present problems of instability and lack of control over her powers. Toka is a spirit that comes from another world, and apparently that part of her being came into conflict with the devil part that gave her the evil piece I gave her. Because of this is that since that day she has been training with Ryu to make her body learn to handle both powers, and so she did not participate in the fight, since there would be serious risk that her power would get out of control. I have a doubt, said Yui, raising her hand. Why Zero called us in such a strange way? Doesn't he know our names? It's nothing like that. It's just that, when it comes to fighting, Zero sees people as if they were chess pieces, which, in our case, thanks to the evil pieces, hits us quite hard since our positions are based on chess. That's why when he said K3 he meant that Zenovia, without making a distinction between the first and the second team, is the 3-knight of the team. Just that? Asked Yui curiously. Yep, since in addition to being faster when ordering an attack, it also protects, at least initially, the identity of the subordinates, since being a code name. In case the enemy is listening, he will know about the attack, but not who will carry it out, commented Issei, reading some documents. Let's see, according to Zero, the results of the team are quite good. Eh? What do you mean good? Let's take it one step at a time. Trying to calm the girls down. Their results were good, but their weaknesses also came to light. While none of them are weak, they have problems when it comes to working as a team using more elaborate tactics. More elaborate? Asked Mira seriously. Correct, proof of this is that, despite being at a numerical advantage, their battle tactics were quite basic. That is, those with swords and melee style lead the battle, while those specializing in magic stay in the rear, giving fire support. Such a tactic will work against normal opponents, but against veterans and heavyweights, it will be useless. Luckily the tournament hasn't started yet, so we have time for you to improve your tactics and perfect your skills, said the boy, standing up, observing the hurt looks of the girls who, crestfallen, tried to hide this fact. Girls, I know it may hurt that I'm telling you this knowing what we have been through, but it's the truth. It will be hard, but I promise you that I will be by your side for whatever you need. If you want to get stronger, we will meet after the Young Devils meeting to train until the tournament starts. You are free not to attend, but if you want to improve and become stronger, I will be waiting for you that day. Finished the white-haired man, leaving the room. He knew that his handmaidens needed time to think. The best he could do was to step aside and let them make their decision. Continue as before and stagnate. Oh. Take the bull by the horns and improve all her qualities. Which option to choose depended solely and exclusively on themselves. Unlike other occasions, a half-hearted decision or just to accompany their friends would not take them far. They had to feel the fire burning inside them. Fire that would be the fuel that would help them to improve and move forward even when the road was painful and dark. Closing the door to his room, the white-haired man took off his now classic red trench coat, throwing it towards an undetermined point of the place. After taking off his shoes and shirt, he lay down on the huge bed, staring at the ceiling of the room with his arms behind his head. The thought of all the work ahead of her caused her to let out sighs of exhaustion. So much stress. How I wish I was enjoying the summer on a beautiful beach. Sighed Issei, closing his eyes, falling asleep soon after. As he had supposed, none of his handmaidens had come to keep him company at night. Opening his eyes slowly as he felt a considerable weight being placed on him. Who? The white-haired man tried to say but was silenced as a thin finger was placed on his lips. Blinking repeatedly, he could visualize the person responsible. Tina. Above her waist was Valentina Glinka Estes, dressed in a daring red lingerie set and matching garter belt stockings. That's right, tonight your dear Valentina One-sama will take care of you. Heard the girl seductively moving her waist over the boys, smiling proudly as she saw how he perked up. Before we started this trip you told us that, to join your harem, we should decide it ourselves, and that we should show you that we could please you as your oldest girlfriends. So, do you want to try it? Asked the white-haired man while he placed his hands on the girl's hips, looking at her carefully for any sign of doubt or insecurity in his partner. Great was his surprise when he found not even the slightest doubt in Valentina. Giving him a sensual smile, the girl proceeded to remove her bra, throwing it off without caring where it fell. The next day. Outside the largest building in the city, a huge crowd was gathered outside the entrance. The reason? Everyone present, both those who could enter the party and those who could not, wanted to see the famous son of the Dark Knight. Certainly his name had been heard for quite some time, but so far no one had obtained any information about his appearance, place of residence or servants under his charge. It was rumored that at this meeting, in addition to his person, he would also introduce the servants that made up his entourage. But to the surprise of many of those present, no one related to the Sparda family had entered through the front door. In fact, no one out of the common had entered through that door. By common we mean people belonging to clans of the caliber of the Citri, Gremory, Bale, Agers, Astereth, etc. While the heirs of these clans were very appetizing targets for minor clans on the lookout to improve their social position, this year with the presence of the aforementioned son of Sparda. All eyes were on the heir of such a legendary subject, since achieving good relations with this clan would mean a huge social improvement without counting a possible marriage. Advancing with ease and elegance, Ria's Gremory was looking for a certain white-haired man in the Great Hall, followed by her servants. Since the beginning of this trip she had practically not seen him. As far as she knew, Issei was busy with matters concerning his clan and its territories. It's been a while since we last met, Rias, spoke a strapping young man. Advancing towards the Redeed, he greeted her with an affectionate handshake. Indeed, I have missed you all this time, Sekiryuutei, said the Redeed, smiling warmly. Guys, this is Sekiryuutei Bale, heir of the Bale clan. It is a pleasure. Greeted the Gremory servants in unison, staring at what they assumed were the servants of the now identified Sekiryuutei. They all appeared to be very strong. Their aura gave them away. Or maybe they weren't even trying to hide their true level. So, what are you doing in a crowded place like this? I thought you'd want to be somewhere a little more secluded. That's because this is where that idiot is. All the Gremory servants watched curiously as Heir Bale's expression when talking about the idiot had transformed to one of total displeasure. The loud tremor shook the whole place. Everyone turned their gaze to the banquet hall that stood beyond the middle of the room they were in. Opening the doors with authority, Ria's Gremory could see how almost all the chairs and tables were destroyed, along with the walls that showed deep cracks. Two groups of devils were facing each other. Zephyrtal, only you can be so stupid as to want to start a fight in this place. Do you want to die? Do you really want to die? I'll just tell you that if I kill you, even the people upstairs won't tell me anything, said a beautiful devil woman with a tone as icy as absolute zero. Ha! I'll say it again, bitch. Your problem is that you are a self-conscious virgin, but I can solve your problem easily and simply. In a bedroom and in one push, but I see that the One-sama of the Agers doesn't like to be alone. Without a guard, that's because you don't allow any man near you. Yuck. The virgin stench emanating from the heiresses of the Mau clans is unbearable, exclaimed the devil identified as Zephyrtal. Before the comment of the subject, all the women present looked at him with a bad face. Certainly they could affirm that this demonic waste, to call him in a not so offensive way, was someone who saw women as mere objects. VERGIL was about to intervene, but his advance was halted when he saw out of the corner of his eye a man dressed in a black suit with a matching helmet that covered his entire head walk past him. VERGIL instantly became alert. He had never noticed the presence of the masked man. "What a pitiful excuse of a demon," said the masked man, calling the attention of all present who, like Sekiryuutei, were surprised not to have noticed his presence. The masked one began to follow his path but was stopped by VERGIL, who blocked his route of advance. "What did you call me, damn you?" asked VERGIL angrily. "Sorry, excuse for a demon, that's what I called you, and that's what you are. You pretend to be tough, but you're nothing more than a typical petty thug, unsure of himself, trying to hide his faults and fears behind a macho image," said the masked man. "Now get out of my way or I'll have to mop the floor with your face, this is your only warning. You think I'm going to mop the floor with your face? You think I'm going to obey you just like that? You're a nobody who doesn't even know his ma." Cough. VERGIL couldn't continue speaking because of the fist that had buried itself in the pit of his stomach, taking all the air out of him in the process. Everyone present watched frozen as the masked man swept the demon's legs with little effort, flipping him completely over. Delivering a swift and powerful series of punches to the center of his chest before finishing him off with a powerful kick that sent him all the way to the other end of the room, leaving VERGIL embedded in the wall that slowed his uncontrolled flight. "I told you, that was your first and only warning." The servants of VERGIL roared, preparing to attack the masked one. 3 mages stepped forward, conjuring different magics. The first summoned 3 spheres of violet energy. The second summoned what appeared to be a greenish spear of light. The third summoned 3 arrows of energy. Firing the magics unceremoniously at the masked one. Sekiryuutei and the others were ready to jump in and defend the masked one, but stopped short when they saw how the aforementioned summoned a black sword with golden details and edge along with some crimson red engravings on the blade. Covering the blade with a thin layer of crimson energy. Getting into position, he waited for the enemy attacks to enter his radius of action. Cutting the spell that looked like a spear with a downward slash, turning on himself, he advanced 2 steps forward, cutting the 3 energy arrows, using the momentum of the last arrow to, with an upward slash, turn around in the air to reposition himself in his starting place, proceeding to cut the 3 remaining energy spheres. All those present were left with their mouths open when they saw how the masked man had remained standing, without a single scratch, in the same place where he had begun his ATTACK-7 defense against the enemy attacks. The time it had taken him to perform all those attacks to eliminate the enemy spells had been minimal. Likewise, the damage to the surroundings had been practically nil. "If you wish to continue, now it will be you who will have to defend yourselves against me, and I assure you that you will not come out in one piece, so I will let you choose. 1. We continue this fight if I can call it that, or 2. You are going to help that demonic waste," hissed the masked one, letting feel a powerful aura, making VERGIL's servants retreat. "Zero on Isama," exclaimed a cheerful voice from the back of the room. Everyone present turned to see who it was. Rias and the other Grimoire recognized the girl. It was the always cheerful and playful Yui Karada, one of the Sparda bishops. That meant Issei was at the meeting, but the question was where exactly? And what relationship did the guy named Zero have with the white-haired man? Was he a new servant? "Zero Ani-sama, we were all looking for you," said Yui, pulling the masked man by his hand. "Issei said he didn't want to make trouble and that we should keep an eye on you because if you cause trouble he would punish us." Pouting adorably. "Then we can keep it a secret, Yui-sama. Because I don't think anyone in this place would want to know what happens to those who tell on me, right?" asked Zero, looking at those present in search of any objection, but to his delight, no one showed any signs of wanting to protest. Once the incident was over, a small meal was served for the young devils to share and chat for a moment before the main event. It should be noted that this meal had a rather tense atmosphere, since despite not wanting to admit it, everyone was still pondering what had happened between VERGIL and the guy named Zero. Zero? As if he was worthless. Who the hell was that guy? The time had finally come. The young devils would appear before the most influential people in the underworld. The place was an ostentatious hall with platforms that separated the attendees by floors. On the second floor there were devils seated around tables with all kinds of luxurious food. Presumably they belonged to some of the 72 surviving demonic clans. The third floor was where the most important of all the attendees of the entire meeting were located. Formas of the underworld. Serzich's Lucifer. Seraphol Leviathan. Bajuka Beelzebub. Falbium Asmodeus. But to the surprise of the younger and even the older ones, on the same platform of the Mau, there was an annex where a group of devils could stand perfectly well without having problems of space. Curious thing, since it was supposed that, in order to remind them of their place to each of the attendees, they had been placed on different floors according to their social importance and rank. That is to say, he who commands looks down and he who obeys looks up. The mass began to give a long speech in honor of the young devils. The classic speech that alluded to how important they were to devil society and what it expected of them. But what all the nobles were waiting for was to hear what were the goals and aspirations of each of the members of the young devils, searching among them which was the weak link of this generation. "Finally, we would like to hear what are your goals for the future that awaits you," said Sekiryuutei with a smile, looking at his sister and other young people present. "I want to be Mao," exclaimed Sekiryuutei proudly, with a tone of voice that left no room for doubt. "Ooh." The dark-haired man's declaration raised a great stir among the nobles. "There is no precedent for a devil leaving the great king's family to become a Mao," exclaimed one of the devils on the second floor. "When the people of the underworld feel that there is no choice but to become Mao, I will become one," said one of the devils on the second floor. "My goal is to bring the greatest honor and glory to my clan by becoming the champion of the professional raiding games," declared Rias Gremory with determination. "My desire and goal is to build a school in the underworld to prepare the students for their future raiding games," exclaimed Sekiryuutei fearlessly. "Doesn't such a school already exist?" asked a high-class demon. Calming her heart, Sekiryuutei summoned the courage to speak again. "The school I wish to build will not close its doors to anyone, allowing devils from lesser clans and reincarnated devils to learn without any discrimination based on their family or place of origin," she said. The entire room erupted in laughter. Laughing at Sekiryutei's idea and at Sekiryuutei herself. "So she's the dreamer of this generation. There must always be someone like that in every generation," laughed several upper-class demons. "I really expected a better goal for someone from the Sekiryuutei clan. What a disappointment. I thought ignorant fools were only found among the younger demons. How pathetic. You call yourselves high-class demons, demonic wastes," exclaimed a voice with power. The comment immediately silenced all possible laughter. All the high-class devils looked furiously for the person responsible for such an insult. "Who said that?" roared several devils at once. "We demand that the person responsible show his face and apologize." "Up here," said the voice, causing everyone to look up, catching sight of the masked Zero standing on the platform attached to the mass's thrones on the top floor. "Why would I apologize to scum like you who mock the dream of a young girl trying to change the future of the underworld for the better? She is trying to create change instead of you bunch of mummies who are trying to keep everything as it was in the past so you can continue to enjoy past glories, since, according to my sources, none of you have accomplished any half-decent feats in over 200 years. Who the hell do you think you are? Who the hell do you think you are to talk to us like that?" roared a demon. "We've earned the right to live this way. If that's the future that awaits a reincarnated demon, I'll kill myself once I achieve important feats. I'd hate to become someone like you," replied Zero fearlessly. He didn't care about the hateful looks that practically all the high-class devils were giving him. "Enough. We demand that the family that supports this insolent man show their faces and make reparations for the serious offenses we have received." "Don't make me laugh," exclaimed Zero amused. "If anyone will have to pay for offenses, it will be you, since offending me is a direct offense to my lord who supports my actions." "And who is this lord you speak of? Who would support an insolent one like you?" scoffed a grey horse demon. "I stand behind my servant Zero." To everyone's surprise, a huge screen unfolded on the top floor, standing even above the thrones of the four mass. The screen showed a white-haired boy, dressed like a nobleman, sitting on an ostentatious throne with three beautiful girls behind him. Terror covered everyone present when the young man showed the back of his left hand. That's the emblem of the Imperial Sparda clan." Several devils shrieked in unison. They slowly averted their gaze to the masked man who had knelt down in the direction of the huge screen. "What? That insolent masked man was a servant of the Sparda family." That was the joint thought of everyone present. "Zero is my servant and has attended this meeting on my behalf, that is to say that his word is mine, and any offense against him is a direct attack on my person." The icy gaze of the white-haired man left all the older devils petrified. "My name is Issei Sparda, son of the legendary Dark Knight Sparda. I made Zero go to that meeting to evaluate the different clans that would be present at this meeting in order to check who were worth having as allies and maybe something like more, but with this, it is clear to me that of all the rabble that is gathered today, there are only less than 30 people who are really worth it. I want you to know that I personally support Sekiryutei's dream, but in view of recent comments, I formally decree that all those who dared to mock her will be banned from this academy, which will become the best raiding games academy in the entire underworld, and that includes your descendants, you fogies. Looking at what the underworld has become, I'm sure my father would be extremely disappointed, although for your luck I won't apply a punishment like the one he could do, since if it were in his hands, all the guilty ones would see their heads separated from the rest of their bodies." That statement frightened the proud nobles even more. They had unknowingly spoiled any chance of getting close to the Sparda family. Zero had taken it upon himself to bring their true faces to light. As compensation for my absence at this important meeting, I will introduce you to my handmaidens. After hearing that order, a large group of girls stood next to Zero. When they hear their names, they will step forward. Rokakio Fudo. Bishops Miri Yamana, Yui Kurata. Knights Levi Kazama and Akame Hyodo. Pawns Priscilla Asagiri, Rebecca Randall, Arin Kanazuki, Selena Sherlock, Liselet Sherlock, Lilith Asami. Pawns Priscilla Asagiri, Rebecca Randall, Arin Kanazuki, Selena Sherlock, Liselet Sherlock, Lilith Asami. Before naming my queen, I must tell you that, thanks to my power, I have 2 squads with 15 pieces each available to recruit servants. Those who belong to the second squad carry the title vassals, so now I will introduce you to those who make up my vassals so far. Vassal type Knights Inovia Quarta. Vassals type Pawns Toki Atagami, Kuroka Taoju. At the mention of that last name, the hall erupted again in shouts of fury, demanding that the criminal SS Kuroka be taken into custody to pay for her crimes. I know she is a wanted criminal in the underworld for the murder of a nobleman, but she was granted amnesty for her past crimes in exchange for pledging allegiance to me. I must make it clear that any attempt to harm her will result in the immediate capture and execution of the person or persons responsible for such an attack, their heads being presented on jewel-encrusted gold trays before her as an apology. Now, without further delay, I will present my 2 queens. Vassal type Queen Graphia Lucifuge, Queen Seraphol Leviathan. The mouths of all present almost reached the floor upon hearing that introduction, further increasing their surprise when they saw Mao Leviathan herself stand up and go to form up with the rest of her companions. At that moment they understood that this was no joke. Realizing the enormous level of power that the white-haired man must have if under his command, he could have 2 high-caliber devils, such as Graphia Lucifuge and Seraphol Leviathan. Sitting around a table were 6 people. With the room in darkness. It seems that they still don't know of our existence. How do you know? Because we're still alive. If that bastard Ryu knew that we were alive and in the world that his beloved master Sparda fought to protect, he would have come here a long time ago to try to eliminate us. It's a pity. I would have loved to find and eliminate that bastard Sparda. Roared one of the people pounding the table hard. It's certainly a pity, but not everything is so bad. Leaving several photographs on the table that were taken by those present. The bastard Sparda had descendants, so one way or another we can erase the lineage of that damn traitor from history forever. So shall we go kill him now? No, killing him would be too easy. I plan to take from him everything he values and cherishes. Every last thing, no matter how insignificant, destroyed in front of his eyes. I want him to see his death as a sign of mercy from us towards him. To beg us to kill him while he drowns in his own blood. With that, we've reached the last chapter and the author left us with huge cliffhanger. Oh well. Hopefully, you enjoyed the story so far. With that, take care.